throw it out on the stoop and see if the cat licks it up.
The cat licks it up?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of the Cheap Seeks Critic podcast. I am one of your hosts, Akiki Raida.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
I'm a character called Sister Boy.
And I'm Spranks.
And today we are covering 12 Angry Men. But before we get into all of that beautiful, wonderful script nonsense, Sprinks, you got socials for us?
I sure do.
And other things?
Oh yeah, I can tackle that as well. Well, first off, thank you for listening. You can follow us on our social media platforms we have. We are at Cheap Seat Critics with the S at the end on Instagram and TikTok. But if you remove that S, that is our Twitter handle of just at Cheap Seat Critic. We also at just Cheap Seat Critics Podcast full title over on Facebook and youtube.com/ at Cheap Seat Critics if you want to see the YouTube end of things, or if you are watching YouTube anyway, to see the slideshow we have of the whatever it is we're covering at the time. And we also have a LetterBox, Cheap Seat Critics. I always say just LetterBox. I think it's Cheap Seat Critics, no podcast added. I think. Anyway, if you're interested in more of the graphs as well. And then the second thing, since we're in the decades, going through one film each decade for this season, for the 50s, we chose 12 Angry Men, with our runner-up and second place being Seven Brides for Seven Brothers, and third place being Godzilla.
I forgot Godzilla was in the running. It's been so long since we did our votes.
Yes, I have.
And
these
yeah.
picks were not representative of the decade as a whole, but how we wanted to show each other.
Yes, we recorded a whole vote situation. I don't know if that'll ever be released, but it's a thing.
Yeah, it's definitely just us. It's definitely just us debating over things about what movie we should show.
I'm sure there was some particularly cutting dialogue involved there.
Very riveting.
You mean dialogue that needed to be cut? Yeah, that's probably.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We solved world hunger during that.
No, we didn't.
Yeah. So I guess before I jump into facts, how about we talk about our histories with this movie? If you've seen it before, if you have one, let's start with you, Sinister.
Well, I was under the impression that this was somebody had adapted this from our various trying to describe our points of argument, and I was really disappointed that they got the number wrong. It's supposed to be 4, not 12, and anyways.
We just have so many character traits, Sinister, that they needed to spread it out amongst 12 different characters.
Needed to spread it out. So I definitely can't remember how long ago I saw this, but I know I saw it as probably in like a film class or maybe a theater class or something, because it is sort of like a one-act play, basically, just lengthened. And I just kind of forgot about it, but I was like, I always remember the thing that stuck with me is that you kind of, I mean, it's heavily suggested that they came to the right answer, but I like that they kind of left it like how it would be legally. It would be kind of left to, did they or didn't they, come to the right conclusion. So yeah, that's kind of my, rewatched this probably a day or so ago, and I'm surprised at how I think still how it still kind of fits in society now. It hasn't aged out too much. I know they did like a remake or done 2 or 3 remakes since then, and I think those are all lesser because I think they all try to be a little bit more current. So I'm surprised at how much this still kind of resonates today.
So, Sinister, this was your second time seeing it?
Probably second time, yeah. I might have seen like clips have come up on, or came up on TV or something at some point, but probably of sitting through it, this is probably the second time.
That's fair enough. All right, Sprinks, you want to go next?
Yeah, absolutely. This is my third time seeing this film. I saw it once back in high school during a film class.
I think I know which one that was.
Film as lit.
It was not film as literature. That was later.
Should have been.
I think it might have been our script writing class.
I think it was script writing. It was either script writing or film, and I don't. It may have been script writing because I don't think a film was ever shown in film class.
Not when I was in film class.
So
Yeah, I
I
don't
guess it
remember
was script
watching this
writing.
in film class. Yeah.
Um, but yeah, this is my third time seeing it, and I don't really know what's to go out about it. Um,
All right.
yeah.
I mean, that's all. I'll just move on.
Well, I'll get
All
more of
right.
my feelings later said later on.
Yeah, as we go on. Yeah. Crimson.
All right. This was also my third time seeing it. First time being in my government class in 10th grade. Uh, and I really enjoyed it then. Time passed. I saw it on TV, and then I saw it for the podcast yesterday. So there you go.
All right, that's fair. I guess I'll give my history next, obviously. I remember being very young and announcing to my mother that I wanted to write scripts and make movies. This is before I joined film class in high school. So this is at West. Well, while I was at a different high school from. Well, I was at a different high school from where Sprinks was, and all of you. So I remember my mom telling me, "Oh, if you're gonna get into script writing and movie making, you need to watch this." And I did, and I quite liked it as a kid. Um, and then I had seen it. I'd probably seen it 6 times now, including the time I watched it for this podcast. Um, I've also played one of the jurors in this during a table read during I think it was script writing class, Sprinks. I don't know. I don't know what class I would have done this table read for this in, but I don't think he showed the movie in to. I don't think our teacher showed the movie to us in our class. So I remember volunteering to be juror 4 because juror 4 was my favorite character growing up. Juror 4 and juror 8 for various different reasons. Um, and yeah, I'm still thoroughly impressed with this movie and how it holds up today in terms of writing. Because this, I think, is kind of a fundamental lesson in how to write characters and uh, a script that doesn't really need anything but a room and then people to play off of each other. And this is kind of the proof of that, almost.
Hmm.
Um, and I guess from that we can just move into facts if you guys want.
Works for
Go
me.
ahead.
Yeah.
The
Uh,
facts. Right.
so Henry Fonda, who I shall hence be referring to as 8 for the duration of
Mhm.
this podcast, disliked watching himself on film. So he didn't watch the whole film in the projection room, but he did walk out to talk to, I think, one of the producers to say it was magnificent. Um,
It'd be funny if they made like a cut specifically for him, where all his scenes are like cut out, and so it's just everybody.
Oh, so it's a 3-minute movie.
Yeah, it's a 3-minute movie. Yeah, exactly. Wow, that's amazing.
um, that's fair. I let's see. Reading this, the director had all the actors stay in the same room for hours on end and to do their lines over and over without tapping them to stop and stuff like that. And
Mm.
it's just to give them a taste of what it would be like cooped up in a room with the same people. And I think that does come off in the movie fairly well.
Mm.
Um,
I'd
let's
agree.
see. Uh, this is the only film 8 ever produced. Uh, and uh, yeah, I think that's it for that one. Very simple on that one. Uh,
Yes.
uh,
There was a
this
teleplay,
yeah,
which is this is based on,
yes, it was from a television play, and
and it was
the
supposed to be lost.
yeah, according to but all these facts are
Hmm.
online, so take them with a grain of salt,
Hmm.
mind you. And then it was inspired by a real jury duty experience for the writer, who served as a juror during a manslaughter case in early 1954.
Oh,
Um, and he realized that courtroom drama was inherently or the idea of the juror's role in a courtroom drama was something to really write something around because of just how inherent the drama was almost to the concept.
Pretty
Uh,
quick
And I think
turnaround.
nowadays when we have CSI, Law and Order, he's probably correct. CSI
um,
is not a courtroom drama, but Law and Order at least.
uh,
Daredevil.
Is that a courtroom drama or a superhero movie?
Is
about
it?
half.
Neither.
Sorry, go on.
It's a show.
About half of all the edits in the film are in the last 20 minutes.
Hmm,
Uh, which I can tend to agree with because the camera's getting closer for close-ups as the tension builds.
yeah.
Yeah, I like how he did that.
Yes, it's definitely they do a good job at making you feel claustrophobic, and they definitely
Hmm.
use camera tricks to increase tension. And Sprinks, I'll throw this at you. What are your thoughts on that? If you have any to start with on that.
um, yeah, yeah. Being in a one room setting to use camera angles in different ways is creative in how they pull it off, so it doesn't feel like the same to the same. And they use it with the proportions of the bodies at certain points, which I think goes into the choreography that they use of who's standing and sitting when someone's just talking or giving a point, which also goes into the camera angle of that. So, being that the last 20 minutes are the most edited, I think the editing goes with the tension of back and forth rather than the camera work. Because the camera would just be at one point, it's not, being panned back and forth. Most of the shots in this film are singular shots and not necessarily panning around. Some follow characters at a point, but um, yeah, I find it a creative approach, so it's not dull.
All right. And well, we kind of agreed that we should probably give some small descriptions for our audio listeners. If you're on the visual medium side of things, for YouTube, this won't be too much of an issue because I believe Sprinks has a picture up
There
for
is
all
an
of you right
image
now.
up on the YouTube end in the slideshow that
So
visually can be
if
shown,
you're
but for an audio
Yeah.
podcast that we are, we'll writer's going to give descriptions of each juror since we'll be identifying them by number.
if
Yes,
you're watching
because
on YouTube, skip to da
yeah,
part, and it'll be
maybe. So yeah, the movie and the script don't really give us the names of the characters until the very end, and
And it's
it's to
only
make a
two
point because
characters.
it's only two characters, so we don't get the names for everybody else. So for the duration of this podcast, we shall be referring to all the jurors by their number. Juror one is the foreman of the group, and he was wearing a polo. Two is timid, wears glasses, balding, and has a funny voice. Three is large, intimidating, has a son. Four is clinical, glasses, doesn't sweat. Five is quiet but street savvy. He is an ex-slum kid. Six is a construction worker, average Joe, blue collar, sounds like a mobster. Seven, baseball with a fedora, tacky suit. He's just obsessed with baseball. Eight is the reason there's a movie, as I think Crimson pointed out before the podcast.
Yeah.
um, Nine is old man who notices details about people. Uh, 10 is old man racism, and it's pretty much an apt description for him.
yep.
11 is an immigrant, mustache, dolly watchmaker. Um, 12 is advertisement guy, Clark, and glasses fiddler.
And there you go.
And there you go.
Remember that,
Yep.
listeners.
We just compacted that very, very dense character driven script into very, very basic character traits.
Depending on
Pretty
how
much.
long the pod goes, I can bring the image up again for like a remembery kind of thing. Unfortunately, that's only on YouTube end, but just
Yes.
in case.
Obviously, go watch the movie. I obviously heartily recommend this. to then come back.
I mean, thanks
Yeah,
for being a
please.
fan if you're listening and haven't seen the films we discuss. I mean,
Yeah, no,
super
I'm
Yeah.
not, obviously, but you should go watch this and then come back. We'll still be here. Um,
Almost guaranteed.
yeah. So uh, we're gonna do this in a linear fashion, and I'll do my best to uh kind of edit down this script into just notes.
We'll probably beat it to when evidence gets discussed. Probably would be
Yeah.
the quickest,
Um,
yeah, the most succinct way to do it.
it would be the most distinct way to do it, but the problem is everything is so character rich. So we have
Well,
to.
yeah, I'm just like we can just like those will be the separations is what I'm saying is like
Yeah.
when evidence gets brought up because
Yeah.
that's kind of
We'll
like
we'll
a good
we'll
way to cut
we'll
the scenes.
we'll focus it up a little more when it comes into that.
Yeah.
Yes. Um. So we open up on the General Court of New York, and we have a sign to tell us that it's a general session. The camera sort of follows a character, and it pauses at the sign for us to kind of pick this up. And we have people celebrating outside the courtroom, exclaiming that they did a wonderful job of hugging, and a police officer shushes them. Um, Before we go any further, is the group celebrating related to our case at all? Like, is
That
that the
was going to be a
prosecution?
question I was going
Yeah.
to ask because I didn't have enough to know the answer to that.
I the way I read it was sort of a juxtaposition of kind of I don't think they're not jury members, but it's kind of like, oh wow, like we want and I think it's kind of like to show that like some people get really really excited when they win a case, obviously, if they and all that stuff, and then you have this kind of case where it just feels it's very dour because it's kind of like even the kids like, "Oh, I'm gonna go to the chair, like I'm gonna die, like there's no way this is gonna work out for me, and so it's kind of I think like supposed to be like showing there's sort of two sides to every kind of court case. There's like, there's a victory, but then there's also could be a very steep defeat.
Hmm.
I
Um,
think since court is still in session, that is probably a different
Yes,
case.
a different case. Yeah.
my thing is like it could be one of the witnesses, and they just came out when they were done because the witnesses don't typically stay in court with the group.
No, yeah, they usually get
Um,
excused.
I was trying to look for either the old man or the woman who claimed to witness the murder. Um, those are the two characters kind of looking for in the crowd, and I think there is someone who could potentially be the female character that's referenced a lot in the evidence story, but I can't be 100% sure. So
I'm pulling it up right now, but
Mhm.
I don't.
Yeah, I don't think there's much to go on here. It's just a possibility. Um, and well, while you're pulling it up, I'm gonna continue on ahead into the courtroom. Um, the We stop at the door for a second, and then we kind of cut to the judge, almost boringly going over the
Yeah.
context,
Mm.
almost boringly going over the context of the case for the audience. Like it's just another a different shit, same day, or same shit, different day. I think it was actually the phrase I'm going for. Um, and we have our 12 jurors in the shot over the judge's table. Um, and as he's reading through his stuff, reading through the details, 8 is prompted to look up at the line about a reasonable doubt. 7 is checking his watch. 9 is looking respectfully at the judge along with 2. 3 is glaring at the defendant. 4 is looking at the judge but holding himself like with dignity. 10 is only half minding the situation as he plays with a handkerchief. 5 glances back at the defendant, and 12 looks like he's about to fall asleep. Um, and I think that's a very, very potent introduction for all the characters, more or less. And um, do you have an answer for us there, sir?
I can't tell. It could be connected. It could be separate. It doesn't. Yeah, it's not. There's not really a lot to go on.
Yeah. So just leaving it as question marks for that, I
Yeah.
suppose. Um,
Yeah, we
go
get
on.
good character stuff here, as you point out. They're all pretty identifiable, but on a first time view, you probably would have only noticed three standing out as being different because everyone at least was facing the direction of the judge, but three was opposed to everybody looking directly at the defendant
Mm.
in an angrily way. So, pretty good hint right away that he's not
Personally invested.
purely objective here. Yeah.
Um,
And then the title card pumps up and it's
You
da-da-da-da.
can't ignore the defendant himself,
yeah, kind of
who
ignore the
we never
defendant.
hear a word from.
But we can
And
And
tell from
but
his eyes he's guilty. Just so
it's
guilty.
it's a very interesting choice that they made where the writers not the writers the director more or less as the judge is reading off like the murder,
yeah,
the stuff about the murder,
Mhm.
we kind of we see that it's a kid as the jurors all leave.
Mhm.
um and to kind of quickly leave it off, 3, 8, 5, 11, and 12 all look back at the kid as they leave the jury room. um and all with mixed expressions, and we have that one shot with somber music playing to show us that it's just a young boy that's gonna potentially go to the electric chair. Um, and then the credits roll, and we are introduced to our the opening credits roll, and we are
Yeah,
introduced
the
to our
opening.
setting for the rest of the film, more or less,
What
as the
is
jurors file in.
what is the benefit of showing the child?
Well, because you don't know it's a kid up until that point, so you think it's gonna be like some, you know,
well,
tattooed, burly guy or something maybe, or, you kinda
Well,
you
yeah,
can answer that
it also
yeah, the
gives a face to the crime, uh,
yeah.
something to sympathize with or not, depending on, I guess, the person.
It makes it a grayer kind of case than you would if it was like, oh, if it's like some, burly dude, really rough looking, you usually have a pretty like, well, they could do a switch or, a twist with that, but like you're usually pretty guaranteed that that guy probably did it or, whatever versus the other way around and so
yeah.
forth. So if you have a kid, it's like he's young enough where maybe, but he's a kid.
That's different to the thought portrayed of showing. I mean, if they, for example, if it is like a burly, tattooed individual, as you stated, and do you think that would have been shown or not?
It would
Probably
change the
not,
film because they
probably not the
refer to
same
them as a
way.
kid.
Right. What I'm
I'm
trying to
just
get
saying
at
that
here
was,
is
yeah.
the benefit of showing the kid watching them for a still shot until the credits roll, versus later down them stating that it's a kid.
I think it's mostly for audience, less for anything else, because we are part of the case now. The audience doesn't know the answer. We are piecing it together with the people in the room. So we got to see what they got to see. They got to see a kid. We got to see a kid. He's pretty expressionless. We don't really get anything off of him other than his appearance.
Yeah.
And it's a lot easier to connect to someone once you see them. Uh, if if we never see him and all we know of the kid is what we hear, it's a lot easier to be judged or judgy towards them. But since we are connected with the individual, it's usually harder
Yeah, it
to.
eliminates some of the what would you call it? Prejudice, or it adds some prejudice to it, or what, like it
It,
adds a gray area to it so
it's
that you
meant to,
can't. Yeah.
it's meant to invoke with the somber music and the fact that it is someone who is actually really young. It is definitely meant to invoke some sort of sympathy on the audience's part. Like it's supposed to be a reveal that it's a kid,
Yeah.
So
which
it's a
helps us connect to them.
So
Sorry,
it's a
go on.
no, no, it's okay. So it's in all of your opinions of what I'm hearing, it is a stronger emotional hook to show the kid at this point rather than have it be revealed later on in a discussion that it is about a kid.
Yeah,
Yeah. I think it's a much stronger tether because, as Crimson said, we have a face to the name. We can imagine the kid's face through all the things they're going to act out later and try to work around and try to talk through.
because I mean, because you're seemingly supposed to be for this movie kind of looking through the eyes of the jury. So that if you just had like the movie plays, you don't have the kid showing or whatever, and then it's revealed later on your kid, it wouldn't work because obviously if they're trying to get you from the point of view of the jury, you would know he's a kid, and so that whole point of like, oh, it's a kid, it would just not work quite as well, and it wouldn't have that same emotional impact as if you had seen it from the beginning.
Okay.
So true.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Now they're just shooting the shit. Now they're just,
Yeah, they
you
all
know,
slowly
all
pile
hot and
into the
sweaty.
they all slowly pile into the room, hang up their jackets, small talk start breaking out.
Get little
8
character
just
traits.
looks out the window, quietly thinking, as others move to open the windows. 7 offers a gun and helps 6 to open one of the windows. Um, they have a sort of roll call, but they're careful not to give away their names, pretty much.
Mhm.
Um, I think it's important to note that 1 comes up with the idea to vote by ballot. Uh, 10 mocks the idea about elections, and 4 stares at 10 displeased with the joke because that's going to trend that's going to continue very early. Um,
We get established that it's hot in here.
oh,
Hottest
that's true.
day of the year.
Mhm.
But is it hot because of the climate or because of the debate that is about to come?
Hot and having a
Definitely.
storm. I it's
Heat storm,
usually,
yeah.
that doesn't come together, but
That's like hot. There's heat storms or well, heat lightning, I guess technically, but yeah.
They're definitely strange experiences to be in the middle of like 100-degree weather and it's pouring rain and you're just sitting there like you are very miserable when it happens.
Mhm.
And I normally love rain.
Dude.
Uh, um, 3 and 2 talk on a bench, and 3 talks about how he almost fell asleep, and they talk about their brief history on juries, and two's lack thereof. Uh,
Well, I
3
just thought
pretty
it was interesting.
yeah, pretty much, and 3 sums it up as an open and shut case. This one, he referring to the one that they're currently about to preside over or just
Mm.
debate. 3 blames the system, and kind of already setting up his trouble with his anger, uh, and talking about slapping down tough kids before they start trouble. And 3 is the one that pushes the jury to start.
and then we get a 5-minute break because the old man's in the restroom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's
Yes.
start. Oh, have a 5-minute break.
Yeah. One sort of brings up the fact they should take a 5-minute break, and one kind of takes a pseudo um, leadership role.
I mean,
Yeah.
he's the foreman, that's kind of their duty,
Yeah.
be
Yeah.
head of the table, organize everything.
Hmm.
I would never wanna be a foreman. I
No.
also never want jury duty, but foreman above all, no way.
If you had to have jury duty, you wouldn't want to be a foreman, yeah.
What a nightmare.
Herding
Yeah.
cats.
Yeah. Probably. Yeah. Um. Let's see. And then they one kind of suggests they all sit in order. Um.
And
It
then
is
10 immediately is contrarian towards that. "Oh,
mm,
well, why? Why do we have to do that?" Like,
Why do you
"Doesn't
have
make
to do
sense."
that?
"Alright, sure, okay." It's like, why do you have to argue about that?
Because
yep.
everything needs an argument. This is an argument movie.
um. And 8 is still standing quietly at the window, contemplating. And 12 is the one that goes up to interact with him. And this is actually important setup for later. 12 expresses to 8 his interest in having a murder case and calls them lucky.
Yeah,
So they're actually
Uh,
entertaining,
it's so
supposedly.
exciting.
yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, he talks about his life and how he's never been inside of a particular building. Um, and then as he walks away, we get a lonely shot of Aid as the conversation at the table behind them kind of comes back into hearing. And I wasn't sure about who was talking, but there are people just talking about facts of the case. No, wait, it's 10 and 7. 10 and 7 are the ones conversing.
It's
And
already
they,
getting confusing.
yeah, yeah, sorry. 10 and 7 are conversing, and they're the ones that want to get a move on for the case. And 7 talks about how he has a ball game he wants to make, and this is more explaining earlier while he was in the courtroom while he was looking at his watch while the judge was speaking because he's on a time
This will
limit.
be important later.
um,
I guess
uh,
before we actually start the
Yeah.
whole con-
Let's do a
talk here,
vote.
yeah, the whole vote.
Uh,
Does anyone have anything to point out first? So far, it's kind of just been an overview.
yeah, just kind of getting you into the world that is 12 Angry Men. Uh, I
Springs, do you have
it's-
anything to
Well, it
point out?
sounds
Or
like
not?
Ryder and Sinister were going to say something first, so let them go.
yeah, but I think you need to get your points in before we do because you might say something and we might cover it again, and that's not fair for you. So let's give you.
All right, I'll go. I'll go.
Yeah.
Very beginning of the movie, I like the camera of the court, at the inside. I also never gave my thought on the outside of the case. I just continued. So the
yeah,
camera, I
we
like the
thought.
panning of the camera and how it fixates to a man walking by and then pans and tracks him to the people celebrating and then to the courtroom itself before going inside. I I don't know if it's a smooth cut to a different camera because the time was filmed in the 50s or if that was actually just the camera usage because the focus stays in focus that whole tracking shot, which I think is very fluid, and it doesn't seem like we covered Casablanca last week, and there's a scene where um, he touches a pawn and it cuts to my best guess a different camera so it can pan upwards. This is very smooth and fluid, and I don't know if that's just a technological advancement in the camera since the 40s to the 50s, um, but it did stand out to me, and I very much liked it. Covering the people outside the case, I think that's completely separate because they are outside of the courtroom and it's a good collection of people and the doors are still shut to show that something else is taking place at the same time. So I think there are just two distinct cases that, or two different scenarios. I do like though how our first interaction kind of with or people is celebration and happiness. Going into a movie called 12 Angry Men about argument and angerment. So I think it's kind of a ironic beginning and slight comical look as it proceeds. Enjoy how well at this point, a little further on, when the guy I don't know which guy it is going around with the clipboard asking for like names, and I believe
So I think
juror
jury. Oh, that's
It's
just the
one,
bailiff. No, that's
and
the
it's a
bailiff.
oh, it's the
The
bailiff. All right.
Yeah, the bailiff. Yeah.
yeah, and juror 6 just points to the clipboard and says that one's me and does not give his name. I think is great to show in the film that they don't ever go by their names. They just kind
Hmm.
of look at each other and go off of body language of who they're talking to and get their attention. So I like that start at the beginning that there's no names needed and it's explained kind of why in that scene. And then also the beginning of the scene before they do the vote, it shows all characters and giving off some form of their characteristic differences for number 7 with the baseball guy, how he works on the fan because it's hot and he's kind of in a hurry, so he's on a time limit, which is getting him a little anxious. So he wants to cool down. Um, how 1 kind of takes his place. 8 goes off to ponder and think things through, which we'll discuss later is why I think he's doing that. People hand up their coats, so it gives off even before anyone really gives much to say or speak. about each character's characteristic, personality, and characteristic before the first vote.
Mm.
And that's all I have to say up to that point. So either writer or sinister, who's going to go next?
Sinister, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, this is I when I kind of found out that this was based on like a teleplay, it made a lot more sense, especially for the time of this movie. And a lot of stuff, was kind of done in the the theater style where you have one set, you have one location that you do like all this stuff, and it's just kind of walking through this one area kind of thing. And I think having seen a lot of these more and more lately, I do think a lot of, if not screenwriters, but directors should kind of take something from that style, because I think it really lends itself to a more enriched character driven story. Because most of the time, I think when you're doing stuff like this, you have to. I'm not, exaggeration isn't the right word, but I'll use you have to kind of exaggerate like a character trait in order for it to be caught on by the audience, right? Like, oh, that guy
Mhm.
is very shifty, or that guy is very cheap, or and so you kind of get that arc, you get that character trait, and it sticks. And this is very much that, because you have to. Yeah, it'll always be picked up by these little, small talk conversations between these jury members to kind of get the sense of what the character is. And I'm sure part of the time also, like, how they were dressed was very fitting for their character, and you kind of, oh, I knew a juror number 2, or I knew a juror number 10 or whatever, and and I can see that background, instantly. Um I think that's a very, very valuable thing to have, especially for, something like this. It's just a bunch of people talking for, almost 2 hours. It's like, if it's not riveting, and if it's not, if the characters aren't great, it doesn't work. So I think
Uh,
this does a very good job of establishing those dynamics and those characters, and you kind of
I,
get a sense of where they're all coming from.
yeah, I intend to agree, and that's why, like I said, why I'm kind of focusing on a lot on 8 as the example here. Well, even while all the other ones are talking, because while he's standing contemplatingly at the window, and is the reason for this is because of what happens after, which is the vote that they all asked to take. And the reason is he's just thinking very carefully about if he wants to do this, because something is not something feels off to 8, and I think it shows just in his choice in of him being by himself in the window, just looking out and thinking, while everyone else is already kind of breaking out into small talks. Um, 4 is looking at a paper to read up on the market. 3 brags about his messenger service. 7 and 2 are talk about the ball game, and 2 just stares at him. And 12 talks about how he enjoyed the lawyers in the court case, as if it were a show to 11. Because he's 12 is the advertising man, so he just kind of likes to brag. Um, and 8 is kind of pulled from his thoughts by someone prompting him to take a seat. Um, and the ball game talk continues.
Mhm.
9 moves to back to his seat, and I think it's important to note that I think it's either 11 or 6 that gets him a chair. Um,
Uh,
and
okay.
it's either way, it kind of just shows that 11 or 6 in this case is being polite, which is a bit of a setup because they are polite and are among the first to kind of 11's among not the first group to switch, but he also switches fairly early. Um, and then 1 asks the group for their preliminary vote.
It was
Um,
juror 6 that got in the chair,
okay.
which will come
I'd
into
like
play
to
later on.
I'd like to
Yes.
say this is a first-degree murder case. If he is found guilty, he will be put to the chair, and let's get to voting.
Yeah.
like specialize in an impression of that guy.
Yeah, that was pretty good actually.
If,
Yeah.
Yeah,
If
that was
Crimson
pretty.
does, that makes him more of a foreman.
No,
Yeah. Oh no! Ah, ah.
I take it
It's sort
back.
of snipe.
This is the first degree murder charge.
This is a first degree murder charge.
I I kind of like that one is just he takes on the foreman role, but he's just awkward and he's no because what he says is all like good. It's just not succinct as you would expect for someone to be from a your
It
typical leader.
it is, I think, 'cause I think with most I've never been on a jury. Spoiler alert. I've gotten called for it, but I've never been on a jury. But I think most foremen tend to be kind of very more in control of like a situation because they kind of have to be because it is like herding cats. And I think he definitely takes, oddly, I don't know if it's oddly or I just thought it was interesting. It seems more democratic than I think it would normally be. It is democratic, because it has to be unanimous, all that stuff. But still, uh, it definitely feels like he's kind of like letting them have more control than I think would normally happen, which is interesting.
I think one does stand up. Like when things get a little
Mhm.
too rowdy, he does step in to kind of herd the
Yeah,
cats, as you say. But for
yeah.
the most part, he's pretty passive.
Hmm.
Well, one of the first things he says as foreman is that he doesn't really have many rules. So
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. So like I said, he's just a normal guy doing this job, more or less.
yeah.
And it's,
Which, yeah, I think fair.
yeah,
But I think as we figure out later on that
I just coach
it,
baseball.
I see that does make sense because he would be like, you know, he would sort of tell them what they should be doing, but he's not gonna do it for that kind of thing. So it does fit into the character later on,
mhm.
which I think is another hard thing to have it like. I think you can have character traits, but if they're not really backed up, it doesn't mean as much. But most of these are pretty backed up.
Yeah. So 8 votes not guilty, and everyone votes
Loses
guilty.
their shit.
And yeah, he gets various
Yeah.
different stares. And 10 is the one who laughs and comments there always being a single outlier.
Always one in the bunch.
Um.
Which will
So
not be
do
the
we have?
last time he'll say that.
Yeah. Do we have anything to say about eight's choice here?
That he was the outlier in it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do we have anything we want to say
Uh,
about that, or we could just move right along?
Good on him. Uh,
yes, yes, I do, but I want to give it at a better point.
Okay.
Okay.
Uh, yeah,
Um.
I'll wait on mine too.
Yes. All right then. So 8 starts talking in earnest. He's uncertain about his perspective, but votes not guilty because he doesn't know with certainty. He does not. He has a reasonable doubt that is formed in his head, and
I
that's
do
how.
like. I will talk about one thing. I like that he doesn't say I don't think he's guilty or he says I don't know if he's innocent or he's guilty. He's not sure either way, which I think is an important distinction between the two.
Yes. And I actually also think it's um not idealistic, but it's very principled. Like he wants to be certain before he sends someone to the electric chair, because
It's a good, yeah.
if you have a reasonable doubt, you know that the point of the jury system and the justice system is to not send innocent people to the electric chair. Shockingly
Mhm.
enough, um,
Shockingly,
yeah. Um,
You would always I think we can all agree if you're ever on a murder trial, you would hope there'd be at least one juror number 8 in the bunch to to at
yeah.
least
Make sure you
y-
air out everything because
yeah.
you don't want to send innocent people to the chair or to prison. That's not ideally something
No,
you want to
no.
do.
I've definitely heard stories of people that have been on juries that were I think death sentences and that sort of thing. And even I mean even with like slam dunks, they were always like, I just don't know. Did I do the right thing? So it's
Yeah.
definitely it's a weight.
Um. So 8 and 7 have a back and forth about supposing things, and
Supposing.
how 8 picks up enough about 7 to point out the ball game doesn't start until much later, and so they can at least take an hour to discuss things.
Mhm.
9 agrees to the hour. 10 is about to start a story, 8 interrupts him. 10 pretty much says, "Kid is lucky to have gotten a fair trial. We know what he is." Uh,
Oh.
yeah, starting out early with 10, aren't we?
Yeah, so
Um,
starting with juror 10 at
I
10.
think
yeah.
Juror 10 is the first to be shown being angry.
Yeah, he is the
Uh,
first angry man
yeah.
with what these alt
10,
will
10
become.
is a more prejudiced anger.
Mm.
I certainly think. Whereas other characters who are angry have it based their anger in something else entirely. Um, but yes, I agree. And he says, I've lived among them for a fair amount of my life. I know they are born liars."
Mm.
Um, 9 stands up to 10, rising from his chair, shocked that no one is pointing stuff out to that man. Uh, and 12 is trying to talk to 11 about a product uh, having
The
drawn it
rice
up due to his
the
Rice
lack
rice
of care
Pops.
pops.
about the conversation. Yeah.
Rice
Um,
pops.
It's a catchy slogan.
it's important to note that 1 gets 12 to stop
Yeah.
and uh, to kind of, again, wrangle the cats. And he opens the table up for 8 so he can share more perspective. And 12 interrupts 1 and suggests that it's their job to convince 8 because it's 11 to 1.
What a great idea.
Yeah.
What a swell idea.
And then we begin our kind of round across the table. It does come to an end before we get through all of them, but I'm curious if before we dive into that, does anyone have any other points to make?
I have a question.
Go
Question.
on.
Uh, it kind of spans the whole movie, but I might as well
Mhm.
just ask it now. Is everyone in this room a character, or is there caricatures in here? This goes to
Uh,
everybody.
I think the closest thing to maybe a caricature would, maybe be like the baseball guy, juror number 7, I think is kind of a caricature because he doesn't really get much depth, but at the same time, I think that's okay because his character itself is not, not a deep, he's sort of like your I don't wanna say he's Joe Average, but he's kinda just like, my once my day ends, I go to the next day, and then that's what I'm gonna be doing that day, and whatever happened yesterday doesn't really matter kinda thing, is the vibe I get. So he's kinda not really I think even later when they push him, he's still not I don't really feel like he's much of a character.
if I'm gonna pick the people that I think are
Mhm,
caricatures in this room, I'm gonna go with 7, 9, and 10. And while I think 9 has a lot of perspective to offer, he's very much a caricature in that wise old man, like cliche kind of sense.
mhm.
Mhm.
10, there's not really much more to him than old man racism, as I kind of alluded to in his description. We don't really get much more on his perspective until much later, where I think there is a little bit of an archetype break when he's just left kind of silently in a hollow shell almost.
Mhm. Yeah.
And then Sinister, you covered 7 pretty well. I think everyone else has enough to them where I would classify them as a character early on.
Yeah. I think they all have sort of moments where you can see, the arc that they would have, or, again, it's very hard to have a character arc for something this, short. I mean, with this many characters, it's hard to have them all have sort of an arcing thing, but I do think they all sort of have their moment where they kind of you do see, like, "Oh, this is the thing that I should be doing," or,
7 is almost called out for being hollow very directly at
Yes.
some point in the movie.
Mhm.
Um, but those are the 3 I would say would lean towards most caricature for me. So
Mm.
do you wanna take a shot at this Sprinks as well?
The characteristics? No, not necessarily. I didn't really ever see it that way.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like I said, I think if you think about it really hard, you could sort of start to pinpoint, but
And
for the most part, I think they all fit pretty well.
yeah. And Crimson, since you brought it
Yeah,
up,
you asked a
do you have
question.
any?
Uh, yeah, I was thinking 7, 10, and 2 are what I was thinking
Mm,
because I agree. 7, he didn't even change in this, which you don't need to change to be a character, obviously,
no.
but
Mhm.
he's very one note through the whole thing.
But
Because
isn't that not his character, I guess, then, if he's just
we don't
one
see
note? Yeah.
any dimension of him. He doesn't flip. He just gives in because he wants to leave, He-
Yeah,
which is pretty
And
consistent of him
isn't
the whole movie.
isn't
yeah.
that just what it means to be an American?
And like I said, that's pretty much why I like that. I had a lot more appreciation for Juror 11 watching it this time through because Juror 11's kind of the one that calls him out on that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
No,
So
you must
7 in
change
that
because you
regard.
want
10, yeah, he's the racist guy. That's
to.
not
He's
much
just a
else. There's
racist.
nothing really else to him.
There's one in every
Um,
bunch.
and then 2, he didn't really feel like anything to me either. He didn't really grow because
Mm.
he was just the optimist guy. This is interesting. Oh, he brought up some good points. You know what? That's enough points. I'm flipped. I'm like,
I
okay,
think
yeah.
he
I mean,
does. I
it
mean,
fits, but it's not very
he's
compelling
very
or interesting from
he's
the
very
movie.
meek, and I think they do try to make him sort of his arc to be like to stand up for himself more, and I think he kind of does that, but he doesn't do it with enough impact where it feels like he really kind of changed or he really, grew in the moment. It just, it still kind of falls, I think, but
All right.
yeah, yeah,
And then we
we
start
get some
with 2.
evidence. Yeah.
Yeah, then we get the tables starting to kind of um read out at him. So try to talk to
Yeah,
8, convince
convince
him.
him, yeah.
Uh 2 is nervous and shy. Um and 8 makes a good point about to kind of counter the point he makes a cuz he says like oh god, what is it? I'm going to look it up really quick. He says 8 says nobody has to prove otherwise. The burden of um proof is on the prosecution. The defendant doesn't even have to open his mouth. That's in the Constitution. Because juror 2 says something about uh, you know, proving otherwise. No one proved otherwise that he was innocent, or that he was guilty, or something of that effect.
Yes.
So 8 was 8 makes a good, well reasoned response, and we kind of move on from 2 to 3. Um, I find it funny that he says has no personal feelings regarding the case, which, as we learn, is not entirely true.
I would like to make this clear. I have no prejudice, no
Yes.
No prejudice.
connection.
Yeah. Um, and yeah, 7 says I'm with him once 3 is done, because 3 goes through like
The
very
facts of the case, as he put it.
the
These
the
are the
facts of the case.
facts, and you can't change facts.
Yeah. Um, we get the old man hearing the fighting, which is going to come up later in a in depth. And he going to hear, "I'm going to kill you," and then 3 lays out that being a facet of the prosecution's case. Um, likewise to him, because I think 3. This kind of is how a very what is it called? 3 approaches making points, but he never quite gets to them.
It
I don't
almost
know.
feels like he's parroting.
Yeah, it's more like he's parroting. He doesn't know how to deliver facts succinctly and in
Mhm.
a manner of which could persuade others. Um, that is a trait going forward because he very much so relies on the next juror in line for a majority of the film, which is juror 4, who can very much lay out facts succinctly to the best of his memory.
Mhm.
He's very clinical in his approach, and he talks about the alibi being that the boy had being flimsy, and for him that was pretty much one of the things that clinched the case for him, because he doesn't remember there being he doesn't the boy didn't remember the movies, according to the testimony of the detectives, um, and no witnesses watched him leave the movies.
Mhm.
Um, Kevin and 11 hop on with him, kind of just jumping in with the, about the woman who saw the killing, and one manages to stop them before, he loses order of the room. And I think this is important because 10 and 11 we don't really get to 10 and 11 in this kind of order as we go about the room. And since I will stop at 4, do we have anything to add on? Any points to make about our characters so far?
I think you did a good job covering it.
Yeah, I think you did. Yeah.
All right.
Bravo.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm looking over my notes. I think so.
Okay. You mean you don't, or you do?
No, he
No,
basically covered it.
I
Yeah.
think we're good to continue.
Okay. Okay.
So do we want to just like state what because they go through that whole thing. What are these facts of the case? Because I'm sure we're going to be later on they're going to be called into question every scene. So
Yeah. So there is a woman who was witness to the murder who saw the killing itself through the passing windows of an empty L train.
hmm,
Um, then we have the old man who lived downstairs beneath the apartment who heard the boy supposedly say, "I'm going to kill you," went to his door and saw the boy running downstairs after he heard the body hit the floor. Um, and then the knife,
yeah.
and then directions of the stab wounds. And then we have the boy's alibi, which was the movies.
Mhm.
Am I missing anything for quick summary of evidence?
I
No,
think
I
that's
think that's
correct.
I think that's it. Yeah.
Without going
Okay.
into
Other
full
than the
detail,
times,
yes.
but I
Yeah,
don't
the
remember
time
Yeah.
stuff,
specifically
but
the
that's
times.
that's
Mm.
Yeah. Uh, so and then with and mind you, with 10, 11, and 4's input, that is pretty much all the information that we are going to talk about in the case because
mhm,
they deliver all of that very quickly and
mhm.
very succinctly, in just short snippets of dialogue that will be further broken down as we go along.
Yes, and
Um,
the movie theater is the only thing that on the defense's side of any evidence or anything. Everything else is purely prosecution.
yeah.
Mhm.
Um, and 10 ignores 1, by the way, after 1 tries to calm the room. And
He does, yeah.
8 throws. 10 claims that the prosecution proved you can see through an empty L train to witness the killing. And then 8 kind of throws something into 10's face, saying, "Well, she is one of them, isn't she?" And then you see the
Yeah,
smile on
she
10's
is.
face drops, and you see him go, "You're a pretty smart fella, ain't you?"
Yeah. And during that, we find out that the case has gone on for 6 days,
Mhm.
and 8 is not so sure about the defense attorney,
Yes.
saying
That this is
the guy obviously didn't believe in his client. He didn't try very hard because it was a open and shut case.
Hmm. It is interesting because again, uh, this case, or well, this case specifically, kind of hinges on a lot of gray area because, or a lot of speculation, I guess you could say, in a legal term, because as far as the evidence goes, they only have what we've laid out. Everything else would be up to conjecture or, speculative. And that's sort of the defense's job is to make it all not speculative and make it all seem concrete. Um, which you can, I think, tell as we go along that he didn't do a very good job with that. And I think they state several times that you know, I think juror 8 says, well, if I was on trial for murder and I knew I was going to get the death penalty, I would want my lawyer to be trying their absolute hardest to make sure I wouldn't end up there.
Yep, and this
Uh,
is true.
this
Mhm.
does bring up one of the few issues I have with this film, where
Oh, oh, hold
I've
on! It's one of the Crimson's famous issues with the film moments. Put it in the
you guys could refute it. It's definitely possible. It's kind of thin.
okay.
Um,
I'm sorry I
I
said that.
found it hard to believe, even with a lazy lawyer, that there were that many holes. We, through this whole film, destroy everything in this case.
Mm.
Everything got flipped, and it's pretty hard to believe that that much got by the defense attorney, even if he sucks.
Well, again, though,
The
I think
question of the knife
yeah.
being unique, the angle, the everything about the witnesses were proven to be in question.
Well,
Everything.
I actually looked into this a little bit because I was trying to figure out because I thought it was pretty, like surprisingly open and shut case on the opposite end, right? As far when they kind of poked all the holes in it, and looking into it, actually, legally legally speaking, right? So not not movie or whatever. It would be impossible to actually have him be voted not guilty because there's so much circumstantial evidence that they can't refute necessarily, right?
Makes sense.
Like, yeah. So with so much circumstantial evidence, they would, obviously it's still up to the jury to decide, but they wouldn't be this kind of like, well, maybe, because again, all they're doing is speculating. All they have to do is they're working against the evidence that has been put forward. They don't have like well, they said that or whatever, that kind of thing. So realistically, this would have been a guilty just by the circumstantial evidence alone, because there's so much of it, and there's nothing on the defense's side. But again, that also goes into your thing of I it is a little unbelievable that the defense attorney would be that incompetent. I must admit.
I think 8 makes a point about the lawyer not being particularly passionate about the case. Just
Mm.
because he was assigned it, it's not something he wanted to do.
Yeah, even if
So,
he wanted, it wouldn't really mean anything.
Yeah,
yeah.
that was the reasoning behind it. I just
Hmm.
think even a lawyer that doesn't care would still save reputation because your past
You would hope.
uh, court successes and failures do impact your career as a lawyer.
Yes, but I think if again, there's so much circumstantial evidence here, it would be such an uphill battle. You'd have to fight so hard for this, and it's I mean, I can see both sides of it where it's like, well, yeah, but if somebody's gonna die, you don't want, 2 deaths on your conscience or something,
It's just
But
that every facet was immediately put into question by the end of
mhm.
this. There wasn't even one thing that was for sure. He
Well, there
didn't
was
do
one thing that was
anything.
for sure. Somebody stabbed
Yeah, there was a
Batman.
dead guy.
Uh,
That's the only thing for sure. Everything else was put into question.
Yeah, I think personally, I'm probably 50-50 on it. Um,
a lot of it hinges on the defense attorney being a moron. I will give you that, and it does
well,
seem a little unbelievable
it's
at
not
times.
it's not really necessarily his moron. It's just like I said, there is that aspect of that the defense attorney was just bad at his job, or he was dispassionate about this particular job.
Yeah, because I think you can be. I mean, because I guess believably, right? If we're talking, trying to figure out, how believable it is. If he's fresh out of law school, defense attorney, court appointed, he is probably realistically not going to be good. It takes a long. I think even people that went to law school, I'm sure can probably attest that it takes you a long time to get good at being a lawyer because it's very hard. Because I think
I would
school is
imagine.
definitely very very different than an actual courtroom.
You do
Uh,
mention him being young, so that's possible.
I if he like I said, that's not in the movie. We don't know anything about it. That's purely my reading of it. So it's possible. Um, all they say is that the jury rates thinks he was incompetent and wasn't trying very hard. So like I said, could be fresh out of law school. Doesn't really have much of a choice in what he picks in which cases.
Mhm.
Uh,
Uh,
what do you think, Springs?
Um,
How about he's gone?
I got nothing really on it.
all right,
Okay.
All right, fair enough.
I guess since I find it as an issue, I guess I'll pose a potential solution for myself. I
What was
guess.
it? Hit it up.
if we were during the courtroom scene in the beginning, if we
I'll let you
saw the
be in the
defense
character.
attorney, um, we got to see how laid back he was. I think
Mhm.
that would help because right now we just have the words of people. We
And their
don't know any.
observations.
Yeah. So I think it would be handy to see the defense attorney and how laid back he is, or how sweaty he is. Like, oh man, I got
Sweaty.
wrecked during this case. Something so we as an audience can see if he actually did care or not, instead of eight just saying, "Well, it makes sense he wouldn't care because it's a kid from the slums." But I mean, I would like to see for myself something of the defense attorney.
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, because we go through every other witness or whatever pretty in depth. We don't really get much more on the lawyer, do we?
No.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. All right. I'll yeah. I can agree with that. So I guess to continue on, 5 passes in the line because he's torn, but he passes because he doesn't
Yeah.
really want to express his opinion. 6 is sitting across from 8 and kind of explains that he was looking for a motive, and because of that, he was convinced fairly early with the whole "I'm gonna kill you" line. I think is what his approach is,
Yeah.
and I actually have a personal note here. Is like if you look for something, you will often find it.
Yeah.
Uh, so, and I'm kind of glad we have that perspective represented, if only slightly. Because people. I mean, we read into things all the time because we do this in the podcast for that's kind of our job
Yeah.
here.
There's a whole mix
So
of that. Yeah.
so like if you read into something, you will find what you're looking for one way or another. It's typically uh standard life lesson. So I'm kind of happy that Juror 6 represents that a little bit. Um, 11 chimes in at the time of the argument, and I. This is also important because 8 also proves in just a quick line of dialogue he remembers some of the facts pretty well, correcting the kind of the testimony timing that 11 was giving.
Mhm.
Um, and
He's
then
a
this kind of
watchmaker.
and he's a watchmaker, huh? And
Mhm.
then I think 8 makes the point as well as 2 slaps uh not being enough to provoke the the kid into murder. And 4 points out it could just have been 2 too many, and very clinically says that every man has a breaking point. And 8 and 4 kind of exchange a look at each other, and they're both kind of relatively comfortable with their positions.
Yeah.
Um, do we have anything more to say before I move on to 7?
Uh, mm, uh, no.
Okay, Sprinks.
No.
All right.
Are you sure? You don't
Yeah.
sound sure.
No.
Okay.
I'm lost in my notes,
Oh.
unfortunately.
Uh,
I'm
then
having trouble reading mine as well.
yeah, yeah. It's a hard one because it's just numbers. I have dyslexia, so this going
All
through my
right,
notes is
I
just
guess I'll ask a
hilarious.
clarification question. Has Juror 4 given a description of the switch knife yet?
No.
Not
No.
yet. We're
Okay.
almost there.
Okay.
We're almost there. Yeah.
Then okay, that helps me with my notes. Okay.
Okay. Um. So, s- and then so we just finished the slaps. 7 starts with nonchalance, but it decides to focus on the kid's record. Evidently, the kid threw a rock at a teacher. At 15, he stole a car. He was arrested for mugging and knife fighting. Um, so that's what 7 decides to focus on. 8 makes a point of childhood trauma. 7 says he beat him up too. 3 jumps in on it just to kind of remind us what his perspective is. Um, 1 is kind of beaten down by the rest of the room at this point, and when 8 asks if he can go, 1 responds, he doesn't really care. Um, and 8 personally admits that he doesn't really have anything brilliant or profound, but this is the kind of where we get the lawyer talk that Crimson just brought up. So I will just breeze through this. Lawyer really the Hugh Slim, the lawyer the boy had, wasn't really defending him to the best of their ability, um, and gets 12 to admit that it's not an exact science. The people, pretty much.
Mhm.
And 3 here permanently interrupts the flow of the rest of the numbers. because we don't. We from this point on, we don't go any further down the line. And he says he points. He used the the knife that was used, and he uses the knife as an example to shut two's arguments down. And one goes to ask for the knife. And then this is where four asks if eight thinks the knife is strong evidence, and gets eight to agree to the setup of the argument that he's about to make,
Yeah.
pretty much. And then he clinically breaks down the facts, and he takes he takes input from juror number 6 to correct himself, to kind of make sure it's more accurate. And then on switchblade knives, because he's not an expert in that. And then this is kind of where I wrote some notes down for juror 4, because juror 4 doesn't really know the details perfectly, but well enough to articulate them and with input. And we learn the knife is one of a kind, according to the shopkeeper. So now that we're starting this breakdown, do you want to go, Springs?
Yes. It was an interesting thing. It caught me off guard of why it was done, and then later on in the film, it reminded me of why. So it's interesting. When Juror 4 is giving the description of the switch knife, Juror 3 walks by the camera in the foremost ground, like walking in front of the camera lens by mistake, to then go off to the left-hand side to have Juror 3 on the left, Juror 8 on the right being mid-ground, and Juror 4 in the background, which can be seen as Juror 3 and 4 kind of sandwiching Juror 8 and being against, because later in the film, Juror 3 is kind of an agreeance hype man for what 4 has to say, and does this at this point in the film. So I think it's
Yeah.
to show even the smallest like bond of Juror 3 and 4 and how they tackle the situation against 8. But it's an interesting way of doing it. I think it wouldn't have been as weird or eye popping if Juror 3 came in from the left hand side rather than from the right and going through, like, basically body blocking the whole camera lens.
Yeah.
So it was an interesting way of doing it.
Yeah, he definitely, he's pacing the room while 4 is breaking down the the knife scene, more or less.
Yeah, I get the camera angle. I don't fully get the choreography.
Yeah, there's a couple of missed choreographed moments in this. This is definitely one of them. Though I don't think this is the most egregious as another one is. So,
Yeah.
I didn't
um,
notice.
Oh, I didn't notice.
and so for even one of the things I do like about this is 4 even asks 8 if he's right so far. You know, allowing 8 the opportunity to correct him and give his chance at rebuttal, more or less, if he has anything to say. And I'm sorry, 4 clinically continues to break down the the knife, even when 8 points out the detectives threw the boy down the stairs, which is uh, I think an interesting that 4 just kind of brushes past that, which is kind of 4's thing. He doesn't really notice the a human slash emotional aspect to things as easily as others might. So it's very subtle, but I like that 4 just kind of moves past that almost immediately.
Yeah.
And it's very small but very character led. And then 4 drives the knife into the table as he drives his point home, and 8 drives the fact that there is a coincidence, that a coincidence is possible. And you know, as the room sort of pressures him, he pulls out his own one of a kind, quote unquote, knife and stabs into the table next to the murder weapon.
Ah, the 50s where you could bring a weapon into court.
Well, no, you
Right.
can't. You can't technically do that. You couldn't do that back then either.
Yeah,
Then I have an
I think.
issue if you couldn't do it back then.
I think you could.
Well, the guy
They
says that
didn't patent
it's
down.
Well, I said it's illegal to own a switchblade.
Yeah,
okay. Well,
he
that's right.
says it's
So
illegal to own it.
technically, he should. Yeah, but he should.
Yeah,
It's
but
kind of like you
they,
could
they don't
bring
search
knives
you.
onto planes back then and stuff as
Yeah,
well.
they don't search you, but it's yeah. And then everyone stares in disbelief. Everyone gathers around in a rush, and Eight tells a story about how he went to the pawn shop near the boy's house and bought it, which reinforces just the possibility. Um, the others exclaim the low chances with
It's
three
one in a
trying to
million.
yeah, three tries to deflect 12, 7, and 4 in order being in order always doing the same, but 4 being the last saying, admitting that it's not very probable. Um, and with that, do we have anything more on the knife scene?
I do like everyone's reactions when he put it in the table. It was
It's
Um,
true.
enjoyable. It was satisfying.
yes.
And they were all like running around, being like, "Oh my god, look at this!" And Four's just standing there, like, "Ah, crud. Ah,
Rah.
jeez, why do you have to make
Uh,
this complicated?"
uh, that's funny. I didn't read that on 4 at all. If that's
Yeah, he was just like,
if that's genuinely what you thought that he
that
was
was the
going through.
No,
first
I'm kind of making it
pregnancy.
jokey. He's just looking at it, analyzing, like, "Oh, wow,
Hmm.
Yeah,
okay, there's
yeah.
more here."
One of the things I like about 4 is he's always just clinically assessing all new information presented to him, and that's kind of a theme of why he's will eventually turn and how we get there. Because at that point, his everything is into question. So
I heard Juice
uh,
Sprinks trying to jump in.
Oh,
yes,
I was gonna say the fact that Juror 8 pulled out a knife told me he automatically knew from the point of going out to get the knife. Being Crimson said earlier, it's been a 6-day trial so far, up to the point of the jury being excused to give their vote. That Juror 8 knew going in that he already knew he was not guilty.
Well,
No, he
I
bought it the
think he
day
went into
before. Yeah, the day before.
what Sprinks is saying. The guy already thought he was innocent because he went to prove him innocent.
Yes, the
I
fact
think
he
he was
went out
just
and bought a
looking for
knife.
evidence. I don't.
yeah.
To
It
me, the fact that he went out and bought a knife to then bring in to show as an example of proof is to state that he automatically know or is going with that he's not guilty. But earlier he gave the uncertainty reason to helpfully ease those who are more for the not guilty to begin with. To say he's like 50-50, not like not innocent and try to fight against it, but say he could be swayed either way.
Well, because it's not. Yeah, it's not good to come in at a point of opposition.
I think it was a clever and witty manipulation tactic onto 8 to put onto the rest of the group to then ease his way into explanation towards things. But the
it
knife
also
that he bought proves that to me that he already knew what he was doing going in.
Well, he's the master of the soft sell.
That's true. It's certainly possible. I mean, he does die on the hill of being like, "I'm not sure." So,
yeah, he doesn't really
there's nothing
grow
that
more.
refutes your point, I guess.
Yeah,
He,
like I said,
he
he just has a reasonable doubt in his mind. So
yeah, he the I think I mean the knife makes it seem like he knows it wasn't the kid, and I guess that's sort of the point. But it it's just something where I think he's also trying to, especially because he goes off on saying that like
He's the new defense attorney.
the defense attorney was doing a crap job. He's trying to actually give the kid an actual chance, and so an an actually decent defense attorney would probably have used something similar to that of like finding you could pick these up in any five and dime and in his neighborhood or whatever. It's not that one off knife.
It's just a sales pitch.
Oh yeah, but still.
yeah, it also kind of speaks to Eight's character that he is uh not idealistic but principled enough to actually go and take a walk around, you know, the neighborhood of the crime itself and just kind of step into pawn shops to look for the knife, as it were.
Hmm.
Or not necessarily look for the knife, but end up arriving there and just seeing it. Um, it speaks to his character, just already just inherently questioning everything he heard. Because at that point, when he found the knife, I think that's when he made the decision, like of being uncertain, like he doesn't know anymore. So I think him finding the knife is what ground him in his uncertainty and possibility.
At the time that he found the
That's
knife to
also possible.
purchase.
Yes. So that I think that's where he felt that's where he felt grounded in his uncertainty from that point on. Because at that point he just
Oh,
distrusted the knife's evidence. You know,
so before going out on his own, you think he was going with the defendant being guilty?
I don't know if he was going with the defendant being guilty, but he was certainly curious enough to look around the neighborhood. As he says, he took a walk around the neighborhood where the kid used to live and where the crime happened.
Okay,
So I definitely think I don't know if he went in there believing he was guilty, but he definitely went there just because principally he was curious enough, you know? Something about the whole thing and as he says with the whole lawyer not defending him though, something already felt off to him clearly. So he went off and did his own little bit of
okay,
small minor investigation. And once he found the knife, it ground him in his uncertainty.
okay. So the
So
knife purchase grounded 8 into uncertainty from your viewpoint, and from my
yes,
viewpoint, finding the knife grounded him as in not guilty.
yes,
Okay.
that's our two different readings. So I'm just providing a different perspectives here.
And they both fit.
Yes.
They both work.
um, and two tries to express his opinion on eight's revelation. As everyone sits down, realizes that there are now two knives of the exact likeness. Three yells at him to kind of shuts him down, like, "What's interesting about it?" That sort of thing.
I
Uh,
don't know. It's just
yeah,
interesting.
3
yeah,
is just a bag of hot air.
pretty much, yeah. Uh,
Overly.
10 jumps a bit on 8, and 7 talks and exclaims they could be held up all night. 9 is the one that reminds 7 that it's only one night and the boy might die. And side arguments break out between 11 and 10 over the knife again. 1 tries to calm the situation, and then realizing that this was potentially going to go nowhere, 8 proposes a vote by anonymous ballot and pretty much says if he's the only one at the end of it, he will switch his vote to guilty, and they would all uh, walk
And
out.
then he would turn into a juror number seven.
What a
But it
gamble.
doesn't matter.
Doesn't
That's
matter.
He's
Thank
I
God
mean,
that
he got a
little
good
man
read of the
he's
people.
so clever.
is.
I mean, that was the right way to do it.
Yeah,
yeah,
I think Juror 8 is just so smart. And how it's expressed how smart he is so cool.
that's true. I do think Juror 8 is very, very savvy. I don't think he's as manipulative as you're making him out to be, Springs, but I do think he's very, very savvy. Because I believe this was genuine on his part. Because he's true. It is true. It is a gamble. He is gambling for support.
Okay.
But I do think he would have.
Maybe manipulation's a little too evil sounding. I'd say he's very analytical.
Uh,
And he
Analytical
can
and
read a
observant.
room and the
Yeah, he can.
Well,
situation.
he's been with
Yeah.
these people for 6 days. Hasn't necessarily talked to them, but he can pick up on their mannerisms
Well,
and things just sitting around or watching them enter the courtroom or leave for that instance.
he needs them to feel like they have the ability to sway him as well or something, you know. So if he just says, "Well,
so
I'm just gonna sit here and disagree with you guys until this is over. Like I'm not gonna budge." If he gives them an out, in the case of like nobody else thinks he's not guilty, I'll just leave it.
yeah.
Whatever.
So I have a follow up question for you, Springs. Do you think 8 would have switched his vote as he said he would if everyone voted guilty?
I think he would have, because he would
All
have
right.
given his word.
And then, but then at that point, I guess it
He's a
wouldn't
man
have
of
been
his word, but he's also principled. So I don't know.
I think
well,
he would
yeah,
have
but at
said
that
things
point,
to maybe make him feel bad, to maybe get someone to change right then and there, but I think
maybe
he would have kept his word with guilty.
it would have been a last ditch effort. But I think in doing so, he also though maybe some
Eight
way
is
like
eight is
cleared himself
principled.
because it
Eight is
wasn't. Yeah,
Yeah, 8 is principled Crimson, but you have to remember he actually doesn't know all the evidence they're going to break down throughout the course of this. It's other people that chime in that gives him ideas to bounce off of.
And prove his
Yeah.
points at various
So
times.
while he is principled, I actually don't even think he would have a last ditch. He'd be really depressed about it. I just think he would have switched his vote, uh, if everyone had voted guilty.
Do you think he would have sat down and just said, let's call for a Hun trial.
Ugh,
Rather
mm,
than saying
No,
guilty, he would have just said Hun.
I
I
I
don't think
don't
he was
think
that strong on it
I don't think he was that strong on it. Yeah.
Okay.
Um.
because obviously no one would have agreed to that in the first place at this
No,
point.
I think that would have sparked a whole different thing. I think he would have just been defeated and gone with guilty.
10 would have been like, "You really want a hung trial for this man?"
I
Yeah.
haven't been
You know
hung in
what?
Yeah.
years.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it was-
That was a
uh.
good one. Pretty zippy.
So. Uh.
I will say,
Three.
Ryder, before you begin, I have
Huh?
to dip out, and I will be back later at some point. So continue.
Okay. So 8 proposes the ballot. Votes go down the line. And he goes to kind of stand over by the water can, and the somber music kicks in again from where we once again saw the kid from earlier, where the same music pretty much is playing. Very simple. Um, and we follow the POV of the not guilty vote down the table into the pile. Um,
Oh,
because yeah, it is the old man's vote. We start on his vote that's passed down.
I
Um,
didn't notice that. That's good.
yeah, like I said, good details. I love this movie. All right, but Sinister, since you have to go for pretty soon, do you want
Yeah,
to give us your rating and your final thoughts, if you will?
yeah, yeah. My final
Well,
thoughts.
final thoughts for now. You
Final
can
thoughts are
leave it
not.
for
Yeah.
that.
Halfway
Uh,
through the movie,
yeah.
or a third
I
actually.
might do yeah, third of the way through the movie. Uh, all right. Some of this could change. When we do a recap or whatever. Just prefacing that. So this is not necessarily my final thoughts, but watching this, I was pretty engrossed, and definitely, I think I enjoyed this more than I thought I would, because I kind of remember it just being kind of okay when I was a kid, but watching it now is definitely a lot more gripping, shall we say?
Yeah, you
Um,
pick up a lot more as an adult for sure.
yeah, exactly, yeah. Um, I think I just remember being like, oh yeah, it's so obvious that the kid's gonna be fine or whatever or something, or whatever. And now it's like, oh yeah, there's some like I think they do a pretty good job of getting rid of like the gray area and making it kind of be black and white or whatever. But uh, I I think it's still pretty gray, which I tend to like. Um, yeah, so I think it does a really good job with the characters. I mean, they have 12 pretty distinct characters. I think we did mention that some of them do seem to be a little bit one note, but only like having a few of them be one note out of a whole cast is pretty incredible. I think we said the same thing for Casablanca. There's so many really diverse characters in there, and pretty amazing that only a couple of them are sort of fall maybe a little bit flat. So and I think the camera work is really. I don't like to throw genius around, but I think it's very subtle. It's very subtle, and once you notice it, it's very on purpose. It's very much done with a purpose of setting
Yeah, I
up
had
the
some
tension.
facts about the camera work that I was gonna
Mhm.
bring up later about intentions, but
Well, I'll
there's a
call
lot
you
of
later.
intention.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll call you later. You can tell me all of them. Yeah. And, overall, I think they do a really good job of just setting up a very dense issue. I think I mentioned, I mentioned earlier again, like that was it's just 12 people talking pretty much for the most part. I mean, there's the judge earlier and there's a little bit of, background scenery kind of early on to set up everything, but like it's just 12 guys in a room talking for, hour and a half. So there has to be a very, very dense, very, very dense issue, and in order to keep that engaging for that and I think they do a really good job of setting that up as well. And I think the black and white, the shadows, all that. I have seen a little. Some people I think have done like AI colorization and stuff to this. I think I saw a couple of those, and
What?
it just doesn't. Yeah, no, I saw there was like a 10 somebody took like I think 10 minutes or like clips or whatever and edited into like 10-minute things of like a colorization of this, and it just doesn't look nearly as good. Um, it kind of looks like if you ever seen Rear Window, I think that's like one of Alfred Hitchcock's first color ones after he'd been doing black and white.
Mhm.
Uh, doesn't nearly look as good. I mean, it looks good, but
It's a different feel.
there's just something about black and white. It just it's so it makes it so much more ambiguous.
Could you imagine
Uh,
Sin City in color? No.
could you imagine color in Sin City? Uh, well, there's red. Anyways, uh, yeah. So cinematography is really really good, and the acting. I mean, the meter at which everybody kind of functions at is pretty damn near, on par with I think some of the best of them. And these are all, I think, with the exception of Henry Fonda and maybe a couple who's juror number 8 and maybe a few others that are kind of in and out. I think these are all like character actors. So they're all, none of them are really leading figures with a few exceptions. And then I think juror number 1 is also he's been in a bunch of stuff, but I couldn't pick them out right at this moment. Uh I'm sure everybody's gonna be like, "Well, he was in at least 500 movies, and he starred in almost every single one of them." I'm like, "Okay, whatever, shut up."
He was in a
Feel
Twilight Zone
free,
episode.
Yeah,
feel free to research them.
yeah,
Sinister.
feel
Bring
free
it up
to,
for the
yeah,
recap.
yeah. Um, so, and it's no small feat, I think, because this is a lot of continual shots and a lot of people have to say things that are not directly right after. They're like in the middle of somebody else talking, and it has to all be organized chaos. It's a very difficult thing to do, especially on a film set. I think in a play it's a little bit easier, but on a film set it's very hard because you're so used to punching in and out basically with your lines.
Mhm.
So I think with all that said, there's a little bit of I think there's some story cajoling at the very least of like because we're left with is the information that we're given secondhand by some of the juror members. So some of that is kind of leaves a little bit more to be desired. I think we touched on a little bit, and probably there'll be more later on. Uh, but honestly, even with that, I think everything else is just so good. It's very hard to fault it too much or have it have as much weight. But I think some of it does stick out just a little bit. The defense attorney, we kind of don't know enough to guarantee if that's realistic or not, and we're not really sure of the intentions of I think every single juror member, which is fine. But again, that's kind of a little bit of a miss. But all in all, taking the good, take the bad, you take the rest, and then you have 12 Angry Men. Uh, it's I feel comfortable at this moment giving it a 9. Could go lower. I could go higher in a recap, but I think 9 is a decent placeholder because I definitely really enjoyed watching this. And probably my first complaint before we came up with anything was I only wish it was a little bit longer. Because
Funnily enough, I know for a fact the version that I watched on Freevee
Mhm.
had scenes cut from it.
Oh,
So I was waiting for this particular scene to come up because I was one is not really developed in the version that we watched because there's a whole separate scene where one actually talks about thinking he's a bad foreman and seven actually encourages him. There's another scene in the bathroom that's totally not in the version that I watched.
that wasn't in the version I watched either. I thought you were gonna
Yeah.
say the when the rain's coming down and 7 or 8 talks to 1.
Uh, yeah.
No, yeah, that wasn't in the version I watched either.
That's another one. Yeah. So
So
that's another scene that got cut. So yeah, the version that we watched is the shorter version, evidently, and I was kind of like, oh, those are gone. That's weird. But
it's in the director's cut.
yeah.
Um,
Well,
so yeah.
Sinister, I guess we'll catch you next time,
Wait,
buddy.
wait,
Yes,
Uh,
wait.
I'll
uh,
hopefully see
Sinister,
you.
do you got a couple more minutes, like 3 or 4? or
Sure.
you
We
have to
can
leave?
just cut
Okay.
this out and then edit it into the ending.
I had questions I was going to give everyone at the very end. So,
Okay.
um, first one, who do you think you are, or up to 3 amalgamations do you think you are? Like, you think you're juror 1, 2, 3, etc., or just who do you view yourself as in this?
Hmm. I'm probably I'm probably like an amalgamation of like juror number 8 and juror number um 1 maybe.
Okay.
'Cause I think yeah, I do think especially for something like that. I mean, every case would probably be different, you know. I don't think this is necessary for if like you got like a Grand Theft Auto case or something and you know, like oh, you got to talk about this for, you know, we got to really span this out.
Yeah.
But I think for
Uh,
like a murder case or something, I think you really need to I think it's better even if it's open and shut or whatever. I think it's good to spend the time cuz you're dealing with somebody's, you know,
life.
life.
Yeah, that's fair. You had more questions, Crimson?
Yes, the second question, the last
Second
question.
question.
Um, outside of court, because I'm pretty sure everyone at this point would assume reasonable doubt here, do you think he did it?
They definitely had a lot that was refuted that made it seem a little bit more open and shut. I think the part that the the knife falling out of his pants, the whole thing of him going to the movies, I don't know how much of that I buy. That seems a little bit that they kind of didn't really able they sort of found a way to the movies they kind of figured out a way to explain that away or you know explain you know you know
Some doubt.
speculatively yeah they put in doubt for that. But I don't but those 2 things just kind of felt like really they stood out as not being you couldn't really the prosecution side of it, that stuff I you know was kind of like but like the defense part of it, just those 2 things just seemed like not very well grounded. Um, but I guess out of those 2 things and everything else kind of getting thrown out, it's pretty it's closer that he's not guilty than he is. If I only had those 2 things to contend with of like that I couldn't solve, I think I would still vote him not guilty.
All right.
Okay.
And now
Thank,
I have
thanks for answering.
Yeah.
yeah, and now I have one last question before you drop out. Because well, Crimson unironically stole the other 2 questions I intended to ask.
Oh.
Yeah.
But we came up with it independently. I have
Yeah.
one more. If you were to act for one of these jurors, who would you want to act as?
Oh.
Like, if you were going
Like
to be in a
like I had
movie,
to be a table read or something
if you're
or
a script read, or acting a character, who would you want to play for your fun?
probably juror number 12.
Yeah, I could see that.
I can see that. Yeah, I can totally see that.
All right. All right, buddy. We'll
Yeah.
catch you next time.
All right. I hope you guys enjoyed the rest of the discussion, everybody.
All right. Bye.
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 And then there were 2 for the moment.
Yes, for the moment.
um. So, yes, we're back into the movie. We follow the not guilty vote down the table into the pile, and one reads through the pile very. Uh, it's not really boringly, but it's very like not meticulous.
Matter of factly, I guess.
Yeah, he has a very tone of voice of which it's like matter of factly, but it's not bored. It's just pointed. If that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, and he
Did
stands
he?
up.
I don't remember. Did he shuffle it at all?
No. I think he just put the 2 piles together.
Okay.
I don't remember if he shuffled it either. Um, but I do like the fact that the not guilty vote isn't the last one, like it's a cliche. He gets through a fair amount of them, and then he stands up to once he gets to the not guilty vote.
Uh,
10 angrily demands to know who. 7 and 3 get up to pace, angrily spouting, and 3 accuses 5. And 4 just looks contemplative and
uh,
tries to rather harshly calm a growing fight, saying that 3 is excitable.
which
You
is
bet
true.
I'm excitable.
Yeah,
Uh,
I had the same thing you're gonna say where it wasn't the last one, but it was pretty darn close to it. There were like, well, if we did the last one, it's little
yeah.
lame.
I
So
think
let's
there
make it
was
the second to the last one.
I think there were 2 left in total.
Okay, I have the
Uh,
scene up right now. I'm gonna count.
uh, I'll go ahead. You go ahead and count. I will continue on for the audience. Um, so but 3 accuses 5, and 5 like tries to somewhat stand up for himself. Like, you can't treat me like that. And 3 is just kind of waving him off. And then before 3 before 3 can continue, 9 interrupts him and admits he was the one who changed his vote. I think it's important to note as well that 11's like, you can't stand and accuse anybody because we all agreed that it was going to be an anonymous vote. But I think it adds a little more to 9 standing up and admitting that he's the one who changed his vote, and earns 3's like very harsh emotional stare after the outburst. And 8 has a small smile on his lips.
Yes, uh, it was the 10th one counted.
Ah, okay. So say it is second to last.
Yeah, because I don't know if no, the foreman himself wrote anything down. So yeah,
Uh, well, I mean, it had to be right. If it was the 10th one counted and there was another one on the plate, there was more on the table. He would have had to have written his down.
well, there's 12 people. Kind of the foreman.
Yeah, but
The
eight's
10th one was
abstaining.
not from the written vote.
Yeah, he abstains from the written vote. That was the whole point of it.
That's right.
So it is second to last.
Cut that out.
No, it's okay.
Cut it out.
I love
That's all
everyone's
right.
old man moments. We all get them. It's okay.
Yeah. Speaking of the old man, though, uh, yes, he stood up in his defense. He just happens to be the last one that didn't, or the first one to not get his chance around the table,
Yes.
uh, which is definitely intentional in the writing of this. Because if he got his say and then he was then the defender, then it would kind of feel out of balance towards every other character in this. Because every character gets their own time to shine in this. And if
Yeah.
he had two pretty much back to back, it would feel weird, I think.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think there was just a little like couple lines from 9 that hint that he's kind of starting to listen to what 8 has to say. Um yeah, like 9 is the one that says it's only one night that we're going to be stuck in here and the boy might die. That's what 9 says. So there's already a few hints before we get to this moment, but it is nice. It goes with the group almost.
What do you think? Because I'm pretty sure we don't find out. What was his reason for being guilty? What do you think the old man's was? Because
Um
originally he was guilty.
let's see. Well, I don't think he had the I don't know if he I don't know. We don't really get anything on that, do we? He
Yeah,
just says
everyone else we know, like 10 is obviously like a race problem, even though he doesn't get his piece in the
yeah,
around the table. We know.
yeah.
Um,
I think 9 was similar to 8 where he was on the fence. He just leaned a little more towards guilty after hearing everything. Um and then and then the whole thing is like he respects 8's motives and that's why he ultimately votes not guilty because he wants to know more because he says he doesn't sure. He isn't sure. That's kind of where he's admits to being at almost.
yeah, he wants to hear him out and give him more of a chance.
Yeah. He respects the deliberation, and he talks about how hard it is to stand up to the ridicule of others, which is true. It is very brave on Eight's part to kind of stand up to the whole room and be the outlier, because that is very hard for people to do. Um, And then 7 storms out, and 9 yells at him, but 8, calms him down before he, overexerts himself, and he sits them back down.
And then 12 goes back to his advertising pitches and drawings and stuff.
Yes.
I don't
And
remember
then
exactly what he was talking about, but
yeah, and then 4 asks if they should continue, and 1 suggests a break. Um, and then 1 moves to return the knife as well, while 12 talks to 11 first about his advertising, but eventually includes 11 back once he returns to his seat. But it's also important to note here that 1 is actually studying the knife as he's getting ready to hand it over. Um,
uh,
before he's roped into the conversation.
did they
So
have um, fingerprint identification in the 50s? Anything?
there's
They did, right?
there's a mention of it, and they talk about how the boy
Yeah.
wiped his fingerprints clean on the knife.
Yeah.
Which is also something that didn't add up for me in the case. But because like if he had gotten there to wipe his fingerprints off the knife, why would the detectives have thrown him down the stairs? Like they would wait for him to fucking wipe the fingerprints off, or
I don't know. There are several things that don't add up in the case, which I'm sure we'll bring up towards the end
yeah.
when we ask if he's guilty or not.
Mm. Um,
Um, God, these are the worst notes out of anything we've covered so far.
yeah,
Because I just
yeah,
write tiny description, comma, tiny description, because everything happens in a sequence, one after another.
yeah, I know. That's yeah, I agree. My notes are pretty bungled too. So yeah, it's pretty much me writing the script without writing the script is what my notes are. Um, so 3 tries to apologize to 5, but is without making an apology,
Yeah.
and he moves past it very awkwardly and makes it like he tries to change the subject, and 5 just stares at him. And then we
Yeah.
follow 5 back to his chair, and then we follow 8 as he heads up to get the restroom. It's a very fluid, one-shot camera movement that I really like, where we follow people in the room. And as 8 goes into the restroom, we see two watching 6 fiddling with the fan, and it's very emblematic of two's character, I think, just sitting on the sideline and watching. And then 6 goes to him to strike up a conversation, now that they've reached a break almost. Do you have anything to add, sir?
Um, no, not really. I mean, obviously, they're pointing out the heat is becoming an issue.
Yes.
The addition of the weather is pretty smart in this film because as the heat rises, so does the energy in the room.
So does the tension, yeah, and so does the storm as well
Mhm.
that we get.
I have
Everyone's all
returned.
sweaty by the end.
Yes, it's true.
Where's
Sprinks, you've missed 2 interesting camera movements, so I'll catch you up to where we
Oh boy.
are.
I see Sinister has left.
Yes, he had to drop out.
Okay.
So the one of the interesting camera movements is that during the anonymous vote, we follow the not guilty vote from the old man to the pile, and that's where we stay for 1 reading through all the votes. So that was one interesting movement, camera note trick that I followed through. And the other
Oh,
one was the
so when the anonymous ballots went through, the not guilty one from the old man was the one that was tracked?
yes,
Oh, interesting. I did not catch that.
uh, yeah, and then the other one where 3 is trying to apologize to 5 because he snapped at 5, thinking that 5 was the one who switched his vote. And then 5 just kind of blatantly stares at him as 3 awkwardly apologizes without apologizing, and then tries to change the subject. And then 5 just quietly walks past, and we follow his movement to his end of the table, where the camera then focuses on 8 getting up and going into the restroom, to where we see 2 and 6 trying to talk about the fan, like they're starting the fan and they talk about the heat.
Yes.
It was all one motion. I really like the camera movements, so I'll bring them up when I notice because you're more the camera guy than I am.
And Spring Rink's sister gave it a 9.
A 9. Okay. Good to
And but we are just about to enter the restroom. Do you have anything you would like to add
know. Looking
to
over my
anything that's from the
notes.
vote to there?
Um, the music kicks in when juror 8 calls for another vote. When he calls for it, which makes me think that the music choice, even though it's very minor and only appears maybe 3 or 4 times in the whole film of actual music played in the background, seems to be only tailored to juror 8 and not
I would
any other
agree
character.
if it didn't play for 3 at the end.
Or in the beginning with the defendant.
Well, the beginning one with 3, when 3's giving his argument before crying.
Yes. It picks up at the end, but where he's about to after he's broken down. The the song kicks in.
When everyone's packing up.
Okay, that one I'm a little more iffy on. Is that played? Because I could still say that's for juror 8. Because at
It's
that
focused
point, it makes it
it's
that juror 8's not guilty 1.
maybe.
Because
The
it's the
camera's
last vote
on
to be made.
3 when it
Yeah.
starts though, and he's kind of crying into his arm.
Okay.
At least that's how I remember it. So,
Yeah.
you know.
That one I guess iffy on the fence about. But I just think the music only tailors to juror 8. So that's something I picked up for that second vote. Um, there's a single camera cut to juror 8, I think, during the discussion before the bathroom, where it just cuts to him and he's breaking a smile on his face to give even more proof that this is what he wanted.
He does smile when Nine
Yeah, he
admits
wants a
to
discussion
openly.
out of it.
Yeah. He definitely smiles when Nine finally stands up and admits that he was the one who, like, he breaks the whole anonymous thing after 3 was accusing 5. He's the one who steps up eventually and speaks up for him. And 9 read it kind of well, like he gambled for support more or less, and 9 gave it to him. So yeah, he does smile once, I think, for that.
Okay. And then I guess the last thing I have is there's a possibility of a continuity error
Go on.
of it cuts to juror 8 um standing. Oh gosh, how do I describe this from my notes to what's going on? Um Juror 8 standing, and then it cuts to a single shot of him sitting. Then
Yeah,
God, my note
I know.
says juror 8 has him standing opposed to just sitting, and then opposed to previously just standing. So it's like he sat down in his chair for like 4 seconds to stand back up.
Uh, okay. So how I remember it is the continuity error for me was he walked over to the water machine, more or less, when the vote was being cast. Uh, and then he walked back over. Well, and then we kind of cut to him being next to 9, pretty much. Once 9 steps in to, uh,
Okay.
you know, speak on his behalf. I think that was the continuity error I caught. It was very minor, but it is there. But you might be right because I know there's a few things that break out into discussion before he gets back up to go to the restroom. I don't remember quite the moment you're talking about though. You could be referring to either that or something else.
Okay. It's somewhere
Nothing
around
from me.
there, I guess, but it just my notes are not far in depth as yours, writer. Unfortunately,
Yeah. Well,
unfortunate on my part. But
yeah. No. Well, I'm quote unquote hosting this week, so my notes needed to be on the thicker end. Um. So. Okay. Going back through 12. Uh. Comments to 11. I think I skipped over the 12 comments to 11 about uh, the old man switching being unexpected. Um, and then, yeah, we go to the restroom. That's the only thing I missed. So Does anyone have anything to say about the restroom scene? We have two character interactions here. 8 talks with 7 first, and he gets the whole sales pitch discussion, and we only get the maybe, and 8 keeps his motive rather vague about why he wants to, stand up for the boy. And 7 talks himself, and he pretty much lets 7 talks himself into a word trap. So he only gets 8 only has to throw in like one liners to kind of get out of uh what Seven's trying to press him on.
I think
So he calls him a
yeah,
do-gooder.
I think it's an interesting here that 7 gives good explanation to 8 as to why he sticks his ground on belief. But later in the film, when 11 asks, he's kerfuffled and fumbles around and doesn't know.
Yep. I kind of agree with that. It's very intentional that those two distinct differences.
He
Uh,
plays differently with each person, which is
uh,
kind of smart, I guess.
yeah, yeah,
That's what you do when you're trying to sway people. You can't just make a blanket statement in a room with 12 people and expect all of them to go with you.
hmm
So every time he has one-on-one time with people, it's usually pretty intentional what he says.
or what he
Uh,
doesn't, and he's quiet too, just listening to others
plus
somewhere
that,
else.
when Six was in the bathroom with them, you could tell he wanted to say stuff because he had already dried his hands and face, but then he went back to the other one that he already went to go again once he saw that uh, Six entered because he wanted to have another talk with someone privately because he was already done with his bathroom stuff, but he
Uh,
wanted to
I
prolong it.
I did miss that. Nice. What I caught was 6 stopping him before he left. Because 6 is the
So
one that kind of makes a gesture after him before he leaves.
he tried the broken one, went to the one closer to the camera. That one worked, dried off, and then went back to the broken one. And then Six stopped him. So I think he was trying to prolong it because why would you go back to the broken one?
Yeah, it's definitely possible. um, but it's 6 who's the one. Okay, 8 asks him a hypothetical if 6 was on trial, and 6 is honest in that he doesn't really do the hypotheticals, but he still offers a hypothetical. He doesn't really know. He doesn't really try to think about hypotheticals, but he still offers one to 8. Is that what if 8 talks them all out of it, and the boy really did kill his father? And 6 kind of leaves him to ponder that, and we kind of get a zoom in on 8's face, and we can kind of see him also heavily contemplating that. We could see the uncertainty there.
That is something I wish we had more of.
Yes, I do wish we had more of, but I am happy they at least paid lip service to the idea. Because this is script is trying to cover a lot.
Because we don't get much people breaking down eight fundamentally like that. Like that was such a small little segment that holds a lot behind it. Well, everyone's like, "Well, it's pretty obvious. Like, this is clear evidence." That they're
Yeah,
saying it straight to him instead of these philosophical, like, "Well, what if? You know, what if you're wrong? You convince
yeah.
everyone, and we get a killer on the streets."
That's kind of why, as I said, that's why I kind of like 6. Even though he's very subtle most of the time, but I think the fact that he's able to kind of give 8 a hypothetical, it would make it interesting if he pushed 8 a little bit more. It's in a extended version of this movie, so we get a little more in depth on 8. But we get to see 8 swallow, and we get to see him consider it. And I think the acting he does is fairly subtle. It's not overt. He's not talking at the camera and saying, "I am in conflicted."
No, that'd be weird.
That's modern writing.
That's modern writing. I'm making fun of the shit I have to watch at the movie theater normally when I go these days.
Yeah, there's no voiceover work needed.
Yeah.
That day was a hard day for me.
um, and then we kind of follow him back out into the main room. We see 7, 12, and 2 at the end of a trick some kind, which is kind of continuing what 7 started in the restroom with 8, playing to a more interested audience, I guess, about his little how he tricks people and what his kind of gimmick is, I guess. Um, and then one calls the group back to order. Do we have anything to say before we go on to the next one?
No, I have nothing in my notes until 9 starts talking about the torn jacket old man.
Uh,
Okay.
uh,
Well, I'm good up to this point.
okay. Uh, one calls the group to order. Three volunteers to go first, talking about the old man down the stairs and his testimony of hearing the boy. Uh, I like the fact that everyone's seated, and three calls him up before eight takes a seat, and eight just kind of straightens up near his chair. He doesn't take a seat. So he stays standing. Eight gives reasonable enough answers. His opposition corrects him. 12 and one jump in. One exclaiming that the court already approved it, and 12 saying it was through a window. Through an open window, how he heard the boy scream, "I'm going to kill his father." 8 says it's not enough for him. 7 gets up to exclaim again, more or less. 4 jumps in with another fact, as 4 does. 8 is about to construct an argument about the L train, uh, because I think 4 jumps in with the woman having actually witnessed the murder.
Mhm.
And 8's about to construct an argument around the L train because actually he's prompted by 4. He's reminded of the fact there was an L train running by the apartment. But he spots 3 and 12 playing tic tac toe. And 2 is watching, smoking his pipe, and 1 just looks bored.
It was
Do
kind
we
of weird
have.
seeing 3 do tic tac toe. I definitely see it through
Yes.
12, but 3 seemed weird.
I have a bit of a criticism on this as well. Um, but before I go into that, do we have anything to say up until this point?
Who, me?
Uh,
No.
Okay. And then Crimson, same.
um, yeah, sure.
Okay.
I'm good.
So I'm kind of 50-50 on this criticism. How much 12 and 3 had been going at 8 literally a second ago, because it's their voices that are chiming in against 8. It seems a bit of a jump that they would immediately just start playing tic tac toe out of nowhere. The conclusion here, otherwise, is that they started it deliberately. Um, and when 8 was about to make a counterpoint, they just started tic tac toe as if whatever he was going to say wasn't going to matter. All of which could work. I just think the jump is a bit jarring. It doesn't necessarily break the characters, but it does break the flow of the scene a little bit for me.
No
Um,
argument from me. I agree.
all right.
Felt weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Just checking with y'all. All right. So if you guys both agree that it feels a little bit off, I'm gonna move my 50-50 stance to over that it is off.
Yeah.
Um, the eight eight takes the paper away, crushing it, looking pointed at the 3. And I would guess my only conclusion is that he started it. And then kind of going a little bit more into my criticism. 3 is very offended, like the nerve, he exclaims that.
The nerve, the absolute nerve.
Yeah, and the reason I think 8, because 8 would have looked at 12 too. I mean, if they're both doing it, he would have looked at 12. But unless he saw 3 pass it out to do it intentionally, it throws this next scene into a little bit more criticism where he goes into the nerve argument. And I have 3 different readings of it. Either the nerve stuff is just him being sarcastic, which I don't think so because of how
I don't think so.
yeah, because
Not with how the
that's
actor portrayed it.
not with how the actor portrays it in the sense, and also we know that he's a very emotionally driven character, but I simply note it as a possibility. 2, he is trying to take the high road because he can, or 3, he is genuine in his surprise, which makes my criticism more certain in the previous scene, as described, because he
I
was.
read it as genuine.
Yeah. So yeah, and if it is genuine, I do think that makes the whole tic tac toe bit when 8 spots them a little bit worse because of the flow of it. Uh, do you have anything to add on to that, Sprinks?
I do not.
Okay. Then we move on to 8 starting up his point about the L train as we ignore 3 complaining. Uh, they he says it takes 10 to 12 seconds for an L train to pass a given point. They all agree with that, and I think it's important to note that because 4 brought it up, 4 agreed with the hypothetical and said, "All right, 10 seconds." You know, it's and it lends to why I like 4 as a lot character as a lot because he's willing to hear all points of view out, even if he doesn't necessarily agree with them.
Mhm.
Um, 8 asks an open question if anyone is willing to help him about build up to his point about living near an L train and the noise. And he starts talking about living near one. 6 chimes in and says he worked construction near one. Um, and 8 culminates in his point about how it would be impossible for the old man to hear the kid yell, "I'm going to kill you," over the roar of the L train.
And even if
Um,
he did, it wouldn't be identifiable.
yes, because it is the point of it is very noisy to live near the tracks. Um, and I th- do I have anything more to say on that scene? Um, Specifically to the build-up, I mean, of Eight's delivering his point. I like that Eight grabs something that's originally mentioned by juror number 4, being the L train um, fact, and he then realized it sparks almost like an idea in him, like a realization, to then continue on with this particular thought pattern. Um, and then uh, let's see.
All right, I'll add on here. So
All right.
obviously, the old man's a liar in the context of this movie, based off of everything we see, anyways, and hear.
Yeah, that we're all the context we're about to get, pretty much.
Yes. So, in a realistic setting, do you think someone like that would do that? Some old man would stand in front of a jury just to be acknowledged. I think that's a
Uh,
bit of a stretch. Uh,
well, remember
'cause
he
okay, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. My bit on this is I'm really not the I'm really a bad person to talk to this about because I've taken psychology classes and we did a whole section on the idea of eyewitness testimony, um, and how it's inaccurate, and the fact that our entire justice system relies on it is very bad. Um,
Yeah.
so I don't think he is lying per se. I think he definitely convinced himself that what he was saying was the truth. And the reason I don't have any issue believing that is because of just all the scientific papers I was forced to read regarding the idea of eyewitness testimony and getting confessions from people more or less, and how that doesn't work. Because confessions is trained to be the end all be all mostly in our justice system, and it's not consistent. It's not as accurate as we all think it is as a society. And the fact that we haven't really done anything to change about it does terrify me a little bit to a degree. Um, so that's kind of where I take my opinion on the old man to be. It makes sense to me because that's just how, if this is going to be functioning as an avenue for our real world, which it is, because it does take place in our world theoretically. Um, I just take that as fact, unfortunately. That yeah, an old man would do this, not intentionally, but they would definitely convince themselves of what they saw as true.
Because I mean, I'm aware of the same thing with you, with witnesses being unreliable. I've
Mhm.
seen stuff on it as well. Certainly not as in depth with you, but definitely seen stuff on it. It's just, I don't know. His story is so fabricated that I can't see him um, unintentionally fabricating it. It seems really out
Well,
there.
no. I know. I mean, like, uh,
Like,
he is in. It's okay. So he didn't in unintentionally fabricate it. He intentionally did it, but he convinced himself of it, if that makes sense. So there's like a level of um I guess the distinction really comes down to just the fact that he convinced himself of it. Um, because if you're told a certain thing, you start to believe that certain thing happened. I think the three of us have talked about how we perceive our memories differently. Like people have memories in the third person, and then it's impossible to have memories in the third person, technically. It kind of boils down to that almost as a like concept where he constructed this as a particular reality without necessarily realizing he was building it incorrectly. Does that make
That's what I
sense?
meant by unintentional fabrication.
Okay. Okay. Then go
Um,
on.
I don't know, it's so if we're going with the train is so loud he couldn't even hear them, we'd have to believe that he did hear it and ran, or he didn't hear it, heard about the crime upstairs, and then made it up. Those are kind of our two options because he either did or didn't hear it. And if he did
Um,
hear it, it would be heavily muddled, right? Enough
yes.
for him to get out of bed and run to the door?
I
Not
actually
likely.
I actually think that's one of Eight's points. He doesn't really say it outright, but I think in either case, he actually makes the caveat of like, okay, in as I am disproving this particular point, he doesn't it's impossible for him to hear him scream, "I'm gonna kill you," right? And then when we go back to that same old man later in the film about him dragging his foot and getting up from the chair, we're gonna run the scenario of, okay, let's pretend he did hear it now. So he's for me, that was more him breaking it down individually.
Yeah, and that it would have been impossible for him to get there in time.
Mhm.
So it just kind of leads to it where it seems more like an intentional fabrication because the events don't add up to where it could have been misconstrued on the old man's part.
Um, I don't know. We don't really meet the old man, so we only have the insight of really juror 9 on the old man to describe him.
Because they gave 41-second estimate. Jump a little bit further ahead here, but
Yeah.
41-second estimate. The guy says no more than 15. So even an old man, 15 seconds to 40 seconds, that's a pretty big difference. Seems I don't know how you could screw it up that large.
Um, it could just writing for the movie here, as I do. Um, the detectives probably showing up at his door to ask him questions might have just intimidated him in a way because that happens. The boy clearly forgot details um, due to emotional distress, as Eight will claim. Um, but I don't really know what else would have jarred him into doing that because the detectives are the ones that just showed up at his door. Uh, that would have definitely probably intimidated him a little bit, and he would have just, like I said, forced himself to see the boy's face almost. That's kind of where Nine is coming from with his angle. Um, but you're leaning more towards he intentionally did it just for the attention. That's where you're leaning.
I mean, that's what Nine was kind of leaning out, right? He's an old man. No one listens to him. He's kind of a nobody. This is his time to shine, get acknowledgement, right? And based off what we get, I agree wholeheartedly to the point where I think he completely fabricated it, not just misinterpreted and then filled in the blanks in his
Oh,
mind
okay. All right. So like you think so in your mind he's 100% like he completely fabricated it intentionally whereas I'm
for the spotlight angle. Yeah,
yeah, and then for distinctly I'm on the 50-50 angle where he unintentionally fabricated all of it to make himself feel like to make himself think he was important
yes.
almost. Okay. All right.
Based off
Cool.
what was presented, that's kind of how I see the old man.
Okay. Do you have a opinion on that, Springs?
No.
All right. Then, after 8 culminates in his point about the L train, 3 denies it immediately because it's 3. 4 looks down, contemplatively considering, and that to me is just more sign of what he does because a lot of Four's characters built in just him listening and quietly thinking. Um, 5 looks at 3 to see three's reaction. 6 looks down, considering. 2 and 9 are all watching 8. Uh, 3 makes a comment about it, um, and 3 responds with the testimony that's going to put a boy to the electric chair should be that accurate because 3 comments that no testimony can be that accurate. And it just kind of again showing eight's principled stance, like you need to have convinced me beyond a reasonable doubt to put this boy in the electric chair if I'm to agree that he's guilty. Um, 8 has then proved that there is a clash in testimonies by with that. Um, and then 3 asks what the old man has to gain, and 9 chimes in with another good point. And this is where we kind of alluded to with 9 breaking down what he thinks of the old man. And this is we get a very early on another instance of 9 has a very good sense of understanding people.
Mm.
Do we have anything to say up until this point, gentlemen?
Not that I already said.
Up
Okay.
to this point, no, but I think we're at the point where I do have something.
All right. So 3 yells and realizes 3 yells at 9, and 6 steps in and gets angry at 3, promises to lay him out if he disrespects 9 again. Um, and then I like that because 6 is ultimately a good person. And then 6 leans in keenly interested, and then the 9 gives his little spiel of what's going to happen. And I think I didn't know what to read of 9's expression before he started talking about his opinion on the old man. Because 9 looks at 6 almost critically and skeptically, and I don't think he looks grateful, more or less. The fact that 6 stepped in for him. I don't think he would say thank you or anything. I'm not at that point. I don't think 9 would do that. But I didn't know what to make of his expression while he glared at 6 uh, during this scene at the start of it.
I'll say this right now. Number 9 is my least favorite.
Really?
Yeah. Every time they did those close-ups with the high contrast shadow to light ratio, making
Uh
it
huh.
like intense, I hate his smug face. It's usually a smug face. It annoyed me so many times. It happened like 2 or 3 times, but every time, like, ugh, stop it. I don't like it. 'Cause,
Uh,
everyone else is like, "Sure, you got the racist old guy, whatever, seen it before." But the smug, focused, highlighted scene of the old man annoyed me. I know it's superficial, but
yeah,
nonetheless.
that's fair. Um, yeah, I it might be leading to that because I think, like I said, I don't even think he's smug when he's glaring at Juror 6. It's just I don't know what to make of his expression. Like I said, I for me, the actor's face read somewhere between critical and skeptical, but I wasn't sure beyond that in this particular scene. Because otherwise, I agree. He seems very smug, at least expression wise.
What do you think, Sprinks?
Of Juror
The
Nine's
the
expressions
old man, yeah.
for just him explaining,
Sure.
Uh, sure.
like just explaining or his expressions
We had
throughout.
this whole talk already, now you're questioning it. I had problems with his expressions. Writers had trouble reading his expressions. I think his attitude's a little annoying. What do you think of him?
I think Juror Nine is like one of the comedy relief characters in this movie. I think the close-ups
Well,
of his expressions
that
are
doesn't help at all.
like a comedic, like kind of funny way to break slight tones of the tension in the film.
I don't think those were supposed to be.
Oh man, we all have three
No,
vastly different
the
interpretations. It's kind
comedic
of
character
hilarious.
is 12. And
Yeah,
I
What?
guess
You think
oh
12's
yeah.
the comedy character?
Oh, absolutely.
100%.
Yes.
Oh, wild. Not
No,
for me.
Yeah, 12
The
is the comedy guy.
mannerisms and like facial reactions for me of comedic character is 9, and the overall discussion points of comedic is 7.
I mean, I could hear an argument for 7, but
Yeah,
12 is definitely
I
one
definitely
line.
I would put 7 up to
Oh,
comedic leaning,
interesting.
but I think he's very much now
Huh. I never
we're gonna have
took
a
12
very
as the funny
no
guy.
no 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 we're gonna table this till the end because I think we should actually talk about all the jurors individually at the end.
I'm pretty confident those shots were not meant to be humorous of the old
I
man.
I
All
just
right, we're no,
I
we're
always
moving
found it
on. We're moving
funny.
on. Let's-
Okay, I just always found it funny when someone was like giving an argument or a point to something, and then it cuts to juror 9, and he's just smiling, and goes, "That's right," and then it cuts to someone else. I thought those were funny.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna table this. We'll go through. This is kind of convincing. We're gonna go through every juror individually at the end.
Okay.
Um. So. Oh God, where was I in my notes?
Old man wants to be seen.
Oh yes. And then 6 laid. It promises to lay 3 out if he disrespects 9 again. Uh. And then
The I kill
while
you thing.
yeah,
Yeah.
well, almost. While 9 is describing the old man, 4 is listening contemplatively, 7 jumps in, and so does 10, and 10 being the more rude of the two, and kind of quieting 9 down. 2 gets a cough drop and brings 1 to 8, and then 2 is going to be behind 8 for the next bit.
Oh,
Uh,
okay. I'm
huh?
sorry. I'm sorry. I guess I'll say this now. The way you have your notes written versus my own, I've been confused at least 5 times where we are in the film
Oh,
and what's being
I'm
discussed.
going in
Going scene
order.
by scene.
I'm going.
I'm still getting confused. Okay, so earlier I stated I had nothing up till juror 9 talks about the torn jacket old man. I
Yes.
didn't realize
Yes.
we've already skipped over that now.
No, we've talked about that. Those are
That's a
good
miss
things.
on my part.
I'm assuming you have something to say about it though.
I
Right.
do. We
Go ahead.
don't know what juror it is. It's just off to juror 9's because you reminded me because you said the cough drop. And I think this is the only reason why it's here. Juror 9 is about to give his explanation about how he sees the old man in the scenario, and someone to his left coughs and interrupts him, and he turns his head and just like pauses before beginning again. And I'm like, what is the use of this cough? Why didn't they just
The
like
juror 10 to the cough.
okay, juror 10.
Yeah.
I was confused. I'm like, why is this cough in here? Why didn't they just do a different take? Or like was they low on film and couldn't like it was a budget thing and they had to go with it? It was like confusing me. Later in the film, and I don't know if this is because of the cough in the previous take, if they filmed it in order or it was planned this way, but the cough drop gets added up or it gets brought up.
It gets brought up twice because it actually happens right after that, pretty much, more or less.
And
Uh,
2
2
offers
offers
cough
cough,
drops to everyone.
and 8 says yes. He wants
Yes.
one.
So I didn't know if the
Uh,
cough of 10 at this point is to make it not seem so random as an act later when they're offered.
and since they're essentially back to back, it's possible, but I actually think 10 is just being rude.
I think the cough drops are more for 2 as a character because obviously he offers it to everyone, kind gesture, whatever. But
Yeah, but when 10 asks,
later,
he
when 10
refuses.
asks specifically, he shuts him down to show that he's got a little spine to him now. At the time, 10 asks later. That's kind of how I view the purpose of it.
That to me is also I think the story purpose for the cough drops. Other than that, I think it's just more for the another movement shot across the table.
Okay.
So I think that's there to just to facilitate stuff for 2, but also facilitate the refixed camera angle to 8. Because as soon as he gets the cough drop, 8 picks back up the conversation again. Now focusing on the comment, "I'm gonna kill you," and dismissed it, the frequent use of it.
Yes.
I can't tell how many times I've yelled, "I'm gonna kill you," while playing on Xbox 360, but
That's different.
probably enough.
But then you kill them in the video game.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
If anyone's gonna kill you 2 in Red Dead, it's gonna be me. All
All
right.
right. So before I guess 2 gets the cough drop out of his jacket pocket, just hanging,
Mhm.
there's 2 angles, which might be my favorite shot in the film, but there's 2 angles going up the table and then opposite going down the table of
Oh yeah,
Jared.
showing like the different perspectives, everyone looking at 9 while he's
Yes.
talking. Yes, I love those shots as well.
The one going down the table is fine, like to juror nine's right. The one going up the table,
To
the
towards 1 or 7.
towards one, towards one. I couldn't tell fully how this shot was done.
Yeah, yeah. I know. I have to admit, I actually had that brief thought of like,
It was one of two things.
is 10 partially out of the table, and then they just slowly scooted themselves in as they went down,
Yeah.
or
To me, it was one of two things. Either A, one, it's a fake table. It's a fabricated table, so they're all inward or curved, so they're all lined up in this manner. Or it's B, number 12 probably has his whole stomach on the table leaning forward. And he's being covered up by 11 and 10. 11 and 10.
yeah. I had the same thought when I saw
Yeah, it
that.
could
I
just
just
be a
thought it was funny.
triangular table
I did.
for
I
the
did
shot
think.
specifically.
I don't know. I had the same thought, Springs. I thought it was funny. I didn't really think much more on it, though. To be honest with you.
Okay. To me, I was just curious,
Uh,
how does it make them look this way?
It would definitely save money if it was just 12 leaning on his stomach and the others were hiding him. Um, but they did a good job of it if pretending otherwise, pretty much.
Okay.
But it wouldn't surprise me if they got brought in like a fake table for that specific shot because it is a good shot.
It's another possibility.
It doesn't.
But
It's not. Doesn't cost too much to make a table for a movie. So I could imagine they could make a triangular esque table
Trapezoidal.
here or trapezoid. Yeah, because we only see to a certain point on the table. So
Mhm. But yeah, I kind of agree. It's one of the memorable shots of the film for me as well, and it is interesting. However, they did it. Um, so, do you have anything to say about the use of the "I'm going to kill you" and just the frequent use of the statement, according to 8, of how it's running the flip side of the old man did hearing the boy yell it out.
I like the payoff of it later.
It's
Mm,
not a particularly strong point now, but it does have some validity to it because he's kind of true, and that like I mean, especially in the video game era as we live in now, we threaten each other a lot, um, but we mean it intentionally only in the game.
empty threats.
Empty threats, yes, because empty threats are a real thing in life. Uh, And while this point will get more validity later, it is strong enough to once again make 4 just look aside contemplatively. 5 is now just watching 8 because I think 5 is believe the first to sway outside of after 9, right?
yes, I think so.
Um, and 4 3's yelling as you can see him. Oh, oh, sorry. One second. I can't look at my phone. I had to take my glasses off. My eyes are itching. Pitching the bruise with my nose, as Forrest glasses do.
Why are you doing that?
Yeah,
um. All right. So, three's yelling, and you can kind of see but he's still contemplating what 8 said a little bit. And then 2 jumps in about the anger. Um, 8 says the kid is too smart to yell out. 10 chimes in with his well-timed racism, saying that he don't speak, he don't even speak the language. And then 11 bites back at 10, correcting his grammar, saying the boy doesn't speak good English.
I thought it was
And
better. Is it best and better? I thought that was the word used, but I could be confused.
it same. Well, I'm yeah, maybe it
I
is.
think
I,
Ryder got it right.
Okay.
either way, it's a grammar correction. We can at least agree on that.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And I kind of I missed this growing up, and I might have lost my shit uh, last night while I was rewatching the movie. Because this to me was the start of 11 becoming one of my more prominent characters that I liked. Having not seen this movie in a while. Um, because it works because Eleven's an immigrant, very obviously, and him having the little snide remark back at the racist guy was very amusing to me. I appreciate it. Um, 5, after listening carefully to everything, decides to change his vote, and it was definitely, I think, a combination of the L train and the kid being too bright to yell it out because he's the street savvy slums ex slums kid, ex slums juror. Does
Yeah,
anyone
I'm
have
going to
anything to
agree.
say about that? Yeah. Anything more to say on that, gentlemen?
No.
Mm-mm.
All right. Then 7 rants as he finally goes to put his jacket away, exclaiming the kid's lawyer didn't knew the kid didn't stand a chance. 7 never talks, and then this is just a note for me. 7 never really talks about the substance of his points. He leaves the burden. He pushes the burden of the talk on others. Um, but he talks about the lawyer, and 8 points out the lawyer was court appointed, and this is kind of just a little bit more on the lawyer that we talked about a little bit earlier, uh, as Crimson brought up. Um, and now 11 speaks up properly for the first time, having taken notes. Um, he's kind of quiet, and he asks a very simple question about why the boy would come back. 7 makes a comment, 12 cracks a joke, and 4 just looks disappointed at them, commenting that he doesn't think it's funny. Before agreeing with them, almost like he makes the point. He makes a simple point with that the boy, if the boy's bright, as 8 suggested, he would go back just to make sure he had the evidence. And while 3 gets angry, 11 continues asking question, pointing out that depends on the definition of panic. Do we have
Yeah.
anything to say about that bit?
No, I do not.
Mm.
I think this is, like I said, I loved 4 growing up. I still do. I think this is actually very clever of 4. He's starting to incorporate 8's points into his own arguments. Like, if we're going to accept that the boy is very bright, then obviously he would do this, because that feeds into his point that he makes. And
Yes.
I think it highlights just the level of, I guess, how clinical juror number 4 is with the facts and how they interpret the evidence.
Which
Um,
one brings up that the boy would hear the girl scream?
um, let's see, 12, I think.
Because if we're going with the train is so loud, then he wouldn't have heard her scream anyways.
Um, hold on. Sorry, going through my notes because I had to read ahead to make sure I was right. 11 actually asked the question of the point would have heard the girl scream if we're going off of the evidence, because the girl would have screamed after the L train went by, right? That was the point.
Or during.
Or I
They
don't.
said she screamed when she saw the murder. and the murder took place during the train, right?
Yeah. And 4 chimes. So 4 is the one that chimes in saying the scream might not have been very loud, and then I added the note. Also, the L train could have muffled it, but also the boy lives in the place where, in the slums, where screams might have been commonplace. Um, and 11 sets down his paper, having asked a few questions and pushed a little bit against 4, 3, and 12, I think. Um, and it's important to note that whenever I think I noticed it here when I was younger, but I noticed it here more as an adult. This is where we kind of see 12 fiddling with his glasses. Whenever he tries to make a point, he puts his glasses on.
Makes him smart
Yeah.
feeling.
Uh, do we have so one last time? Anything more to add before we continue?
Just another clarification question because I haven't heard you bring it up in your like linear uh, analysis so far, writer. Has the knife been given back?
Yes, that happened a while ago, and I did bring it up. I
Oh,
think you were gone for that.
well,
Yeah.
that could be it. Okay. During the discussion when Juror 11 stands up to talk, he brings up fingerprints and how the kid's fingerprints would be on the knife. I don't know if this is a time of just being in the 50s, but and I know the knife is already in evidence and marked with the tag that it has on it, but everyone handles the knife without any gloves of any manner. The jurors and the bailiff.
Um,
I chopped it up to the time because I don't know.
Okay.
I also chopped it up to the time, uh, and I think 4 will eventually make the point, if he hasn't already, that uh,
Those white
the
pants.
knife was wiped clean of prints by the time they got the knife.
Okay. It was just something by the fact that it was stated about fingerprints by Juror 11 that it is a thing used in the film and it's not like forgotten or they never discussed it kind of point. So the fact
Yes.
of that it's being discussed brings up that their use of it afterwards, or I guess before now that it's stated.
Hmm. All right. I guess we shall move on. 8 comes back into the conversation with 2 still standing behind him, uh, and attention shifts back to him as I think he jumps off of one of 11's points. Um, 10 gets angry now because the facts are in his mind being twisted. 8 calls for another vote. 1 actually stands up and shuts 10 down. Kind of to making him take a seat. And as the next vote is called, decides to simply ask for those, voting not guilty. And the camera slowly moves across the table, zooming in on 11, and he's just there, sitting there watching 8. And we can see him contemplating now, the doubt firmly pressed in his, with doubt now pressed firmly in his mind. Um, and he changes his vote.
Yes. Very publicly and very proud. I am
Yes,
unsure.
yes. And 3 goes to rant as he does, picks up 8's knife to make a point, and paces the room in anger. And it's pointed out to him that, hey, that's not the actual murder weapon. And he says, "Oh, terrific," and then
Yeah,
had pretty much dismiss his own argument. And
that
then
was
kind of
funny.
and he throws it back onto the table. Um, so that is the a sort of a payoff to the fact that one returned the actual murder weapon. Um, let's see. My notes got
Oh, the
shifted
blueprints
again.
to the old man's house now brought up
Yes.
to figure out the timing of everything.
Yes. I'm scrolling through my notes to figure out who prompts that. Do you know?
Uh, yeah, the old or 9, right? He's like that. He knows that the old man had a limp.
Yeah. Green, crimson. Uh, yes. 5 no, yeah. So 7 says something about the old man running to the door. 5 gets excited. because then he realized, wait, is that exactly what he said word for word? And because he realized the old man was limping. Four then chimes in with the correct word, saying he went to the door. But again, it's showing that four is listening, still skeptical, but always listening. Um, then that's when they asked for the diagram of the old man's apartment. Um, four huffs, kind of annoyed a little bit, thinking they're going to go after the location of the body, but it makes the point that they're not interested in where the body is, but rather the layout of the apartment for the old man. And I think it actually gets four interested as well when eight goes over to talk to him. And then three
Uh,
gets angry and shouts about how an old man can't be positive about anything to nine.
and then he catches himself.
Yeah, you
Oh
could
darn!
see
I
that. You
countered
could see
myself again.
he could see the wince in his eyes after he realized what he said it to. And it's good acting, good dialogue, love it. But do we have anything uh
The
on
blueprint
the
specifically, um, I had a hard time reading it because it looked like the hallway was part of his apartment. In which case, if that is, it's a weird design. But if it's a hallway of an apartment complex, they don't have doorways leading to other apartments in the blueprint like you would. So
It's an
I think
older apartment complex. I think it is accurate for the times because I know there was a bunch of designer buildings that were made like that, or buildings that were, or there was a bunch of buildings designed in that fashion. I can't
do you
really.
think the
This
hallway is the
this is
hallway to
an interesting thing to help Crimson here, which is something I can reference to maybe help you with this. Crimson, you have played the game Murdered Soul Suspect, and
indeed?
there's segments where you have to go through apartment buildings, and the apartments have more than one exterior door to a hallway.
Mhm.
That's just something to maybe help connect you to the layout of what's shown. And there is in the diagram a door, or I guess two doors, kind of in the middle of the bedroom to
Yeah,
the
there's more
west.
than one door that leads to the hallway, isn't there? I think there's
Well, there
two.
was this stair door, and then
No, no, no. I'm talking about from his apartment into the hallway to get to then the staircase. So I
There's
think he has got one
well,
for his bedroom and one for the living room that
the
lead out
li-
into the hall.
if there is one for the living room, which I'm going to guess, then it being a window, it's not indicated as an open door symbol, whereas
now
the
That's
you
one in the
true.
brought it up.
bedroom and the
I'm
hallway
looking at it
are.
now. All right, so we have a door, one door from the bedroom that leads into the hallway, which leads all the way down to the
To the stairs.
stairwell door. That those are the only two doors in the hallway.
Okay.
Okay, so there's just a window overlooking the hallway from the living room.
Um,
Is that
which
supposed to be a window?
yeah, that's a window.
Okay,
That's
so you'd enter the hallway, walk past a window to someone's living room, to go through the main door which goes into the bedroom.
That's
That's
what's
a
drawn.
very weird layout.
That's why I'm questioning the blueprint because
Okay.
is
I
that's
it's
not
always
how
th-
you
it's
I
draw a
always thought that
doorway.
window
You
was
very
another
establish a
strange
door,
blueprint.
window.
but it's not
Is
shown that way.
is the staircase outside?
The staircase of the building, like to get to the second floor?
Interesting.
Yeah.
I don't think it's ever said.
The hallway would be in a weird spot if that was the case, but that would explain the where the stairs are, though.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very weird blueprint. All right.
I
I
think the
Well,
blueprint's
I'm gonna
flawed.
guess not, because
Yeah,
the opposite side of the outside, it would be a weird building shape then, because the opposite of the stairs is the L train tracks.
all right. Gentlemen, I am gonna dip out for a second. I will be right back.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I don't
Are
think
you looking at it right now,
yes, I
Franks?
am. Uh the
I was going to close it.
stairs, if the stairs are inside, I think it would shape the building better. If the stairs are outside, so that's could explain, door on the hallway, but it also could be an inside staircase for that. Um I think if they were outside, it would make the building so skinny. Because I'm thinking each floor has more than one apartment.
I would imagine as well.
Okay, so it'd just be a really long, skinny building.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to stick with whoever made this mock-up of the apartment did a poor job. Because I agree, it would have to be skinny. The way the blueprints are laid, the stairs do look like they're outside because there's no walls on the far right side. It kind of cuts inward
Yeah.
at the hallway. Uh, yeah, the window
Well,
thing makes no
if there's
sense. And
more, would on the right, and I'm saying that, audience members, unfortunately, you don't have a visual unless you pull up one on yourself. Except if you're watching on YouTube end, the hallway ends with a wall piece.
yep,
Should that not be open? Then, if there's more than one apartment continuing down the hallway.
that is what sparked my issue in the first place before I even popped it up here. Because there would be more doors, or it would stretch further. But from what we see, it doesn't. It implies what you're saying, where like the apartment's one apartment on top of another in a skinny
In that case, that's
fashion.
really weird. What's the point of having this window in the living room if it's only this one really long hallway, just so the apartment door and the, I guess, the stair shaft door don't hit each other by being that close? If like one's opening outward, well, they're both opening outward, but so they wouldn't hit each other.
Yeah, very, very peculiar.
Man, are we what was it, 8? Why didn't 8 discuss this? He's the architect.
That is totally true. I mean, he brought up the time it would take to walk, but he didn't point out the freaking flaws of this blueprint.
I don't think it
Atrocious.
was much, to the case about the blueprints of the apartment building. And it wouldn't really help anything, but it would show his angerment from being an architect, I guess.
Yeah. I guess my initial question then, because we pointed out a lot of flaws already, looking at this blueprint as is the hallway part of the man's apartment or is it a communal hallway?
If it's only one apartment on the floor, it's his.
Okay.
Because right when you enter through the, also, it would be weird if it's advertised as, how much square footing you have, the hallway's a part of it or not.
That's true.
But if once you open that door to the second floor or whatever floor you're on into a hallway to the very end to only one apartment, I'd say that hallway is for that person's building. If there's another apartment on that floor, then it's a communal hallway for more than one person.
What a mess. Anyone in the comments that are architects and want to prove us wrong, please do. I
Yeah, if
want
you
to
want,
know what is wrong with this.
if well, either A, if it's wrong by what they did in the film, or if you can explain what the architecture of whenever, I mean, I'm sure this apartment building wasn't made in the 50s. It's probably an older apartment
Oh,
building.
no. Yeah.
So the layout of, I don't know if this design is significant. I don't. This is definitely tailored to architects out there, but from the layout of the building of either a design choice or reasoning, because it also never states in the film where this takes place, right? Never gives the town, city, or state.
Um, I think it says it on the first pan up of the building, but I didn't write that down or acknowledge it. Um,
Okay, the first pan up
so
of
it
the building,
might
I
have.
might be able to find that. Uh, what does this say? It's unfortunately a little cut out. Administration of justice is the firmest pillar of good.
Okay, so it doesn't. Don't know. Some sort of city. It's
Okay.
could be Chicago, New York. Who knows? 'Cause I don't remember anyone mentioning anything.
Okay. I just don't know
Bring
if
up
this is
slums.
kind of a slight fictional layout of an apartment just for the setting of the time and everything that they discuss in the film, or if it's actual a factual layout of an apartment building that they use to display for the timing and everything in the film.
Well, if it was actual like blueprint evidence for jurors to read, you would want every piece of information on it, including neighbors' doors and
Oh
everything.
yeah. No, no. I mean, is this blueprint shown in the film a fake made up one for them to discuss for the whole plot and everything? Or is it actually a real layout of a real
Oh,
apartment building?
it's probably made up for the movie. Uh,
Okay. Like I can see the L train part being made up to include the L train discussion, but the actual layout, if it exists or not. Because if it doesn't, then that's a problem to the graphic designers for this film.
well,
Because it wouldn't make
also,
sense that way.
also think of it like the way you enter into your apartment is through your bedroom. That's kind of weird. If you have
Well,
guests over, they have to walk
it
through your
is
bedroom
it
to get
is
anywhere.
weird,
It's a
but it's
weird
also
design
kind of like a
choice.
choice. Like, do you want that to be your bedroom? Like that could be like, the front entryway, and you go into and your bedroom could be like the living room and you could swap them. I guess that's personal choice of your apartment.
And looking at this blueprint, I don't think anyone could make that living room a bedroom. That'd be pretty weird.
Ryder, I take it you're back.
I am indeed back.
Sweet. We are discussing the architectural problems of the apartment layout.
The
Yeah.
blueprint seemed to have a lot of
Okay.
problems.
Okay. Hold on. Let me settle this debate. It's baby's first Minecraft house.
Okay. So I guess for you, writer, then, do you think the layout shown in the film, this blueprint, is fabric fabricatedly made and fiction or fictional,
Um.
or do you think it's based off of a real apartment for them to use? Mind
See,
you, this at least to
this is
Crimson Eye, this apartment layout would be older than the 50s.
it's old in the 50s. It's a slums apartment, which I think helps because doesn't necessarily it helps in the sense that it's a bad design. I am leaning more towards that it's movie fabricated, but I still wouldn't be surprised if apartments like this actually existed. Because I mean, like, if you go through your front door, you have a very very small space for your bedroom, and then you have your living room and your restroom. If it's a private apartment, I don't think it's all that weird.
I
Because obviously
also
today we have a very very different fundamental view. That's why we have typically our doorways open into like living rooms, usually, or a hallway to a living room. But that's how they're designed today.
I got okay. Something just popped in my mind. This is real weird. How do you get from the bedroom to the living room? Or how do you enter the living room?
Through the two doors.
Oh, those are doors.
Yeah, those are doors.
What's the difference between those doors and the one that we said was a window?
The windows are squares, the doors are lines. That's how you typically depict
All right, Crimson,
blueprints.
send me a screenshot.
Okay. Because I'm
Will
looking
do.
and there's only three doors located, which is the hallway one, the bedroom one, and then I guess a bathroom one.
No, no, those are three open doors. There's two closed ones from the bedroom to the living room.
Okay.
That I know for certain. I had to research blueprints for one of my geometry big projects I had to do.
I had to research blueprints for urban design class in high school that I took.
Okay. I think it would be easier to play to the story and plot if it's a made up apartment to help with the time and everything that they're discussing rather than trying to find one to fit their story.
I looked it up. Spring. It's New York.
Where the movie takes place or this
Yeah, and where
diagram?
the movie takes place.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I mean that's why I said New York apartment. I think. Um,
Sprinks and I weren't sure if it was actually explicitly stated in the film or not.
Where it takes place.
yeah, it's
Uh,
definitely weird.
it's a
Uh,
trash blueprint. It's all right.
yeah, it's pretty bad. All right. um. Okay. Uh, 6 and 7 exchange a few tough words about 7 being a smartass. Um, and now they're just going to present the apartment with the goal to seeing if the old man's other testimony bears out, meaning that if he could even make it to the door in time. Um, 8 asks for uh, to kind of be the lock and chain. Like he was going to be the one to mark where he needs to do the lock and chain and watch. And I think it's important because he's getting his opposition involved, and it also speaks to 4 that he's willing to be involved. Um, 2 is going to time it. I'm going to be honest with all of you. Having timed it real time, it's not 41 seconds. Um,
Yeah,
but
2
it
is just
is, but
off.
yeah, but it is longer than 15. The scene.
Yeah, my problem with this is it's seemed very like disingenuous through 8. Like the pace he took was very very slow for an old man rush. I'm doing air quotes in real
Yeah.
life right
Well,
now.
then he asked, "Do you
Well,
want me to like speed it up?"
speed up, and it didn't really look like he sped up.
Yeah, I think it would have been something if it did look like he sped up. Because even at that point, truthfully, the 15 seconds had already passed,
Yeah,
or near pass, or was about to pass at the point when she was asked. So I honestly think if he had picked it up, I think it would have been improved the scene a little bit. But you're right, he doesn't really pick up the speed.
No,
I
I
don't think with
think it.
speed. His initial speed's already like slow for a fast
Yeah, I'm
limit.
kind of surprised that juror 3 or 10 didn't like step in to try to make it faster or reenact it in some way.
Yeah, they just
Well,
shout, "Go faster!"
yeah. Well, 10 does. They do yell at him. So, but I don't think we're gonna get much more than that. Um,
So I thought that was pretty weak. Um, Unfortunately.
Yeah, it's probably one of the weaker moments of the film for me as well. Because 8 at this point has been pretty good at coming up with counter arguments. Um, but this one is, as you say, is kind of disingenuous. And
Because there can be merit behind this. This
I
the way it's
think they,
depicted is so slow for like a
yeah,
hurry.
yeah, I think they could have 8 might. I mean, in a better version of this, 8 would have done it more than once, just so they can average out the times.
Mm.
Like that being, let's say that the worst case scenario one, then he does a best case scenario one, then he does like a somewhere in the middle case scenario one. Testing out different limps pretty much.
I agree.
I think that would have been the best avenue to kind of air this version out. But we don't get that, sadly, and this is the version that we get. Um, and then 8 finishes with again movie time having passed in 41 seconds in the movie universe, not for us. And 8 explains himself to 4, and he thinks that's what actually happened. He makes that he's convinced that the old man convinced himself he saw the boy. And 3
Yeah.
accuses them of bleeding hearts again, because 3 at this point is standing on the other side of the room. Everyone's all standing together around 8 for the demonstration, around 8 and 4 as they're talking in the middle of the group. 3 is standing on the opposite side of the room, kind of leaning against the window. Accuses them all of being bleeding hearts. And we get the line about 3 being an executioner, and then he considers himself one. 8 offers him to be the switch, essentially, like to pull the switch. Uh, 12 looks at 3 disappointingly. 2 is watching in disbelief. 10 is just uncertain. 4 is just, as always, quietly considering. And then we get our payoff. Uh,
Sadist.
yeah, then we get our payoff of you know, I'm gonna kill him. I'll kill him. Uh,
But you don't mean that,
and
do you?
and I think it's a really really good line. It's a good payoff for sure. Do we have anything to say up until this point, gentlemen?
I do. Um,
Then please.
d- During the demonstration with the tracking shot of juror 8's feet of the pacing to demonstrate made me question: is this room they're in a set?
I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay, you think so, Crimson? You think it's a set opposed to an actual room?
With how confined this room is, they would have to remove walls for the camera crew and stuff at certain angles. I can't see them doing it any other way.
Okay. Because when it was tracking the feed of juror 8, I found it unbelievable how there's not a single camera shadow or anything cast by accident.
That's just good directing.
Yeah.
Well,
Um,
the director has or did talk about camera work in this, and I guess I'll just say it at this point. So in the beginning of the film, he made most of his shots more wider and in the shots. But further in the film, it turns into like medium shots, and this gets closer and closer till the end, where we see a lot of close-ups of everyone getting all high strung and everything, sweaty, tension. So that was
yeah,
an intentional direction from the director, as well as the angle of the camera. Where in the beginning, it starts from a top down. It's not an exaggerated top down, but above
yeah.
eye view angle of people. But gradually through the film, the camera goes down to eye level and then below eye level, looking up at people to where you can see the ceiling. So it feels like the room's closing in on them further in the movie.
Yeah, I could definitely
Yeah,
see that.
I see that.
Very, very well done, well planned out. Um, let's
The
see.
only other thing, well, I guess that's a cool explanation, but doesn't exactly answer what I thought of the shadowing. Um, Only way I could see it being played off, which helps with the black and white use, is if it was artificial lighting, so the shadows cast by the actors were more prominent to be displayed on the floor than camera crew.
Shadows do get played with in this as well.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if they did artificial lighting in order to, uh, I guess, accomplish their what they intend.
But no shadows were painted on walls in this film.
No, no. And in the
Okay.
beginning, um, it's kind of more like a gray tone across everybody. There's not like any dark darks or bright whites or anything. But as the film progresses, the shades get darker and there's more of a contrast.
Yep.
Okay.
Um. So after 3 says, "I'm gonna kill you" line, he backs off, and then the rest of the jury just kind of stare at him. We get a very famous shot of the movie where they're all looking at 3 walk away, straightening his tie, um, and straightening up his sleeves. And then everybody disperses and reloads their cigarettes to take their seats.
Um,
Um,
I think right before the "I'll kill you" line, there's a shot of 8 explaining to 4 the whole pacing conversation. And I really like this shot because 4 really stands out being the only one wearing a jacket. So it does look like
uh,
everyone's against 4 in a single shot because everyone's just in their shirt and tie,
It's true. Got too hot. Everyone took their jackets off except
but
for
4 doesn't
who
sweat.
doesn't sweat.
So
yeah. Yeah, I like the shot. I know what shot you're talking about. I like it too. Um, it's not really like everyone's against 4 because I think in the shot you're describing, everyone's actually looking at 3, right? While he's
uh,
ranting.
everyone's looking at like 8 and 4 as 8 explains things to 4.
Okay. Yeah, I either way, yeah, it was a good shot. um, and then 11 sort of starts back out, and as soon as 10 starts says like, "What are you being so polite about?" And he says, "For the same reason you're not." Um,
Democracy.
yes, and then he delivers a good speech about how the system works and the ideals in the system, and that's I think this is what endeared me to 11 a lot more in this particular watch through. Uh, being as it's been a while since I've seen it. 11 is very, very principled about his beliefs, and he's kind of, as it's the movie's going along, he's the one that's going to be standing up more and more for them in place of 8, even because while 8 comes from came from originally from a place of uncertainty, 11 I think comes from a place of just pure principles, and how the system works. Um, and like I said, I like the speech. The delivery is kind of awkward, but I still like it. And I like that Four is just kind of menacingly leaning against the wall in the background under the shadows as he listens.
Smoking.
Yeah, and like I said, they all reloaded their cigarettes. um, though I do have to note a small continuity error. Four just teleported back to his seat once 11 was done.
Oh, with the no sweat line?
Yes.
That's okay. Fair.
I think this is where you weren't here for the Springs, but we watched a different version of the movie that I'm familiar with because the other version of the film I watched actually has. I know it has one more scene in it, and I don't know if the movement of Four was cut back to his chair
Oh.
as well. So I realized we were watching a shorter version of the movie when this scene never came up. But there's a scene with one going into the bathroom complaining that he doesn't think he's a very good foreman, and I think I know it's Seven, and I know for sure it's Seven that helps calm him down and says he's doing a great job, and I think it's either 12, 6, or 5 that kind of also jumps in with Seven. It's like, yeah, you're doing a great job, man. You're doing fine.
Huh.
Um,
Interesting.
Which would
that
help with one because one of the more flat characters in
Yeah,
this.
yeah, that scene is not in this version of the film, which kind of sucks because, like I said, I was waiting for that scene because I wanted to talk about it because one, I think is a very fascinating character, even though we don't get much on him, and I think that scene adds a lot to one. And the fact that it wasn't in the version we watched kind of saddens me, but I'm just noting it here because I think also that might have helped explain away Four's teleportation continuity error here because this is about when that scene came up in the version of the movie I'm talking about.
Okay.
And that is the version I have on DVD somewhere in one of the states I used to live in. um, and then five
Bring
and
bring up a new vote. Yeah.
yeah, and then 5 and 4 talk about that fact that Four doesn't sweat. This is where it come. This is where the line comes up. Um, 6 calls for a vote again. Um, One just shrugs and throws it to the room. And this time it's open ballot. And this time we get close-ups of everybody voting to see their state of minds and their reactions. Uh, 2 and 6 both now flip to not guilty. And now the room is even Stevens. Do we have anything we want to say?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
Alrighty, take it away.
I find it a little campy that at the point of a tie now, the weather changes.
sure.
For being, the hottest day, like recorded, and then when they get to a tie of going to not guilty, it
The
goes into
storm
pouring rain.
approaches.
Yeah.
It's a little campy. I agree with that.
Yeah,
I
I brought
do.
up earlier how it's a little weird how they're having a rainstorm during the hottest day.
Yeah. I'm like,
Peculiar
no one
weather.
ever discussed like clouds or, anything looks
Yeah.
off.
Uh,
Well, 7, I thought brought up that a storm might be coming. Um,
it is
earlier.
earlier. Yeah. They do bring it up earlier in the movie. Um, and the hot flash storms are very, very weird, and they are like this. They're just heavy downpours of rain for a very short amount of time. Uh,
In
I
New York.
used my only experience with them is that I used to live in Arizona, so I can talk about this a little bit. Um, we used to get hot flash storms a lot during the dead of summer, where it was 108 out, and suddenly it would pour ice cold rain for like 20 minutes and then it would just vanish. It was very, very weird experiences to live in those kind of weather events. So there is precedent for it in real life. It's still, though I kind of agree, it's a little on the nose with the whole "there's a storm coming" aspect to it.
Okay.
And
um,
then my thought on this whole vote here, feel like with what we know of one, even not seeing that scene, I feel like he would have flipped at this point.
That 4
He
would have
he seemed to
flipped?
have lasted long. No, that one would have
Oh,
flipped.
1.
He seems to have lasted longer than I would have thought for him.
Um, you think he would have flipped here rather than later? You mean?
Yeah, because he seemed one of the more reasonable-minded guys,
I
but he stuck around till one of the last
I
flippers.
think he didn't flip until he was sure with himself, because I think he's still sticking to guilty because that's what he initially came in with, and he's constantly, scratching his head and kinda hesitating before finishing sentences, so I think he's definitely pondering and taking it all in, but he's has more of a slow approach and assurance to himself versus, like, 7 of a change.
I mean,
Um,
I agree with that assessment. I just thought it would have happened earlier.
yeah. There might, like I said, in the extended version that I know I've seen, but like I said, I barely remember it because that's the one I grew up watching. When I was before my teens, I think is when I first saw the movie.
And there's more than likely probably just more than just one scene you're
Yeah, and I
describing
think
because
there
they
is more.
taken
I
out.
think there is more than just one scene, but I don't like. I know for sure that like the major one that I brought up, that one I can describe in detail because that one stuck out to me even as a kid. But I don't remember the other ones, and I think there's going to be more things like that are lost. So we might have more of an understanding of one's headspace
Okay.
in that version, but we don't have that here. So um, rain starts to pour. Oh wait, hold on. We got more small talk. 7 and 10 uh, go at 2. Um, though it's very clear everyone is slowly losing respect for 10. Um, rain starts to pour. 8 moves to close a window, and I think 7 closes a window too, right?
I think so.
Um,
Yes.
and then 1 closes his window, and then moves to help 8 to close his. And then he talks about being a head coach for like a little league game, I think, right?
Yes. Right
That was
after 2 and 7 have a talk.
right. 2 and 7 have talk first. What were they talking about? I don't have any notes on their talk.
It was
Uh,
small. It
two.
was or go
Go
ahead,
on, talk,
Crimson.
Springs. Well, two is talking about. Well, sounds like why'd you flip, and two's like, well, there's a lot that wasn't shown, that was unknown, but is now in question. That's
Okay.
essentially pretty much what the talk was.
Okay. So it's just 2 getting a chance to explain himself.
Yeah, and
Whereas
then
6, I
seven
think he
brushes him
doesn't.
off,
Yeah,
pretty
and
much.
6 doesn't need as much of an explanation because we can kind of see the slow turns in his head and his reactions. So,
Mhm.
um,
So, one of my things with 1 and 8 is it felt kind of fillery. We've had a lot of like one-on-one talks in this film, and this is the only one that felt kind of substanceless to me. So
yeah,
we get a little
I
bit of background on one, but not really his stance on anything.
yeah, we don't really. His background doesn't help facilitate his feelings in the matter.
I think
Um,
all it
the
really
only
does is not show any hostility towards eight's reasoning. Like he
yeah,
doesn't
it
go at
shows.
eight like 10 or 3 kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. It just shows he's not openly hostile, is what it does. He's just kind of taking it all in. He's not very judgmental. He's just listening to everything that's happening. I think that's the point of the scene. I think the intention originally might have been the whole talking about the little league games that he used to coach, or that he coaches, is that he's good with kids. So he feels a lot of sympathy for the person that he voted guilty for. I think that's an angle they wanted to try and go with, but they don't really play with it.
I think
Um,
also, and I may just be the way they numbered it, but 12 being right next to 1, and the times where 12 is like talking to 11 and then tries to incorporate 1 into his conversation. 1 and 12 don't really have like a bickering situation, and 1, generally at times seems interested in what 12's speaking, so they kind of like he's okay with how 12 acts. So I think that also shows onto one's characteristic and character himself. So this helps to that scene. That 1 is kind of a little more easygoing to listen and hear people out, and this is a way to express himself in a way of talking about the little league game. It would make
Mhm.
I think it's stronger that 1 discusses this with 8 about himself, um, than discussing it with 7 who likes baseball.
Yeah.
I agree. The thing is, why I feel like it's substanceless is
Yeah, yeah.
all
No,
those
you
things you
want
just said is stuff we
you
already kind of know and feel about the guy. Doesn't
yeah,
really
you want
give any new feelings towards him.
yeah, I get what you're saying, Crimson. Like you want it to make more have a more it would not necessarily change our perception of the character, but give us at least a new understanding and a facet for which we would understand his shifts later on.
Is it
Yeah, because we don't kind of like 9. We don't even know why he thought he was guilty. 1 and 9, we never really find out why they thought he was guilty in the beginning.
Yeah. Crimson, I guess this is a question to you, and it might be a little complicated to answer. Do you think by having this scene of, or I guess this part of 1 and 8 talking to give a little more to 1 is stronger or weaker because the scene that Ryder was discussing about 1 thinking he's a bad foreman is not in this part or in this version of the film?
Well, if we just take it out from both versions, it would probably be okay.
I think it would
Because
make 1 pretty bland.
it would, but I would still argue he still is. I kind of said earlier where he's kind of a flat one. I don't think he's a caricature, but I do think he's like one of the flat characters in this. There's nothing really to him.
Okay. And then in the version Ryder's discussing, which I'm guessing they don't remove this part of 1 and 8,
Not
it's
likely.
too much of 1, you would think?
Well, I don't say it's too much. At least in my head, how I'm picturing what that scene would have been. Um, I don't know. It's just with how tight this has been with characters. This just stands out to me as not matching up with the rest.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think from this scene we actually follow 1 into the bathroom, and that's where we get our scene. So
Oh,
we
so it
actually
feels
kind of
Oh,
more
we
that
actually
follows this.
reassurance with himself.
it might, I think. Like I said, I it's been so long since I've seen that version of the movie. Um, but it feels like here it's about this area where I feel like it's either here or a little bit earlier where I think that comes into play.
Okay.
Because I know he has his bathroom scene before he changes his vote. Um, and so yeah, anywhere between like the 6-6 vote, and then the vote where he changes is where his bathroom scene exists, as far as I remember in my head for the
In your
in the other
childhood.
version in the other version of this film. So I think it might have followed right after this.
Okay.
Um, so it would have been one continuous scene with 1 where he talks to 8, and then we follow him into the restroom. Mind you, since it's been so long, I don't know.
Okay.
And then we continue the other part of that scene where we get to
I
learn a little bit more in his self doubt and stuff like that.
okay, I think it'd be really weird if it was 1 and 8 to the bathroom scene opposed to the other way around. If 1 feel is like talking and smiling with 8, discussing all this, little league stuff, to then go into the bathroom and think he's a bad foreman
Yeah,
versus
like I said, I know it. I know it happens in this time frame.
yeah.
They might not be connected at all. So like there might be a conversation that happens in between that I'm forgetting.
Okay. Being that I maybe have seen that version of the film but don't recall it, I think it makes more sense for that scene to be beforehand because of the attitude that 1 has right now.
Yeah, it could be. Um,
I don't think he'd be all smiley and discussing something he likes to then just feel down and sad for
yeah, it might.
himself.
You're right. It could have been before, and this might have been the aftermath of that, where he's feeling a little bit better.
Yeah.
Um, And I
And
think that scene, in either case, really does help one because I kind of agree with Crimson in the version that we watched. He is on the flatter side for a character, not necessarily bad, but just serviceable in his role.
yeah, and I guess this is not maybe an apology to to some listeners who only know the version you're talking about, writer, and think we're just going mad by excluding a
Yeah,
scene.
it's probably a little annoying if
Yeah.
that's the case.
Yeah, I get it. I think if I had known going in, I probably would have tried to find that version to see if we can watch that. But I don't think that one's available in streaming. So
Pity.
um, yes, a little bit of a pity. So
So the rain starts and they flip on the lights.
yes, and then that turns on the fan, and then Seven sits himself down, kind of enjoying himself with torn paper, and then is kind of playing with it. He throws the ball up, and well, it flew pretty far to hit 9. I don't think that's how physics works, but I will accept it because it's kind of funny. Uh, this is the only time I saw more comedy in 9 and 7 scenes, um, where 9 has a bit of an old man moment in saying that's a pretty stupid thing to do. Um, and I give him a pass because he and Seven have had some nerve grinding moments earlier in the film. They don't really mesh.
Yeah.
um, 3 and 4 talk near the water. Uh, 3 is like surprising, huh? Now that's even. And 3 tries to defend himself to 4, and then 4 just comments that 8 did an excellent job of baiting him.
That was pretty good as well.
Yeah. Do we have anything to say about those two tiny scenes? About 7 getting the fan working and kind of annoying 9 and sort of playing to 4 and 3?
Uh,
Oh, the go ahead, Springs.
okay. All I have is that because the fan's working, it lightens Seven's mood.
Yes.
That is true.
Uh,
Yeah.
3 and 4's dynamic is quite enjoyable pretty much in this whole film because 3 is a lot more interested in 4 than 4 is of 3. Because as you said in the beginning, Ryder, 3 brings up a lot of points, but he can't back it. So he usually leans on 4 to do it for him. And in this case, 4 is like, well, I mean, you took the bait. Like, you did a good job being a loser. I mean, what do you want to say?
Yeah. Um, and it's also kind of important to know because 4 is out this throughout this the entire film. Even when he has people like on the jury that are on his side, he's not really. He's an individualist, you know, and one of them independent thinker types. He doesn't really placate to people who vote on his side either. Like he speaks matter of fact, like it's the way he talks to 10 as well. He doesn't treat 10 with any respect because 10 is on votes the same way he does. He actually dismisses 10 fairly often in the same way he does to 3. Um, but yeah, so just a little more on that note. The jury eventually assemble to get back to work. 11 tries to intercede to 7 to explain what reasonable doubt means. Um, and 7 makes a comment about 11 being an immigrant, and 1 calls the room to order before it can break down again.
Stop
And
with the Rossisms, please.
yeah, and 8 is the one that picks up the conversation, and one of my favorite shots of the film, where the only two characters are in frame is 4 lighting a cigarette and 8 with a foot on the table. Kind of showing that 8's going to be going after 4, knowing that 4 is pretty much the main stickler in the opposition with the that he has to deal with. You know?
He's the one with a leg to stand on.
Yes, he's the one with legs to stand on. Um, and and their central focus of this argument is the boy not being able to remember the movies. And 8 points out that this has been one of 4's big points, is the boy not being able to remember the details of his own alibi. And I think he lets 4 kind of re-explain himself. Um, and then he asks, uh, and then 4 explains that sorry, 4 explains where that the boy had 3 months to prepare his alibi for court, so he takes the testimony over the detectives, over what the boy said in court, which was because the lawyer, this is more good job on the defending lawyer, actually got together the boy's alibi, collecting the movies, the particular times, and the particular dates.
Shows that the lawyer actually tried, which kind of
Yeah,
goes contrary to the thing that he didn't care at all.
yeah. Um, and 4 says that so he takes the testimony of the detectives, following just after the murder, rather than the boy 3 months later, now with all the information. And eight's point is the emotional stress can cloud one's judgment. And I like that 8 asks four's permission before questioning him. And 3 yells at 8, and then 4 gives him the go ahead. Because, 4 likes to hear out the arguments. Once again, just more gushing over 4 as I do, so.
This
Um,
is probably one of my least favorite scenes in the
why?
movie because it seems the least logically sound to me. And this is the way we tear down 4, or well, the first crack in 4, anyways. With the glasses, it would take him
Yeah.
out. Because he had 8 had to question him down to like 4 days in the past, and then break him down from movie to second featurette to actor to finally get him to not remember properly, which is way different than remembering a movie you saw 2 hours ago. That they're not even compatible in comparison. I
They're com-
There was
the
3
re-
hours, right, between the murder and when he got arrested going back?
It was like
okay.
12:30 and 3 in the morning or something.
Yeah, 3 hours.
Yeah.
You don't forget what movie you saw in 3 hours, even with stress. That's not happening.
Um,
4
Well,
days and
I'm
forgetting an
50-50 on it.
actor in an
there's
ad.
well, no, there's kind of one way of doing it, and this is to the time. If the theater is only showing one feature at that time and you just bought a ticket, so you don't say what movie you're going in, you just bought a ticket to a theater and you sat down. That way, the only way you really know what movie it is if A, if you saw a poster while going into the movie, or B, you remember seeing the title pop up in the credits.
Okay,
And
still
I have to
know what
and
it
I have
is.
to I have to remind you as well, Crimson, that he doesn't remember the details of the movies correctly either. Not just the actors. 2 has to jump in and
Well, he
add a
had to go
correction for
4
him.
days till
That's
he starts cracking on
With
I'll
memory.
lean on
without the emotional
Crimson.
stress.
Yeah, I'll lean on Crimson that it is a bit campy that 8. It's convenient that 4 has a movie in the last week that he saw that 8 fixates on
It
rather
it
than
is a
something
little
else.
convenient. Yeah. I it would have been more interesting, I
Doesn't
think,
seem like
because
moviegoer as
he
well.
Yeah. Like
it's
he was
I
like,
think
I
it would
went
have
to
been more
my
interesting if he
wife's
saw a
office
play.
party or something. And so like, who was
Yeah,
at the
or
party? What did you drink? Something along those lines. Rather
yeah, that
than
would have been, I think, a little
matching
stronger.
the same.
Um, to kind of go off of what you're saying, Crimson, I'm kind of 50-50 on it. I have definitely been in emotional distress, and I tend to block out a lot of the things that happen to me during those times. Uh, without going into too much detail, but that's personal. I don't really know any
Without
psych.
getting into it, is that within hours of the event happening though, or just blocking it out eventually?
Um,
Usually, you harper on the problem
Crimson, he can't
in the
remember.
beginning.
well, here's the thing. Um, I don't even know if I can recall the context in which some of those things were said to me very well because of how bad those particular times were in my life.
Okay.
Um, So I'm kind of 50-50 on it. Like I would like to think now I would remember.
There's a reason we recorded season 6. Let's say
Yeah.
that.
I would like to like obviously I would like to recall I would like to think I would remember such details now if something drastic were to happen to me today, but I would still remember the things I did today, more or less. Like if I had seen a couple shows in the morning before I started my writing today, I would like to think that I would remember what those are if something distressing really happened to me in the next few minutes or the next few hours. But I wouldn't be able to guarantee that because that would then occupy my mind.
Well, if something
Um,
happens to you 3 hours from right now, uh, something tragic or distressing, and the cops question you, "What did you do 3 hours ago?" You wouldn't be able to say you saw or participated in the 12 Angry Men podcast.
Depends on how
I would
tragic.
be I would be able to
I
say
don't think it does.
I would be able to say that I would participate in the podcast, but I would probably not be able to recall details of our discussions. I would be too focused in the present.
Well, I'm not talking about the detail of the discussions, like what we discussed, but you would be able to identify that it was 12 Angry Men, I would imagine.
Well,
Uh,
you're comparing the two is we've scheduled this out. We've had weeks. We took notes. We got prepped. We discussed about it
yeah.
for
Well, you're
hours.
also assuming the kid didn't
Versus
plan to go to the movies a week ago.
the kid.
Yeah,
No,
we don't know.
I don't think the kid planned on going to the movies. I think that was just a place
Well,
for
how do
him
you
to
know
go.
that?
I
He
don't.
You're
stormed out
assuming.
after a fight
That's
with his
right.
dad,
I don't.
in theory.
I'm
Well, how
just
the
saying,
story.
I had two problems. That was one. The other
Okay.
problem is that Ford didn't go back and say the same argument I just did. Because he just sat there and disbelief, like, oh, shoot, I'm having trouble remembering. Maybe he did have problems remembering. When it seems very logical to me that 4 days and 3 hours is very different when remembering something.
Yeah. The driving thing of 8 was saying you weren't under traumatic
Yeah.
Distress or
distress.
whatever.
I get the point you're making, Crimson, but that's different from what the point that Eight's trying to make. In that his point is that he wasn't under emotional stress and he has trouble remembering just naturally.
Writer, what it
So,
sounds like to me is Crimson hasn't
uh,
gone under emotional distress to relate.
Um, not true.
there's two different facets of emotional distress. So
There's
there's
stuff
the
you don't know
there,
about me, Springs.
God, I'm not
there's
trying to pry. I'm just
yeah, there's the facets of where you remember things in very, very crystalline detail because they're traumatic events that happen to you. And then there's the other facet of where things not related to that specific event fall to the wayside, so you remember the traumatic details.
I agree, but I see that
Um,
more as a longer term issue than hours.
uh, yeah, like I said, I remember I'm still 50-50 on this, so it's hard for me to play devil's advocate that I feel something 50-50 for. At least in this case, because I'm actually probably leaning towards your arguments, Crimson, but I'm not quite there yet, just because I believe enough fault in the human condition would allow for the kid to not remember the movies. At least in this particular case, because this is just obviously this is the way it happened in the film. Um, I okay. Let me separate this up. Um, I agree with your point on four. Four would have clapped back because it is a different style of argumentation that eight's pointing out right now. What he could do is point out the difference between his situation and the kid's situation. So I'm going to distinguish the two because I think this is where I'm coming in for my point is eight wouldn't have cracked as easily here. I agree. He would have clapped. He would have said something along the lines you have. He would have he would have flipped the argument back on eight. However, I do think eight's point about emotional stress stands in reference to the child, or in reference to the kid who supposedly committed the murder. Um, I think that's where I'm going to distinguish my stance here. Because I believe enough that the kid would be emotionally distressed enough to not remember the films that he went to go see especially if it's back in the day where they don't necessarily see the movies that are playing. They just buy a ticket and go in. Um, and then I think that's where I stand. I don't really have much more to add. I think so.
And sounds like Spinks is agreeing with that statement.
Yes.
All right. So you said you had a second point, or was that both?
The second point was that 4 would go back. My first point was my point. Second point would be that 4, I think it breaks his character that he didn't go back.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So I agree with your second point. Um, First point again. I went over that in verbatim. Um, I do like that in concept. If I'm to agree that Four's character was cracked, not necessarily broken, I do like that he sweats in response.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a nice character detail.
Adds to the weight of the situation.
Yes. 10 uses my friend derisively and asks 2 for cough drops. And 2 says he's all out of cough drops. Friend.
Now, was
Um,
he lying? Do you think 2
uh,
had more and just said no because he didn't like him, and he stood up to him, or was he truly out? I think he
Either
lied.
way, I I I'm leaning more towards lie, but I think the sassy tone and the way he says it would have implied the same meaning anyway.
True.
Um, Sprinks, got a quick note on that for yourself?
Um, no, I do not.
All right, then we shall continue. 12 comments about Seven's ball game being a bust. 2 ask after Eight's knife. Uh, and because now 2 is going to get a little more involved. So the cough drop thing is as a way to slide 2 back into the focus of the story. Um, 1 comments that they are tied up and asks if they're going to, if anyone has anything to say. Then 2 talks of, gets the knife and talks of the strangeness of stabbing downward into someone taller than they are. Eight's still behind him, and as a result, he gets volunteered when 3 asks to give a demonstration. Um, so he walks over to 8 and uh, makes himself look shorter. Everyone's watching very tensely, and when he pulls the knife back, a lot of people stand and get up to react to it. And then 3 comments, it's like, nobody's hurt, right? And 8 repeats, nobody's hurt. And then 3 follows through with his demonstration. Do we have anything to say about that?
Um, I will say there is a way to stab someone with a switchblade in the proper way of holding it at a downward angle than the way they represented it. They made it where like you have a blade down in your hand is the only way to stab down when that is not the case. You can have it blade up in your hand and arc your arm to jab down or from the side at an upward angle going down. Um, and there's also the facet, which this is kind of leaning towards the speculative stuff, kind of like how they were kind of approaching the knife as well. They're like, he's an experienced blade user. He wouldn't have done it that way. He would have done it this way. One could counter, well, if he's experienced and he wants to kill his dad, then why would he go the obvious route and make him look more guilty, making it look proper? Uh, Flimsy stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think they actually, most of the people in the group kind of agree it's flimsy. The only person I think is actually really affected by this particular topic is 12. And the reason for that is because 12 in the very beginning is the only one that expresses interest in the like happiness that they got a murder case.
Mhm.
So I like that even though most of them kind of move past this point being and make because it is kind of flimsy and very speculative. I do like that this one's the one that kind of gets to 12 a little bit. Um, because 12 was the one that was excited over the prospect of it being a murder case. Uh, so the talk about the details regarding the stabbing would be the cause for some doubt in 12's mind.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm not sure. What do you mean you're not sure? I'm not sure.
yeah,
I don't know.
yeah. Um, 5 steps in, having seen a knife fight. Growing up in the ex-slum neighborhood, talks about the use of switchblades. He's mostly correct. That is the typical way to use switchblades. So not to dismiss what you said earlier, Crimson, because you can absolutely get creative with whatever weapon you have. Um,
Mm.
but in the typical quote unquote knife fighting that you see, it's uh he Five's point does bear out broadly as the average, I suppose, for what it would be.
Yeah.
Uh, 4 points out that it's still speculation, which is correct. 3 gets angry looking at 12 because 12 is harboring doubts. Um, let's see. Uh,
And 7
s-
flips.
yeah, 7 changes his vote just for the sake of it. We follow 8 back across the table, and that's kind of what brings 7 into frame. Um, 3 is shocked, 7 snaps back, but 11 calmly just rips into 7. Uh, and uh, I think the movie does a good job in carefully showing both sides being particularly disappointed in 7 for not really having principles. And 11's really the one that digs into him for that. Um, and I think I'll read some of my notes for 11 because this is kind of where I solidified, I think, 11 as my favorite character for this particular watch through. He's he steadfastly principled and actually wants to adhere to the ideals that the justice system actually claims to strive for. And I think the fact that 11 is an immigrant actually adds even more to that fact or that aspect of his character. And again, it's just really good screen time done for 11 for us to get a good grasp of who he is.
Yeah.
And 8 calls for another vote after that. 12, and in this vote, 12 slowly raises his hand, and so does 1. And so it's now 9-3, right?
Yes. I think so. And during this vote, it's just a shot of their hands this time, which
Yes.
is pretty good for it.
Yeah, and you can see the hesitancy in both 12 and 1 quietly, almost timidly, kind of, you know, swapping his vote.
Yeah.
Um, and I actually have a few notes about 1 here, even though I sort of agree it's a bit flat. And this is me incorporating what I remember of him in the other version.
Hmm.
I think 1 is emblematic of people who don't like speaking out against the majority, typically. Which is 1 I think helps him make a decent foreman for the group. Uh, the only real hints in this version that we get to him being one of the to him switching his vote is because of his familiarity with kids and youth in his head coach gig. And while he doesn't particularly push strongly for things, and he's typically at the end of the start he was bored and laid back, he slowly has become more involved as the movie has progressed. Um, so I do think there is something to him, um, even if it's not particularly strong. Do we have anything to say about 1 and 12 switching their votes before 10 begins his extremely racist rants?
Checking
Thanks.
my notes. Well, between what do you say before 10 rants?
Yes.
Well, I have things far before that to discuss.
Oh, then
Um,
go.
well, okay. So back to when three is holding the knife on eight. I think it's not full corniness, but maybe like a 20/80 kind of thing. That it's three against eight, and it's shot that three is the kid, so he's looking up to eight, and eight's looking down on three of like a power play because it kind of throughout the film it's protagonist antagonist here.
Hmm.
So lining all that up does feel a little corny on how it got to that point of staging it. So I think that was it looks cool. It's a cool shot and like a lot of I guess symbolism out of it of like how you can depict what you're being shown. Um, but the fact that it's them two and how it occurred is a little corny. Afterwards, five coming up with a knife. I know it's a demonstration of what he's doing, explaining that you'd hold a knife like such rather than downward because it would take time to transition your hand around the knife. But how he does it is he holds the blade to then change his hand, which is ridiculous to me. Rather than, like kind of throwing the knife up in the air to catch it like dagger style kind of, so the blade's downwards, or, just open it upside down versus holding a blade and then moving your hand to explain that it would take time. So I think it was definitely five more of explaining a demonstration about the time difference rather than the actual function of holding the blade to then move your hand.
Yeah, I agree.
Hmm.
Um, I guess slightly before, it's pretty comical the one bead of sweat on Juror Four's head and how it was probably staged there. Like they probably had like an eyedropper or something and just put it on his head.
It's probably it is funny to
Yeah.
think about how they did that. Yeah.
And that's what I have up to this point.
Okay. Um. Uh. All right. So 10 goes on his rant, and we slowly zoom out as we watch people either turn away from him, ignore him, get up and walk away from him. Um. And I kind of find it funny that strangely his voice kind of turns to, as a viewer now, his voice kind of turns to white noise for me, while I am more interested in the other characters reacting to him almost. Which I think is the intention, obviously, of the scene. Like he's just saying a lot of horrible but ultimately meaningless things.
Yeah, the camera pulls back, so visually the audience is distancing themselves from the character. He gets quieter as more ignores him, so I agree. I definitely think that's intentional.
Um, and then he slowly peters off. And then I like that it's for the only person who didn't get up, staring at him. And his something like Ten's last lines are like, Listen, these people, listen." And Four just interrupts and goes, "I have. Now sit down and don't open your mouth again." And then, my respect for Four rises quite a bit. um, because
Yeah,
Four is
that
the only one to tell him straight to his face.
true. Was 7 still sitting? Or did
Seven
he
is
get up?
also the only one still sitting, but he turns to face away from him.
Because he's also the other racist at the table
Yeah,
co- towards the immigrant stuff.
yeah. But he does shift his position to shift away from 10. So I think that's very subtle, but I like it too. Do we have anything we want to say about that specifically, or do we have anything to add on?
No,
Um,
Springs.
no, no.
All right, and then 10 moves to sit at a corner table. Having I always forget to try and look for this table as I watch the movie if it's in an earlier shot. Um,
well, that's a fair point.
yeah.
I
So
don't think that is.
yeah, that's the thing. I always forget to look for this table when I'm rewatching the movie because I rewatch it in such far spaces, in such distant spaces apart, that I just always forget to look for it earlier in the movie because I don't know if there's a shot of that table earlier in the film or if it just teleports there for the sake of 10. So I will label that under question marks because I think it just kind of appears there with how I've seen it. Um, and then after 10 goes to sit by himself, slowly everyone comes back to the table, and 8 talks about how prejudice obscures people's judgments and how everyone has their own different perspectives. To talk about the minimum of medicine. That's why we have podcasts like ours, where we all have very different perspectives that we bring to this and add on to each other's thoughts and try to dig into what each other is thinking and why. Um, and then we slowly zoom into 8 gambling on their probabilities because he says everyone here now has enough reasonable doubt. And he says it's now down to 3, 4, and 10, but really it's just down to 3 and 4.
pretty
Do we
much.
have anything to say about what 8 says? I kind of gave my little 2 cents on the more meta side of what I thought about 8's speech, but if anyone's got anything else to add,
I have nothing till the eyeglass conversation.
all right. Crimson.
I am currently looking. That desk is there the whole time.
Really? All right, cool.
Yeah, I looked at the very beginning when they enter the room where it's empty, and that is there.
Awesome. I'll take it.
In terms of what was just stated, yeah, I don't have anything else for that.
Um, yeah, so 8 makes the point of if we 9 don't understand how you 3 are still so sure, and 4 offers to speak because, or at least he says he'll try. Um, and he speaks first to 8, and the others saying that conceding that they've all made excellent points. Um, and he always carefully considers evidence, so I actually kind of like that they have sort of shifted his perception a little bit. Um, I like that in the background behind 4, 3 is almost like hiding behind him. He actually looks nervous. And he's kind of number 4's hype man. He doubles down on 4's points as he goes. And 4 brings up 2 reasons. The women across the street having seen the murder. And we cut away to 9 and 8 listening carefully. And while he concedes 5's knife point, it doesn't matter as if a witness saw the person stabbing downwards in the wrong way.
Yeah.
Another vote after he makes these excellent points, he actually presses 12, uh, and 12 switches his vote, so it's 8. It's back to 8 and 4. Um,
Which I'm glad, because I haven't seen this in years. When I went back to watch, I'm like, I don't remember. Does anyone flip back? Because I feel like there should be. And then once this happened, I'm like, yes, awesome.
so I actually have some more to add. I actually think in the extended version, I think 2 flips back as well at some
Oh,
point. I think it's earlier in the film than this. So it's after 7 switches, I think. 2 actually flips back to the guilty side. Um, it's a very what is it called? Uh, I'm less certain about this scene though. But I have a very distinct memory of 2 flipping back. But I don't know any context in the scene as well as I do as for 1, because I think, like as I said, 1's outlying scene really sticks with me. But I don't remember much more than the fact that I think 2 might have also flipped. I could be wrong, but it's because it's been a long time. But I feel like 2 also flipped as well at some point. So to add a little more into maybe one day, Crimson, if I get my hands on the DVD, we can watch the extended version.
be fun.
And 11, realizing that this is 3 is very proud that of 12 for flipping back. Um, 11, picking up on this, asks why it's so personal for him, which is more set up for what happens at the end. And then 4
Uh,
brings with, huh?
I was gonna say I don't remember what 3 says in response to that.
Uh, 4 kind of. I think 3 is kind of lashes out. 1 calms the group down, and then 4 brings up the point of discussing whether if they are a hung jury or not, and they decide they should probably and says they should set a time limit of 7. And this is where he takes his glasses off and does the thing with 9 observing him carefully and realizes something.
I found
Uh,
this convenient.
think it's convenient only because we don't see 4 do this earlier.
Yeah, this is the only time, and you can be hmm, very observant, but the old guys brought up 2 things that would have been interesting in the beginning at the times where they need to be necessary in this film. He brought up the old man's leg at one point when it became relevant. I didn't really think of it, but now that it is, I noticed that. Same thing with these glasses. Like, you know what? I didn't think anything of it, but now that you're doing that, it is relevant. It's like, well, come on.
Yeah, it's definitely on the more convenient side. I think I'm okay with it ultimately. I think, however, what bothered me this time when I watched through is I was actually looking for 4 trying to rub his nose. Um, and I because this is the only time he does it, I think that's what bothered me a little bit. Um, because it could have been something where 4 rubbed his nose earlier and 9 spots it, but does chooses not to say anything. And then he brings it up here, I think would be another thing, noticing it's a pattern.
Yeah,
Um,
that could be better.
um, so otherwise, I agree it's convenient. But it's a character trait for 9 to be observant of people, so it doesn't really break any character for him. But I will write it under the label of convenient for the moment.
Yeah, like, well, what if Ford never took his glasses off and rubbed his nose this during this?
Yeah,
Then what would have happened? The movie would have been different.
yeah, I would agree. Um, I like that 9 uh, apologizes for interrupting 4 and asks if he can continue, and then 4 gives him the go ahead. He's a little annoyed, but 4, because 4 is trying to focus on the idea of setting a time limit if they are a hung jury. Um, and 3 yells boisterously, and 9 actually snaps at him and says, "I am speaking to the person next to you." Um, and now he kind of slowly digs into the idea of the marks on Four's nose left by his glasses, and that gives Four. 4 gives 9 his undivided attention at that point because I think 4 realizes really early where he's going to go with this.
And I was like,
Um,
yeah, nice trap card. Darn it.
yeah. Um, and he describes the woman and how she, in court, the person who witnessed the murder, was making the same gesture that 4 just was the entire time in court, rubbing the bridge of his nose. And 9 asks if those marks should be made by anything other than high glasses, and 4 firmly says no. I'm going to quickly jump through the other perspectives before we continue with this, or I will open it up to you guys if you have comments. Um, 5 jumps in a couple times, recalling that he also recalls seeing the woman's marks. 6 gets 6 of 3 because 3 yells at 5, and 5 sits 6 back down to try and calm him. 1 actually jumps in, saying, realizing he was the closest to the witness stand, he actually saw the marks too. Now that it's been pointed out, it's easy for them to remember. Um, and then 9 asks the question, 4 firmly says no, and he comments about how he saw his marks, and he goes quiet, reflecting on, almost reflecting on the what he remembers of the courtroom, uh, because he also realizes that he saw it but didn't think about it. So I will open this to you guys. Do you have anything further to say?
Yes.
regarding the glasses. All right, Sprinks.
So Juror 9 notices the eyeglasses, which is fine because of the story he told about the old man before and how observant Juror 9 is. So it makes sense that he's observant here. Being that it's coming from Juror 9 opposed to 8, I think strengthens that another character is being um, more limelight than 8, kind of taking every single center point of a new um, thing in the case to try to explain. So I like
Hmm.
that. Um, it's interesting that it comes from 4, who just had kind of a big scene with the movie discussion, rather than it coming from. I think it would have been weak if it came from 12 because he constantly puts his glasses on and off, but opposed to 2, who doesn't seem to have that much spotlight time and is definitely more of a supporting character. Uh, but I think it would have been strength, and I believe Crimson, you said it was convenient at this point. I think it would have been nice to see earlier in the film if 2 removed his glasses and pinched his nose to show that it's a thing and not necessarily talked about or remembered then, even if like 9 never saw 2 do it, but to show the audience that it's, a thing that occurs to then go to this point that now 4 is doing it rather than out of the blue.
Yeah.
Or
I
if 2 piped up in the conversation about the glasses thing, since this is the conversation of 9 and 4 now, since he wears glasses.
mhm. Yeah, I would be happy with that. Like, little tweaks here and there to make the movie better and perfect it. I like it. Um, I'm kind of in agreement with you, Springs. 9, it's in character for 9 to notice this. It's just convenient in the way that he notices it now.
Yeah, the only thing that really
Um,
helps is 4 is directly in front of him. It's not he's looking down
yes.
the table and or like far comes out of the bathroom or something like that.
Yeah. So, uh,
Then what? 3 other people also say they noticed, right?
well, they jump on once the observations pointed out. Like, oh yeah, that was something that they were doing.
Yeah. There's no side chat going on that it's not like 4 and 9 are the only ones I mean, at the point they're the only ones talking, so everyone's listening in. So everyone's, remembering and going with the information being told. So it is
Were you were you making a different point with that, Crimson?
Well,
Okay.
I don't know. It's just it all seems pretty convenient, and not necessarily that it was all like relevant information before this topic
Yeah.
was brought up, but now that everyone's like, "Oh yeah, I noticed that too. I noticed that too. I noticed too." Like, you're all not all that observant.
Crimson
Most people wouldn't realize that later.
Crimson, do you think anyone lied?
Well, I mean, it could be the old man example through a writer's perspective, where they're filling in to make sense of it.
Mhm.
And
Like
if
I said,
so,
there's a lot of more meta to this than I thought because I was thinking about, hey, they could just be filling in their own memories, like they could just be imagining it themselves and affirming their
That's
ideas.
how I'm seeing this.
being
The
Yeah,
dreamed up in
additional
this room
people.
for this well. Yeah.
we don't actually know. Like they're just characters that we have been with now at this point, and we don't actually know whether they are filling in the gaps themselves. So
Yeah.
I have that as my notes as well in my notes. Um, but like I said, it's just what we were going with. I said it's not isn't Break Nine's character. It's in character. It's just with a slight convenience.
Well, then I'm curious in this what if Crimson, if someone is lying, who would you say is?
Sorry, can you ask that again?
Which juror do you think is lying, if at all, to them remembering about the nose?
If any of them, it would have been. Was it 5 that said he saw it? Right.
Yes,
Yeah.
5 said he
5,
saw it
1,
multiple
and
times.
4. All 3 agreed that they saw it. Right.
Yes,
So at 5 would be the one I would think would be building it in his head.
the most likely to build it in his head.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. While I like the idea of the meta, I'm gonna be honest. I don't really read that into these characters. The fact that they were lying, which is why I lean more towards. It's a little convenient that it's brought up now, um, and I think this could have been better set up like a few other things in the film. But other than that, it's still fairly tight script. So,
So I got a question for you.
alrighty.
If 4 rubbed his nose, took off his glasses earlier, and 9 called him out, would 4 flipped earlier?
No,
Oh,
I think they'd still have to work through the other evidence.
if this
Like
Would
this
that
is
not
conversation
be
took
this
enough
is
place
reasonable
earlier.
doubt for him?
I think this would have to work. I think if this works here as a conclusion because the witness testimony is still what's convinced juror for. So, I think it's not necessarily who would have flipped earlier. I think he would have flipped if they've gone through all the testimony. I think this would have done a big chink earlier on. Um, but I don't think he would have flipped him. I think it helps that everything else that happened earlier, like them slowly picking away at all the other part pieces of evidence, then this on top of that is what helps to convince juror 4.
Frank, sounds like you were gonna hop in on it.
Well, I'm just asking. You're saying if this scene of the glasses thing was earlier in the film, and how it would affect number 4?
Would 4 have flipped? Yeah. Would it have
Uh,
been enough? Because he doesn't use reasonable doubt, and this gave him doubt. So would he have had integrity to doubt and just cave in and flip?
Caved in and flipped? No. Would it have aided? Yes. I think when they called for the vote and only 3 hands went up, I think juror 4 wouldn't have raised his hand at that point.
All right. I will be right back. Family's ordering dinner. Give me a sec.
That's what I think. I think juror 4 wouldn't have raised his hand at that point, and maybe 3 and 10 would have eyed him or said something, but I think he would have brought up at that point if this scene was earlier.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the fence on it myself because you just need reasonable doubt, and this would have done it, I think, for him. Like, he had two big points that he thought was concrete. Her seeing him kill. And since the glasses thing automatically refutes that, he might have actually, I think, flipped if this was put in earlier.
Well, you're also
Even
saying
without all the other previous stuff being
yeah, you're
shown
also saying
before.
earlier, like how early? Like this is the first discussion point. This is after one of them already being
Let's say
said.
it's right after the walking demonstration. Let's say they go witness to witness. They're like, all right, old man walking failed. Let's bring up the lady's sight now.
Okay,
And
but they
they,
didn't do the movies.
yeah. Do you
Yeah,
think that would?
I think what I discussed about the hands would still be true.
All right. What did I miss?
Well, we're diving more into whether or not Ford would have flipped earlier after the, if it
Depend
happened after the walking demonstration.
Yeah, depending on where the glasses was placed, like the conversation. If it was the first thing discussed, or if it was, and Crimson said after the walking demonstration.
Yeah. I think if we were to place this earlier for him to flip earlier, it would probably, or at least get close to him flipping earlier, it would have been after the walking demonstration. Because at that point, a lot of the other evidence that he was supplying had chinks in it. The idea that the walking demonstration obviously is implied to give a chink if it. We kind of talked about how it's flawed. Then we had the L train stuff, and then we had um, uh, we at that point we didn't have the movie alibi discussion yet,
Didn't
right?
have the movie alibi, the knife angle thing,
Okay,
a couple pieces.
it could work. I'm 50-50 on whether he'd switch them though.
I mean, it's a lot more entertaining that he's one of the last. So, I'm not saying
It's
it should have
true.
been earlier.
Yeah, we're just
If
talking
it
about
was.
if it would have swayed him. All right.
Also, that he's not an outrageous character like 10 or 3.
Yeah,
Yeah.
quite level headed. And props to the actor. I loved his face during this whole bit.
Yep.
Really good.
Yeah, and it's just very very contemplative for most of it, and he kind of realizes like you can see the haunting realization almost in his
Well, it's like
face.
his world shattered.
Yeah, I mean that's where he was. Like I said, the one thing that he was really relying on was the eyewitness testimony for his argument, and now he didn't have that because the woman's eyesight was now called in question, as 8 points out.
Yeah.
And 3 is yelling at 8 for how he knows all of this, and 8 only affirms that her eyesight is in question. 11 and 2 jump in with comments. Uh, 3 says it's not even possible that the woman misidentified boy, obviously going on without reason now. And 8 takes a kind of a his last walk around the room. 12 has changed his mind once again. 8 approaches 10, and 10 just kind of quietly shakes his head timidly. I kind of like the hollow shell he was left in.
Yeah,
Um,
that he was pretty much
and
kicked out of the movie once he sat down in that chair.
yes, and I like that all the while 8 is walking around the room, all you can see on 4's face is just contemplation. And then when 8 asks him, he replies, "No, I'm convinced, not guilty." And it's, at least for me, one of the cruxes to why, as you said, why I like his character. He's very quiet and contemplative, and it's only, and while this is the last bit of evidence that they go through, I like it that they went through all the other bits of evidence before this one kindly finally was the last nail in the coffin, so to speak. And the again, I like his response to 3. He says, "I just have a reasonable doubt now." He's like he has enough uncertainty uh,
I'm
to
convinced.
to not to not condemn him.
Now we're
Uh,
at war with 3.
and then 8 says, "You're alone." And I like that where 8 didn't break on being alone, 3 is already sweating, and 8 asks to hear his arguments. And then without 4, I think this is kind of the demonstration of why, like, I think he was terrified when he and 3 and 4 were like the last ones, because he knew that 4 was going to be the more or less going to be the crux of their who they were going to target, because 4 is the only one that makes well reasoned and well considered arguments. Um, so left to his own devices, 3 just starts ranting. But before we get into that, do we have anything else to say from the two of
I
you?
do not.
Me neither.
All right. Uh, 3 yells reiterates essentially all his arguments that are gone over, but in a non-clinical examination sort of way. So like he half builds a point without really making it. And he goes through all the points about all the stuff that they now all have reasonable doubt in. Um, the only line where I think that he had any merit is like, you can't prove he didn't get into the door into the time. Get to the old man couldn't get to the door in time. Um, and then in my notes, I just said the burden of proof is on the prosecution. Um, and then 3 yells, throws his wallet uh, at the table, meaning it as a bit of a conclusion, and says like he says like that's the whole case, as if he summarized all the points. One of the things I like about Three's rant is, like I said, he builds half a point, but the reason he doesn't really reach that point is because he immediately switches to another one, as if he's parroting, as you say. And then, as he's yelling and getting his rant, we kind of intercut with all the other characters watching him and looking at him. Uh, 3 demands that they all speak, and he calls them lousy, bleeding bunch of bleeding hearts, claims his entitlement to his opinion, and then he spots the picture in his wallet. Rotten kids, you work your life out, work your heart out, or work your life out. Um, one of the two.
Yes.
And then he tears up the pictures, uh, crying, uh, and then says not guilty. Do we have anything to say about 3?
I do. Springs to you.
Yeah, you go ahead
You
first.
should. No, you talk less. You go first.
Okay. I think this makes it's a emotional drive piece of a character to show of 3, but I think this also makes 3 look more stupid than what he is. Being in this room this whole time and seeing how people are being talked to and like thought processes and what's being shown around the room, that 3 can see how people were functioning and how they talk and their mannerisms and whatnot, and he just is blinded by rage that he doesn't think logically to state his points. Because I'm sure if he was a little more cool-headed, he could get points across. But he's just so fixated on his own history and everything about his own son that he's taken out this guilty case on, that he's just blinded. Um, and I think that just makes him look more stupid,
Mm, I don't know if I agree with that. I mean,
especially with going with the whole knife situation and explaining through the knife, or saying go faster with the walk. Like, he's been interactive with each point been made, and at this point, giving his quote unquote argument is just loudmouth, and it's not very much actual points, or going uh, uh, situation by situation that's been discussed already to give his point. It just seems, I don't know if it's, I don't want to say it's paced wrong to rush to the end of the film, because I don't think it's that, but it's it
Oh,
just
you
become,
don't. You don't like it. I thought you were just thinking you made him look stupid. You actually don't like it.
I don't like his character at this point.
Okay. Okay. So that's not okay. All right. I'm getting confused now. So you don't. So you like his writing more, quote unquote, but you don't like his character,
Yes,
like subjectively.
yes. I being in the room
Okay.
this whole time, being with all these people for now a good amount of hours, because it's past the ball game, which was, I believe, was at 7, or the end time. So it's been going for a while, and he's not really getting to know these people, but he knows how they interact with one another. That he's just so mad at his own son that he just comes across as just like blindly ranting, to 8, to like attack 8. That it just makes him look dumb, at least to me.
Okay.
yeah. I just think it. I mean, I think it fits his character. He at this point he knows he's lost. There's no flipping it on him or anything. And I kind of the opposite of you. I actually liked his little rant here because I don't think he's just spitting out gibberish. I think he doesn't back up his points too much, but he does bring up points like
Like I said, they're half
uh,
constructed,
the
but not
alibi
really. Yeah.
not making sense, the convenience of the knife falling out of the pocket, the convenience of there being a different knife. Yeah. He has valid points, but he just bullet points them until he just breaks himself, essentially.
So I like I said, I really like Three's rant, probably for the same reason you do, Crimson. Um, he's too emotionally charged, but I consider that a well established character trait. Easily excitable, all that. And then once he gets to not guilty, once he not guilty, this song starts to play. One goes to the door and says they're ready now. Everyone gets up, grabs their jackets. 8 is the last to get up from the group and goes to 3 to get his jacket and wrap him up at the end, helps him get the jacket on. 8 is the last to leave. He doesn't have a smile on his face. He doesn't gloat. He just looks solemn, and then he leaves. And we follow along an empty table, going through all the cigarettes, the little things that they were playing with over the course of the movie, like papers and the drawing. Um, as we slowly fade to them walking outside. And the last thing we get is 9 and 8 introducing themselves. Um, and then we cut to credits. Do we have anything to say about that last bit?
Yes, I do.
All right, please.
One, that is a very long fade. It takes a
Yeah,
while.
Yeah, it is a bit of a long fade.
So it
I
is a
agree.
slow fade, yeah. Um, it further proves what I think, that 8 went into this jury room to know that he was going to fight for not guilty by leaving his knife on the table, showing that he didn't get the knife for himself. He got it for the discussion,
Oh, I definitely think he got
oh,
it for the discussion.
yeah.
but he left it.
I mean, it's illegal to own it.
Oh, so you think it's a way to cop out saying, like, "It could have been any 12 of us who brought the knife."
Yeah, there's no security cameras in there.
No, but there's fingerprints.
Yeah, but several people touched it.
Got you there.
I mean, that's true. What was it?
um,
One of them. Which one confused the knife? Is Eight's knife
that
is
Three.
was
the real
three.
one? It was three. Okay.
Three,
Three's prints are on the knife.
2, 5, and 8 all have fingerprints of the knife, I believe.
Sounds right.
Um, maybe 4, but I don't recall him ever picking it up. At least the eight's knife. I do remember him holding the actual knife. Um, all right. Uh, do you want to
Uh,
break it up,
Hang on.
Springsteen?
Did I have one more thing? Oh, last thing. During the credits, it shows each juror to the actor who played him.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Juror 11 is the only one that's a still image. Everyone else is an actual like video.
Uh,
Uh,
I didn't get
I
that far
I
in the
turned it
credits,
off
so
and didn't
I'll have to take
notice.
your
Okay.
word.
It was a little weird to me.
Something I don't think you said, Ryder, was while Eight wasn't smug or anything pretentious about his victory, he actually went up to Three and put his jacket on for him, which
I
was good.
Yeah, I thought I described that. Yes.
Oh,
He's being
did you say it,
respectful.
Sprinks?
Yeah.
Oh well, I pointed it out anyways.
He's also the only one who stayed.
Yeah. He stayed to because there he never Eight never intended hostility into anyone. So
That's
um
all I got.
all right. Um in which
Uh,
case
I Okay. I do have one more thing. Sorry. Do you think it weakens the movie at all that they actually give names at the end of 8 and 9?
I don't think
not
it affects it really.
not really, no.
Okay.
I mean they went through the whole movie kind of supporting each other and didn't introduce each other till the end. I thought it was kind of a nice little bow. That all this happened, they don't even know each other's names.
Okay.
So does it affect you?
It does minorly. I think it could have
Well,
been a better line delivery of like, "Hey, I'm not. Are you busy right now?" And he goes, "No." And he's like, "You want to go get a bite to eat, or you want to get a coffee or something?" Like to bond or make a friendship because of it, rather than give names
them just
after
going their
showing.
separate way.
Yeah, after earlier when it was the clipboard thing, it's like, "Who are you?" and pointing to the clipboard, showing that the movie's kind of like not giving names for a reason, and at the end giving the names. I feel like it weaken or like kind of attacks the scene earlier of the reason not to give names to begin with. So I think it could be written or dialogued better at this part.
I
I
think
think
your thing could work, but the way I kind of see it is more like a respect thing. Like, I'm sure both of them are going to tell their family about this, and Juror Nine will probably be like, "Man, this awesome guy." I don't remember what his name was. I didn't write it down. Devin or
Uh,
Derek or something. I don't know.
Davis and
Davis.
McLean? Davis
Doesn't
and
matter.
McLean?
I saw more as a respect thing instead of saying like juror number 8 convinced everyone at the table. Uh, Devin, Derek, I already forgot what you just said. Uh, did it? I don't know because they obviously didn't want to pursue a friendship because they split ways. Don't give any information other than their names. That's kind of how I saw it.
Yeah, I thought as a respect thing as well. I think it was more realistic to kind of take this route, because whenever you serve on a jury, you're not necessarily guaranteed to make friends with people there, and most people just go back to their normal everyday lives. That's kind of what life on a jury is like. You spend time with people, and then you just go your separate ways. Because the idea is that you're all anonymous for the most part. So yeah, I read it as a respect thing too. And with that, we can move into jurors. Let's just talk about the jurors and give our thoughts on them as characters, I suppose. We kind of talked about one being flat. Crimson, do you want to elaborate a little more?
Um, well, I think I was the one that talked about him the most, but by the end of the movie, he was pretty flat. We didn't get his reasoning to the guilty verdict he gave at the beginning. He didn't have much edge to him, as in like we never get his point of view on anything. Um, he's kind of just in the background facilitating the votes. That's pretty much it. He doesn't really give much input during conversations.
Mhm.
That's it.
All right. Spriggs.
I like Juror One. I liked how he's not necessarily hostile towards anyone, or deliberately hostile to anyone. And he's pretty much contemplating everything that's being told from either end to make his vote. So I, I like him. I think he's fine.
Uh,
I guess I made it more like a tool. I think he's all right.
Oh,
Continue.
actually,
yeah.
this is a good thing to bring up now, I guess. Did Juror One get angry?
Oh yeah, that was one of your
This is
things.
this is something driving for me while I watch this movie. Did Juror One get angry?
um, I think
I think he got flustered at times, but I don't think he got angry.
yeah. Uh, probably give three, and 3 and 10 are better examples of anger. I think one definitely got flustered and frustrated.
Oh, this is gonna be
Um,
hard then. Okay.
yeah.
I think one did get angry at some point in the movie. He got angry at 10 earlier on in the film.
I also know he yells at 8 at some point earlier in the film too, but I don't think he got angry. He's just got with 8 he got passionate. So 10, explain.
Oh shoot. Well, I just have it in my notes. I just wrote down Juror 1 gets angry at Juror 10. It's before the description of the switch knife from Juror 4. Um, it's after the first vote is called.
Okay. Oh yes, he gets angry at 10 because 10 was interrupting his proceedings. Like he was trying to get them to go around in a line, and 10 was like, "Why do we have to do that?" Because and 1 got angry because of that. So, uh,
I
yeah,
just saw
I
that
can
as being flustered, but
yeah, I can sort
I
of
mean,
see I can see
flustered's
an argument.
a lesser anger, so fine with that, I guess.
Yeah, I'm kind of like I can see an argument for anger here or there, but I'm leaning more towards flustered as well.
Okay.
Um, Otherwise, I like 1 a lot as well. He's like I said, I'm remembering additional scenes that were not in this film. Um, Without those scenes, I definitely think he's a much flatter character. Um, but he's still used effectively in what we see him. He makes a decent foreman for someone who's just he's not aggressive, fighting for a particular side. He's just listening and taking it all in. And that's pretty much sums up Juror 1 for me. So Juror 2, Crimson.
Alright. So, as I mentioned, he was one of the 3 I thought were kinda
Caricatures.
caricatures. Thank you. Um, and, I think that stayed true to the end. I don't think you guys swayed me off of it. He has a little bit of nuance with, like, um what was the thing he handed out? The
The well,
throw medicine
the
thing.
the cough drop.
Cough drop. Little bit of nuance, I guess, to where he gets a little bit of an edge towards 10, but that's very minimal. As you said, he could have been more interesting bringing it up during the glasses conversation, but
Um,
overall, he wasn't bad. He was just kind of just present.
he's very much relegated to a side character.
Yeah,
The only thing that he really brings up of interest is the knife discussion, reigniting the idea of the stabbing.
yeah,
Um,
which could have gone to several people.
mhm.
So he was all right. Um, I didn't really have any strong feelings towards him.
All right, Springs.
Juror 2 reminded me of Rick Moranis. Just a really weakling, nerdy guy. He kind of gave me the feel of the closest to Little Shop of Horrors, Rick Moranis. I forget the character's name. I'm sorry. Um, but that, and I guess that plays into what you said earlier, that that's just his character, like the nerd, the quiet guy. Um, I wish he had a little more spotlight at parts that some of the other characters got. but that's about it. He's very just in the middle for me.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the middle as well on Juror 2. I appreciate their attempts at nuance they did with him, but he's definitely leaning more towards caricature. Um, but yeah, well, I do appreciate a little bit of nuance. I just kind of wish they did more with him because most of the time he's mostly relegated to a background character or a support character. Um, uh, and I guess with that, move on to one of the big ones, Juror 3. But I
Oh,
will start with
oh,
you this
I'm so sorry. Did Juror
time.
2 get angry?
He got mad at
Oh, is this really
7
what's gonna
and
bother
10.
you?
Oh, this is a big thing for me. Yes.
Yeah,
Should we just do it now then?
yeah,
Well, we
For,
can go one
for
by one, but I mean, I just don't want to
yeah.
forget.
2 definitely got, uh, angry with 10,
Yeah.
for sure.
He said like you can't talk to me that way.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Easy as that. Just to check mark these people.
Okay, well, I know where you're going with this. Alright, uh, 3,
Yes, he got
Sprints.
angry. Anyway, 3, the antagonist of the film. Um, he's pretty good. He's fine. He's a fine sticking character. Sticks to his acting. Actually, pretty good acting for Juror 1 and 2 so far. By the way, um, I think he's fine. I think to strengthen the end bit to not make him as dumb looking to me, they should have tailored a little more to the story of his son, or something of like I not too much on the nose, but like talking about the case of a child and saying like, "Well, my son never," or something like that, to play a little more rather than the one scene of him looking at the photo earlier on. So other than that, I he's good. He's fine.
Crimson?
Um, kind of disagree with the bringing the sun up more because to me it would show more of a weakness towards him that the others would pick up on and bias. And his whole stance that he believed in was that he believes in the facts. Obviously, we as the audience know that is not the case by the end of this. Uh, but if he kept tipping his hand and bringing up his son during these discussions, it would have been more obvious to the other jurors and the audience of his headspace. But overall, I agree. I think the acting he did was good. The way his character lashed out several times throughout fits. Well, he was a good character.
Yeah, that's fair. Um, I really like 3, shocker. He's, he's a very well fleshed out character by the end. One of the I think, maybe 6 fleshed out characters, I think. Though they're all pretty well fleshed out, at least their traits, but he is really fleshed out. Like we know him intimately by the end of this, especially with the reveal of his son. Actor does a great job, obviously. Um, and I think his arc is also very palpable, and I think he plays a very suitable antagonist, being a more emotionally driven character to as opposed to Juror 8, who's while emotionally driven, just is has a particular doubt in his mind. Um, I guess we can go to Juror 4. Uh,
Oh, was 3 angry?
Yes.
oh, yes, 3 is angry.
Okay, glad we agree on that one.
Um, 4 it I'll start 4. I said a lot about 4 throughout the podcast, so I'm not really sure much more I can add on, to be honest. But I think he's also serves a great antagonist, as a sort of antithesis to what 3 is. While 3 is very emotionally charged, 4 is very, as I keep saying, very clinical. Um, he is he approaches facts. He approaches the cases and all the evidence in a matter of fact basis. And all the while they chip away at him, and I like the fact that he's one of the last people to turn, given his uh the way he has grounded himself in that. And he also has a great back. He also has some great back and forths with other characters in this movie. So I really like 4. Springs.
I like 4 as well. I think he's my second favorite character. I like his mannerisms and acting. For some reason, he kept reminded me of Jason Isaacs' Mr. Darcy, or Mr. Darling, sorry, Mr. Darling in the 2003 Peter Pan film, for any of you who know that. Yeah, I liked it. He definitely got a lot of spotlight and limelight. Um, yeah,
Yeah.
so he's
He
on
was
the
also
upper end.
yeah. I also think he's a really well fleshed out character as well. Crimson.
Copy paste writers response with me. He's my favorite jury member out of the bunch. Kind of like Sprinks, he did remind me of a character in something else. Wesley from the Netflix Daredevil series from season 1. Kind of reminded me of him a little bit.
Huh. I, I don't see it, but you know what?
You don't see
It's been a while since I've seen that show too. So
they're both pretty analytical. They got the glasses and the look.
hmm, hmm, maybe. All right. On to
Oh, was
is
he
for
angry?
angry. Um,
He's
I
the one I'm
think
not sure.
he did get angry, but only once, and that's at juror 10 when he asked him to sit down and not speak.
Okay, I can
Yeah,
side with
I'd
that and
say a
say okay.
controlled anger.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can.
I definitely say he got angry, but it was controlled.
Okay, I can say he definitely was annoyed,
Yeah.
but angry.
Uh,
Okay, sure. He was the only one I was on the fence of.
yeah. I'm pretty sure he did get angry. Yeah. Like I said, that's the only time of where I
That's
think it
fine.
comes out.
As
Yeah.
you know, if it comes out once in the whole film, that's a check mark.
All right. 5. Springs.
A bland, kind of the bottom of the list here. He's okay. Just, just not a favorite. I don't know who would say he's their favorite. He kind of keeps to himself. Only really helps with the switchblade conversation. Yeah, just eh.
He, yeah. I'll go next. He does have a little bit of input on the L train stuff, but it's more of a passing comment. And he and 6 have a bit of a back and forth every now and again. Um, but otherwise, well fleshed out character. But we don't really get much time with him. So on a character tier list, not saying they're all horrible. But I would probably put him near the bottom in terms of how much I care about the character and like the character, because they just don't really do much with him.
Actually, I'll say this right
So
now. Reiterate. Number 5, my least favorite.
okay. All right, Crimson.
So for me, the I'll tackle 5 and 6 if that's all right. 'Cause
Okay,
to me,
go
they're
right
very
ahead.
similar. Every time I think of this movie, there's 3 characters that I always forget or just don't think about at all, and that's 11, 5, and 6. I always forget about them. They're not very memorable for me. I know Ryder 11's your favorite at this point, but
For this particular
they're
watch
not very
through, yeah.
distinct in like moments. Like Five's got his little knife demonstration, but that's not very memorable for me personally. I agree. He's pretty low on the totem pole. 6, I didn't remember him at all going into this. 5 and 11, I remembered something about them. 6, nothing. I couldn't even picture his face going into this. Or before you sent the little graph or whatever. I had had nothing on him, and kind of stayed true to the end. There, he's just your blue collar guy. He doesn't have much personality in this. I'll leave it at that.
All right. Will let's see. I think I already spoke a little bit about 5 during the film. Um I don't really he just says he just functions as a bit of a tool. Uh Springs, you already answered. Yeah, 5 is your least favorite. You answered
Yeah.
that. Okay. Then we can go to jump. I'll jump to 6 because that's what we're doing next.
5 gets angry.
Uh, what?
If 5 got angry, he does.
Oh, very
Yeah,
clearly.
yeah. very very clearly.
Freaking Death Eye glares 3.
Yeah. Uh,
He's probably
s-
one of the most unstable ones next to 3.
Jesus, I'm not reading that far. Six. I think my favorite moment with him upon this rewatch is his comment to Eight about them Eight convincing them all out of it, and the boy really did kill his father. And that's what happened. And I think Six was the potentially the most interesting character because he was offering hypotheticals back at Eight, and I think that would have been interesting to establish that a bit more. They don't really do anything with that. Um, I also think Six gets angry, very pointedly. Um, but I think he is also closer to the bottom of the totem pole as well. While I understand him as a character, they don't really do much with him. Again, just reiterating, that doesn't mean he's bad. It's just least favorite on the totem
Not very
pole.
compelling.
Not very compelling. Um, all right, Sprinks. I think you're the one left to give something on at six.
6 is a step up of 5. I like the bathroom scene. That's kind of it of him. Um, yeah, just kind of eh. But yeah, he does get angry.
All right, Juror 7. Crimson.
Sure, 7. Um, yeah. I mean, he's good at what he does, and what he does isn't great. um, it's all about his baseball game. Do you think he made it on time? Think he missed it? Didn't. Hmm,
Not really
I don't
sure.
know.
Is
Yeah,
that
I
a
don't know. I'm trying
rhetorical
to go through the
question?
timeline in my
Is
head.
that
He said an hour would have been fine. I guess he probably made his game. Anyways, nice little tangent there. I think he played his role pretty well. I wish there was a bit more to his like flip, because we got the bit with 11 challenging him, being like, "What's your reasoning? Actually mean it if you're doing it." But past that, nothing really comes of it anymore. So I wish it came back up towards the end tallies or something. I don't know
Mhm.
what I would have done differently, but it just feels like that was the end of his story, and it didn't feel great for me, anyways. But overall, I think he's a good good character. They did
All
him
right,
right.
Sprinks.
funny guy. I think he's pretty funny. I like his baseball references and analogies that he gives. Um, he's kind of just like he's with it. He's over it. He's you know behind someone's back. He's in then attacking that person who just said something. He's like all over the place. His conversation of like why isn't very strong. Like his reasoning as to guilty is strong with 8, but then again with 11 of the flip isn't, to just show his character difference and change throughout. He's high up on the bar for me, and I think he's fine.
All right. 7. Really, really like his character. I'm the complete opposite of Sprinks. I don't find him funny at all. I find him annoying, but I think that's the point of the character. So, um, I think he again plays his role very, very well. I think the fact that I want more from him, like I wanted him to respond to 11 pushing him, I think is sign that I think he is actually a good character. Um, the fact that I just wanted more of him to see what his I want his perspective to be flushed out more. Um, but otherwise, I do think he's a very well established character. Uh, on
Since
to
you both mentioned his comedy, I believe he's supposed to be annoying and funny. Moving on.
Crimson, great
all right.
gray area. Awesome, thanks.
Well, I mean, I honestly do think he was supposed to be a funny character, and I think he was supposed to be annoying.
Yeah, like I said, I'm kind of that's what I tried to imply, but you put it better words.
And yes, he gets angry.
Yes, he does. Uh, 8.
Can we hurry up here? I got a game to go to. I'm angry.
All right,
Right.
8. Sprinks, go.
Oh, my favorite. It's my favorite. He's the top. He's so smart and intelligent, and the way he uses the room after 6 days of being with these people and just reading people, he's so well done. Uh, the way he demonstrates everything kind of takes lead of Foreman at points, and the Foreman just accepts it and goes with it and ponders why 8 is doing the things he does at times, and then has the little bonding heart to heart kind of conversation, which Crimson didn't quite like, but I think it's good in that sense of it, of overall thinking, and how he's respectful to three, even though three's against him the whole time. He's just so good. He's top of the list.
Yeah, I'll go next. Eight is obviously our main character. He is the quote unquote protagonist of this story. Um, and we get a lot of about his character without him ever talking about himself, which I think is a strength of his character writing. Um, Exercising his more or less what his principles are regarding the case. And yeah, definitely high on the totem pole. Definitely one of the more fleshed out characters. Really good job on the actor's part, even though he didn't like watching himself on screen. Um, did a good job. Crimson.
Echo Chamber. I think he was pretty solid as well. I can always like someone who plays devil's advocate and fights against being the minority opinion in a room. I can vouch for that because I typically end up doing that unintentionally.
You typically are the
Uh,
minority.
yeah. So respect him on that part. Something I didn't care about his character too much was the more people he got on his side, the more like I might be reading a little into the facial expressions, but the little more like cocky smile he gets as more people join his side, especially towards the end. But he doesn't showboat it at all. It's just passing glances and smiles that kind of seem like he's getting a little cocky with it.
He's taking pride in his
But
work.
Yeah.
yeah, that's definitely a facet. Uh, but yeah, he's good. Probably, yeah, second favorite. Yeah, second
Yeah,
favorite.
I think I'd probably Lil was my second favorite too. All right, on to Juror 9.
Yes,
He
Uh,
juror
does
eight
get
gets angry.
upset.
Yeah.
oh
Yes.
yeah, eight does get angry. Yes. On to Juror 9. I'll start. We kind of talked about it. He's very cliche wise man, old man character. In quite the contrast to what we'll discuss about with 10. Very convenient. Has a lot of the strange close-ups in this film. Um, I don't get comedy from him, but I'm sure Springs will comment on how he feels about it. The only time I got something that could be read as comedy is his interaction with Seven when the paper hits him in the head. Um, Other than that, I think he's a decent character. He's kind of middle of the road for me. I don't particularly hate him. Because he does serve a point, and he also, being an observer of human nature, that doesn't really break his character. Though a lot of conveniences do run around him, which I do see as a bit of a problem. But again, it doesn't really break his character. So, Springs.
I think nine isn't as fun. Well, he's pretty high. He's better than mid. I'll say that as a character. I don't think as dialogue and character is funny, but the use of cinematography, of close-ups, and editing make him funny to me. So if it was a
Do you?
long if it was a
That
long
makes more
table
sense.
thing of him just being like agreeance with someone, like yeah, that's right, like across the table, it's not as funny. When it closes up to just show like his neck up and he just looks dead on in the camera, and goes, "You're right," and then cuts to the rest. I think it's funny, or used in a comical way.
My question for you is: are you saying that's just funny to you, or do you think that's the intent?
I think it's the intent because you said they start with wide angles and get tighter and tighter and like move the camera up to get closer and closer shots at the end. They kind of
Mhm.
start with Juror 9 being a close up at the beginning of the film. So unless
Yeah.
there's a reason behind it of why he's kind of always close up throughout the film, then I think it is more of the comical approach because that's how they start. And it's only for him.
The only reason I think it's they do that with Nine specifically is because he doesn't speak up most of the time during conversation. So they decide to focus in on him and when he does.
Could be.
Yeah. And Crimson.
Um, yeah, I don't see him as a comedic character. I agree with the writer. If anything, it would be the paper ball. I kind of see the situation where, like today, those shots are funny, but back then they weren't. Kind of like if you watch like old horror movies, they were scary back then, but today it's like cheesy. Like, how could anyone have saw that as funny back or scary back then? I kind of see those shots as like those were meant to be serious shots, but today we see those as more humorous. That's kind of my headspace on those.
Mhm.
As a character, I brought up earlier, he was my least favorite because of these shots and his attitude. And yeah, I talked about him earlier, so I'll leave it at that.
I'll Let's run to
Angry.
10.
And
I
wait,
think keep these.
yeah,
Huh?
sorry, something else about 9, not to break it doesn't break the film or the script or anything but that, but I think he's a little overused.
Sure, his time could have been spent with other characters.
They could have given things that 9 does to other characters to do.
And this is in your reference to the glasses thing with two,
It
right?
could be the glasses thing, him observing the old man. Like those are two kind of limelight things that he observes and discusses, which is his characteristics of being observant. But I mean, the glasses things could have gone to juror 2 to give him more of a discussion role part, um,
Hmm.
or to someone kind of smaller like 6 or 12.
Fair enough. All right. I think this next question is going to be fairly short for me. Juror 10. I'll go first. Uh, Old man racism. There's really not really much more to his character than that. The actor does a great job. The character is there for that reason, and that reason is good enough for a fair bit of it sparks a few bit of it sparks a bit of dialogue with between him and other side characters. Particularly Juror 11, I think has the best back and forth, even if subtle with him. But other than that, don't really have much to say about him. Near the bottom, just a caricature of a character. Uh, but he is a tool used effectively. Crimson.
Agreed, and he gets angry. Sprinks.
Very.
Agreed. He's kind
All
of at
right.
the bottom, but he gets angry. Also, 9 does get angry
Yeah,
to the point where he almost
Uh,
blacks out.
all right. Juror 11. Um, this is the character that I'll go. I guess I'll go last on this one, since I appear to be alone on this one. So Sprinks.
Juror 11's pretty fine. He's okay. A little bit of mid. Um, I don't really see anything wrong with him. I like his kind of he's grounded where his thoughts are and will talk against anyone about it. I like that he isn't against the silliness of 12, just going off on whatever in discussion. Like he goes back and forth with 12. At times, even not about the case. So I think that just plays to his character of being accepting. Um, well, being accepting of a person, but being against someone for no reason, which is what he does to 7. Um, so yeah, I think he's fine.
Crimson.
um, in my comparison of him 5 and 6 all being forgettable, um, that was me going into this time. After seeing it again, because the last time I saw it before the podcast, probably about 5 years ago, I think 11 will leave more of a mark on me now. I'm older. I understand more. Um, I still think he's kind of like mid of the group, but he is better than 5 and 6 now to me, having seen it recently.
All right. Kind of in the same group actually. He is my favorite character for this watch through. But my overall hierarchy really hasn't changed much, and I think again to kind of parrot Crimson. I understand a lot more. I'm a lot older now. I kind of understand a lot of this, the more subtle nature that is Juror 11. Um, and I like his idealism, and I like his philosophy, and I really enjoy his rant at 7, just trying to dig into him and get something genuine out of 7. I really appreciate it. Um, Now, does he get angry? I would say yes.
At 7, yes.
Yes.
I mean, at 7 is
Um,
an example, but yes.
all right. Now on to 12. Crimson.
12. Probably the root of the Springs question.
Yeah.
So I think 12 is probably my third favorite character. I don't have much reason behind it. I see him as the comedy character above 7. I think they're both comedy characters, but I think 12 is the primary. Um, I like how laid back he is. I like how he's the flip flopper because I wanted someone to be, and I'm glad he at least covered that position. Um, but he wasn't a complete floppy fish. He had some backbone to him a little bit, not a whole
Mhm.
lot, but he was somewhat engaged, but not entirely engaged. It was just fit his role pretty well. Uh, I like how whenever there's breaks, his character's like advertisements. Focus on me, guys. I could say some cool stuff, just not during this discussion.
Mhm.
Uh, I like him.
Springs.
I found him to just be mid. I wish he had a little more role at some points. He was kind of just like the distraction guy, talking about himself or stories or pitches or playing tic tac toe. Um, the use of his glasses, I don't know if there's a reason behind that. Of when he puts it on, I don't know if he puts them on to sound smarter or look more
Uh,
important.
the only pattern that I've noticed with that is every time he's about to make a point or try to make a point, he puts the glasses on.
Okay,
And towards the end, it kind of gives like uncertainty vibes when he takes them off.
I'm like
He's
towards the
getting
end, he doesn't
worried.
really wear them,
Yeah.
so I guess that's a use of that. Um, I didn't really find him funny at all. I didn't get the comedy that I guess you two saw out of him. Maybe on another watch through, thinking that I might. Yeah, he was very just in the middle.
Yes. 12 mid for me as well. Serves as well. I'm not gonna say much more because I'm just gonna be parroting you guys.
Was he
I
angry?
thinking about his being angry. The only times I can think about of him being the sign that he's angry is him shouting at 8 near the beginning because he is in the group with the 10 actually yelling at 8 and 3. He is one of the people yelling at him. I actually had to re-listen to that scene a couple times to catch it to try and figure out whose voice it was, and it is 12 yelling at him.
Hmm,
I obviously the camera's not on him, so I don't know if he's angry, but he certainly is
interesting.
passionate about something.
Okay, because for my whole conversation here, I thought 12 was the one who doesn't get angry.
Uh, I'm like I said, we don't really see him visibly get angry, but I definitely hear him yelling at 8 at the beginning. He is one of the
Oh,
characters yelling at him.
oh, tricky movie.
Which
Tricky,
scene is it?
tricky movie. Is it when
All
8 puts
right.
the knife down?
Yes. Well, before that actually.
Oh, the first not the first vote, because then 10
Yes.
goes off.
10 and 12 and 11 all make comments at separate points, jumping on like things that 4 and 3 say at him, and 12 does said yell directly at him. Um,
Hmm.
Since it seems more nuanced, I'd have to look back. I can't
Yeah, I
say.
don't.
yeah,
The
like
fact that
I
it's
actually
also
noted
off
it. I actually
camera is tricky.
Yeah, that's the thing. I noted it down unintentionally just because I was trying to keep track of all the jurors' voices when people are talking off screen. He is one of the characters who gets angry off screen. The only other thing I can make an argument for is him being angry at 3, just in the look that he's giving 3 after the old man leg demonstration when they're all grouped up and they're all looking at 3.
Yeah, he gave like a disapproving face, but I wouldn't say it was
Yeah,
like anger.
I think that
yeah,
would
that's
fit
that's
more in the look of 4, of like, annoyed or against
disapproving. Yeah.
disapproving than 5
All
trying
right.
to kill someone
So
with his eyes.
I guess we can label him being angry as question mark for now because like I said, I'm leaning towards he was angry, but it
Well,
did
poop.
happen off
I'd
screen.
have to see
So
it.
Well,
yeah,
poop.
yeah.
Okay.
So
Because
for
that was
now,
my thing
question
going
marks.
into this movie is, are there 12 angry men? That was my big thing. I went, are there 12 angry men movie? I gotta mark it. And every time someone got mad, I would write their number down until I got down. And my last two numbers that I was unsure of was 4 and 12.
Mhm.
So
Uh,
Well, shoot.
So question marks.
Good luck with your rating then.
Yeah, shoot.
Yep.
Maybe I don't
I
lose
don't
my
know.
rating because of that then. Darn it. Okay.
All right. So questions, Crimson. You got questions for us?
Yes.
Well, I think we all got
So
questions.
I have two
Yes.
questions. Audience already heard it through Sinister because I asked him before he left. So I guess we'll go right at first. And
Yeah,
then
I did hear
Sprinks.
it, so I theoretically have had the time to think about it.
Yes. Do you think he was guilty outside of being like a juror or whatever? Like reasonable doubt, throw that out the window. Do you think he's guilty?
Like
Um,
just the case. Like if I was sitting in on the case.
no, we're throwing the
Like right
concept of
now,
reasonable
you're
doubt
not a
out the
juror or
window.
anything. There's no legal repercussions. With
Yes.
everything we know, do you think he's guilty?
Okay, including everything in the jury room.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that's everything we've been presented with.
Including everything in the jury room, I'm gonna go with not guilty.
I would
Any
also go
particular
with
reason?
not guilty.
The reason is just because, uh, well, I mean, all the evidence has had holes poked in it by the jury. And while I'm throwing my reasonable doubt, I, the fact that I have a reasonable doubt is enough for me to vote not guilty in a jury room. But we're throwing that out, right, for
I
this
agree.
scenario.
Yeah. Because I
Um,
would also say not guilty legally, but
yes,
you can still think he's guilty and still
yeah.
say not guilty in the law.
So the reason I'm leaning not guilty beyond that is because of all the evidence, that the holes that were poked into the evidence. So even without that, I think while it would be a difficult decision for me to come to, and I would definitely have to sit on it, I think not guilty is the one I would come to.
Okay. And Sprinks, you also said not
I
guilty.
said
Your
not
reason?
guilty.
Kind of the same reason? Or?
Yeah, everything that was poked hole makes it unconcrete from what was given before the jury room, showing that there's nothing really cemented. So it's unreasonable
Well,
doubt. I
like
think
I said,
there's.
keeping the legalese out, do you think he did it? Is what I'm saying.
Do I think? No, I'd say not guilty.
Okay. For
And
me, I'm pretty 50-50, but I would lean guilty. Here's why. So we discredited the witnesses, specifically the old man. He's completely unreliable. The lady, she has potentially bad eyes. We don't know. Like like 3 said, could be sunglasses, could be reading glasses. Who knows? Potentially bad eyes. We don't know to what extent. Um, so old man doesn't matter. Lady, very weak. So we have no witnesses to a crime. So he could or could not be the one committing the crime upstairs. His alibi is his weakest point for me, where we talked to death about the 3 hours forgetting thing. I personally believe it's not enough time, even with the trauma. The knife falling out of his pocket, very convenient. That happens the day his dad dies at the hand of a knife that's the same. Way too convenient. Even if someone can find one at a pawn shops don't have typically a large inventory of the same knife. It's not like a normal store. Uh, so that's very convenient that someone else had the same knife, killed his father. That doesn't really add up. Something we don't get to see is other suspects brought up in the case or anything. But that's outside what we know.
to kind
So
of
us, go ahead.
sorry, to kind of add on to your point a little bit too. There's no witnesses that see the kid leave the theater.
That's also true.
Or enter the
I'm actually
theater.
surprised I didn't get brought up.
Uh, 4 brings it up actually, but it's not rebutted.
Oh, well, I'm sure you didn't jump on it more. Um, so there's a lot that doesn't prevent it from happening. um, and so, like I said, I'll probably say 60-40, 60 guilty, 40 not.
Fair.
So that's
That's
where I'll
fair.
leave it at.
Like I said, I'm probably 60-40 in the opposite direction because yeah, that's just kind of where I'm at with that. All right.
Uh,
You got
and
your
then my
second question?
second question, I'll answer first. It's going to be, who do you think you are, or an amalgamation of? So for me, would like to think I'm 8 and 4, and then begrudgingly, I think I'm also got tendencies of 3 as well. um, so I think that's what my amalgamation is, because 3 is pretty stubborn, and I can be stubborn in certain aspects, such as my diet, even if that doesn't make sense, such as my diet. Uh, so I think that would be my amalgamation. Would be 4, 8, and
Yeah.
3.
I'll go next because I also had time to think about this. Um, I would like, again, like you, I'd like to think I'm an amalgamation of 4 and 8. But I think I'm probably closer to 1 and 11. I think I'm quiet, but I take notes and I will bring up points when I have them. But I'm also fairly passive, and I'm more content to listen to discussions than I am to participate them. I kind of bounce between those two. Um, so uh, and maybe 3 as well, depending on the subject matter, I suppose. A little bit of 3.
If you could limit yourself to 3, what would you
Oh,
pick?
let's
Because
see.
I'm sure there's a little bit of us in every character. So,
Fuck. Uh, well, in that case, I'm just gonna stick with that. I'm pretty much gonna mirror you, Crimson. I'd like to think 4 and 8, but I will absolutely admit other things bleed in, so probably 3 as well.
in Springs.
Am I to account that it's a hot day? Because
Yes.
Oh,
that changes my
I'm
answer.
just talking your personality type, not what you would do in the situation.
But is it a hot day?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Yes.
Are you a completely different person on a hot
Because
day?
that changes my answer.
I get both answers.
Okay. If it's a hot day, I think I'm 1 and 7. If it's not a hot day and I'm comfortable in the room I'm in, 1 and 8. A hot day would really fry my brain and make me just rattle off stuff like 7.
All right.
If I'm cool and
Uh,
collected, I think I could do 8 until someone rebuttals me, and then I'll turn into 1.
And
um,
then you'll just sit and listen.
Well, I'd
You
go
know,
back and
that
forth of
adds up.
1 and 8. But I don't think I'd get
um,
as angry as, like, 3, or sit there and think I'm all that like 4. And I probably
uh,
wouldn't
I
be
don't
as
think
silent
Ford
as
really
some of the
thinks
other.
of him highly of himself. Right? He just is like, I
He's
believe the facts.
No, he believes the fact, he's true to his fact, and I don't think I would do that with 4. I would listen to other people, and I mean 4 does do that, but 4 also like quickly like strikes out like why not kind of thing, and I wouldn't
mhm.
Mhm.
do that. But
um, okay, I'll do my question because my question was I had originally those 2 questions as well. I let Crimson take them because I had one additional one. If you were to do a table read, which character would you want to play in a script, film, or anything of that nature? What character do you want to play? Um, I'll go first. I did play Juror 4, I think I mentioned at the beginning of the podcast at some point. Having crossed that off my list, I think I would want to play 7 or 11.
7-Eleven.
Yes. Uh, so I'll go with you first, Crimson, because you had more time.
Yeah. So it's a tough one, but I would probably say 6, because I wouldn't have to do very much.
yeah,
He's not
I
very
knew it.
complex.
I knew Crimson would choose 5 or 6.
5 has way too much passion, so I'll do 6. Right up my
Um,
alley.
all right, Springs.
What I'd want to do, or what do I think I would get?
No, what you would
What
want
you
to
want?
do.
What
Who
I'd
would you
want
want
to
to play?
do, probably 1. What I think I would get for an audition, 7.
That's very fair. All right, Springs, you had some questions for us.
Uh, where was the knife found?
In the body.
It was in the body.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the kid
The
saying he
argument was
dropped it, it was never found in his thing of it was dropped? So it could have been
No,
dropped,
no,
someone picked it up, and then found in the body?
yeah. The
Or someone else
detective,
had the same
as
knife.
the testimony goes, the knife was in the body, and the reason the kid went back was to retrieve his knife, according to 4. That was one of the
And
original
then he
ones
got
points.
arrested.
And then he
Okay.
got arrested.
Okay, so the body was in the knife. The knife was in the body the whole time. Got it.
Yes.
All right. Well, that vetoes out another question I had then on that. My next thing, the use of clocks and time is a big thing in this film, and a lot of the posters or stuff about the film is like the hours on a clock of 12 and a knife pointing out like the hands and depiction of that for imagery.
Mhm.
I watched the movie and wrote down who and who isn't wearing a watch because it seemed pretty
All right.
apparent to me that a watch wearer is pretty close to the camera at points. So it seemed pretty noticeable or reasoned that a watch is in a scene. It's also
I
stated
remember 3
by,
having one.
yeah, I have 7, 8, 12, 1, 3, 5, and 2 are wearing one. 6 and 11 don't. And I'm unsure about 4, 9, and 10. I know there's a clock in the room because 7 constantly says he's looking at the clock to try to figure out the time of the game.
It's above the
Even
phone.
though it's shown that he's wearing a watch. So it's interesting that he checks the clock in the room versus the watch on his hand. And it's also interesting that 11 is a watchmaker and doesn't own it and isn't wearing a watch.
Oh, you don't buy your own stock.
Hmm.
Uh,
Well, maybe he tried to remove temptation while in court to avoid himself looking at the time all the time. I don't know.
I just didn't know if you guys had any thought of who wears watches versus who isn't wearing watches. If it's some kind of another angle of like sides depicted. If the watch has
I'm gonna
a.
have to having this just pointed out to me. I'm gonna have to watch it again before I get back to you on that.
I didn't think about watches at all.
Oh, okay, sweet. Just something
Didn't
I
cross
picked
my
up.
mind at all.
Oh,
All right.
I can't help you
Is
on that one.
is that all your
that
questions,
is it
Riggs?
for me. Yeah.
All right, and then we can move into ratings. Crimson, you're starting us out today.
God. All right. I'll go objective
Oh, and
because
just
this one actually
sorry to
changed.
cut you off. Just to remind me, Sinister gave it a 9.
He did.
Okay, cool.
So yes, my objective did change, mostly to my own doing. Uh, I went into this thinking it was a pretty flawless film. Turns out not so flawless, but still top tier nonetheless. I originally had this at 9.5. I decided a 9 by the end of this. I think the lawyer stuff I brought up is pretty valid objectively. It would be better if they even just showed his face and his demeanor in the courtroom. Um, so it adds more validity to the comments that eight's like the lawyer sucks. He doesn't care because that's just whatever. Uh, I would like to know. It would really help sell that the lawyer wasn't very good or caring for the situation. Um, I brought up the alibi stuff. I truly believe that it wasn't enough time for that. The the angle of the knife, I think, is weak, as we talked about, kind of agreed upon as well as some of the jury members also saying that. Um, the acting was all on point. The characters were all defined. None of the characters were bad. Just some were flat, some were caricatures. But
Mhm.
that's fine. They don't all have to be jury number 3 um, in their complexity. So they all did their parts. I like how they all have their own little mannerisms all the time. Like when they enter the room immediately, 8 goes to the window to contemplate. 12 smokes. 7 with his little walk to the fan. Everything is in character, which I like. The camera stuff is good. You guys brought up some continuity stuff I didn't catch, so That's a little tick on it. So yeah, I think 9 is pretty fair
For objective.
objectively.
Okay.
Subjectively, this is up there with one of my favorite black and white films, first or second between Wonderful Life. Kind of hard to pick between them. Two very different films. Um, but in the grand scheme of movies as a whole, it's definitely top 50. Uh, I'd have to consult my list, but certainly top 50 movies. And with it's enjoyable. I can watch it again. I hope I do get to watch it with Ryder with the full version, whatever version he has a physical copy of.
The
Would be
extended
good.
cut.
Or normal cut. I don't know. I don't know if we saw a reduced or if we saw normal. What have you? Very enjoyable. We'll definitely watch this again. Yeah, it's a great character study because today we don't get too many compelling characters. Cool to see them in the past. And where are we now? It's just sad to think of. Things were so much simpler back then. There was hardly a plot in this. This was like all character driven. There was no external pressures or forces going on other than people's characters' pasts. Or
Characters push the car along. Yeah.
yeah, there's no external forces.
It's better to have no CGI than bad CGI.
Sure.
That's
Uh,
true.
so it just everything was well thought out. I'm glad I did the research on the cameras and lighting stuff because I said it pretty poorly, but they planned it out pretty thoroughly. So my enjoyment level is 8.5. I was thinking 9, but I realized I gave Mr. and Mrs. Smith a 9, and I think I put that over this. So 8.5.
hmm Um. All right, Spriggs.
All right. Whoa. Let me try not to take too much time because this is going lengthy. Um, Objectively, I think this movie is very well done. Uh, I'm guessing it is made in a set, which explains some of the camera angles and less problems that would probably occur during film. I think the editing is really good, cinematography is really good, the acting is very good. Uh, some of the choreography is questionable. Some of the um, choices of who's saying what is questionable. The use of the bathroom, I don't think is overused or underused. It's fine. Um, let's see here. The wardrobe is fine. The watches is something I picked up that no one did. Uh, Whether it has something or not. I like some of the
TBD
scenes.
for me.
The scenes of everyone out of a jacket except four, so it looks like everyone is opposite of four to make four really stand out in the crowd of people. The use of standing and sitting when talking and not talking, showing power over someone or equal ground with someone is very interesting. And the little one-on-ones that some characters have, like 7 and 2, and following right after 1 and 8. So stuff like that. I think it was just overall very well done. And the big question, if everyone got angry, is, ooh boy, I think my objective would have fallen, but I don't know for sure, and it's uncertainty. Thanks, writer. Uh, so
Here to help.
so my objective is an 8.
It's nightmarish to think this would one day have been tied with Lightyear.
Don't bring
Don't
that up.
don't talk about that. I fixed that.
Anyways,
He almost brought it
Fix
down to
that.
7.5 because of
I fixed
the
it.
anger thing.
Um, Fix
go
that.
on,
Anyway,
Spriggs, go on.
subjectively, really enjoy the movie. I think one of the best things is it doesn't feel like an hour and 40 minutes, at least this version of it. It feels very fast because of how captivating the discussions are, that it does seem to go by quite quickly, and it's engaging, and the tension plays off well. Also something from my objective that kind of dropped was the music usage. It's like barely in the movie, um, which is kind of like why was it used at all in the points because it's tailored to juror 8 when it was used. So that was just kind of so reason why it's 8 and not 8.5 or whatever. Anyway, subjectively, yeah, it was enjoyable, fun. I'll watch it again, especially with the new thoughts from the two of you and Sinister when he was present. So yeah, I also give it an 8.
All right, I'll do my subjective first, as I always do. This is a very very good movie. It's not one I would easily pick out um in order to in order to watch it again. But every now and again, I get the craving to watch this, and I put it in because it is a very, very good, fun character study. And as Spring said, it moves really fast. The pace is very, very well established. You don't feel rushed into things. The breaks between conversations and arguments are there to give the audience room to breathe, while also fleshing out characters. So no time is really wasted. Um, I have a lot of enjoyment for this movie. It's probably an 8.5 subjectively for me. I do quite enjoy this movie, and I will return to it every now and again just because I enjoy it. Um, Objectively, we kind of went over the jurors, so I'm gonna skip my character stuff, which is ironically the whole point of the movie. Um, but yeah, characters really well fleshed out. The world building is pretty simple. It's meant to take place in our world, meaning that all the stakes and stuff are understandable to us. And the world building is therefore extended to how the characters interact with said world and all the varying different perspectives they come with. 11 being an immigrant, having a very a very idealistic perspective on our justice system, I think adds a lot of weight to, you know, the symbolism regarding I guess, immigrants coming to this country and wanting to start a new life, and how everything's, is it's
The
a step
land of
up here.
opportunity.
It's the land of opportunity. Yeah. And in that lens, I think the world building is done effectively. Um, the plot is fairly simple, but the plot relies on characters, and this is going to be kind of where I interweave the character stuff back in, because the plot is pushed forward by the characters, their arguments, their breaks, their interactions with one another. All of it is extremely great. Um, with the exception, I think, there with Crimson brought up a fair point with one's discussion with 8 being on the hollow end. I prefer the film have it than not, but I think I'm in agreement that I think it could be stronger. Um, and there are, and the plot is just moved forward very effectively by how the characters interact and bounce off each other, and it's a very very diverse cast, and it effectively helps. It is a very very tightly written script. uh, Overall, I think objectively I'm also going to give it a 9. I really really recommend this movie to any other prospective writers, creators, or script or any wannabe movie makers and artists out there. This movie is a very very good demonstration how to use camera work effectively most of the time, and how to write characters that balance well off each other. Um, there are literally classes that use this film to teach to teach script writing, and I think it's emblematic. Um, with that, gentlemen, shall I read us out?
I think
No,
so. Oh my gosh.
no, go ahead.
Do you want to cause an
I
argument?
was I was so angry that this was about to end after 5+ hours.
You
All
know what?
right.
No, ready, go. Go ahead. Do it.
Get it over with. God.
All right. Well, as always, thank you for listening, whether it be Spotify, Anchor, Amazon, Castbox, Google Podcasts, and Pocket Casts, and Samsung. Or if you're on the YouTube side of things, you just watched our little PNG YouTuber podcast, and you watched our avatars and saw our little slideshow. As always, feel free to like, comment, subscribe. Tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them. We appreciate all of it. Um,
And share the
as
news. Share the pod. Share with family and
share the
friends.
and as always, I have been a geeky writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
We had a sinister boy, and I'm Sprinks.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
See you in the 60s.
Toodaloo.